this is what you said, this is where you are going. But he hasn't gotten anywhere yet to be making such comments at the moment, though it is their might and whatever. Then lastly, on the appointment committee, I also see the unnecessary delay because there are some things, oh, you are good, you are this, I know you this, I know that, you can do. And then it continues keeping the people there. Look at the time they close. They're the MPs themselves. Is it not adverse to their health? Going to be at the appointment committee throughout the whole day, sitting hours? So I think they should limit those friendly and other comments that necessarily add nothing to whether the people are competent or otherwise.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too for calling. I mean, it's almost as if it was a field day, but Ghanaians were glued to their TV station channels and phones, waiting to hear questions being answered on how these ministers designate intend to run the various ministries. So we really should find a way to cut out all the fanfare bit of it.
There's too much fluff. There's too much of the unnecessary bickering. I mean, I like it how the Americans and others do it. You can be from that person's side of, you know, the political divide. But when it comes there, they'll grill you. Very
objective questions, straight to the point.
Yeah.
You can smile if you want, but you have to answer the question.
We can be friends, but when you come and sit there, it's a different ball game. I'm not saying there shouldn't be friendship. That camaraderie is nice, but at the same time, the incisive, because sometimes they finish with a nominee, but we've not really touched on this area. We've not done that. And sometimes, too, it is too much of one person, you know, going on and on, droning about sometimes unnecessaries, and then, you know, it's
Let me ask you something. It may be a sensitive topic, but Ben, I know you're not shy to share your thoughts on these issues.
You're trying to get me into trouble, eh?
Yeah, I want to get in trouble. Do you think that Bernard Ahiafo should have established his authority in the beginning, and that way it would have cut off all the fanfare we're seeing? You know, it almost comes across as if the composure of the minority is as a result of the, you know, Ahiafo enabled it in a way. And that's just commentary I'm picking up on from social media. If he had established the things that Apenyo Markin is doing in that, you know, vetting room, would he have done it if it was Alban Bagbin?
I'll share my thoughts with you after we bring in Frank. Good morning, Frank.
Yeah.
Would he have done it if it was Alban Bagbin? I'll share.
Frank, turn off your set or lower the volume. Listen to me on the phone. Let's have a conversation. Frank, what are your thoughts for us? All right. Frank, if you do call in again, once you have your TV's volume up, we'll get feedback. There's a delay. So just listen to me on the phone and turn the volume down on your set. Bernard Ahiafo, my response to you is he is in that position courtesy of his being first deputy speaker.
Yeah.
They didn't have a choice. It is what it is. He will chair the appointments committee by virtue of being the first deputy speaker. Would it have been this or that? The first deputy speaker is Bernard Ahiafo. That's my response to you.
But I think a lot of the fanfare would have been cut out if it was Alban Bagbin. Not to say that not to say that Bernard is not a strong personality, Benjamin. It's just sometimes, in a way, we let people, we give people the room to show or display their character before we can tell how to approach some of the things that they threw at us. So maybe he thought, you know, we are all civil, we can all get along, and now he's surprised. And now he really needs to establish that authority fast, because it's a week-long activity and we don't have time for all that fanfare. Ben, I'll come to you in a bit. Isaac is calling us. Isaac, good morning to you. You're live on the AM show. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm Isaac.
Isaac, speak up for us.
I'm calling from Tema.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, I want to congratulate the OT Regional Minister, that is the newly appointed OT Regional Minister, Mr. John Kuyo. And I just want to appeal or tell him that OT Region will want development in that region. I know him very well. He's a friend of my father. But because it's a new region that it's just a new region. And we need a very good image and then development in that region. So I'm appealing to him that this time around, we from Oti region, we are not going to tolerate on any covetousness. In other words, President Kumia. So if he has gone through the committee and he got how do you call it, full he resumed his office, he should focus on the development of the region. So this is my small advice to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac. Ben,
Bye.
you were going to say something.
I mean, people communicate in different ways. In what we do, there are interviewers who constrict. So we call them constrictors, like a boa. The person will go slowly and start tightening. And by the time you realize it, and there are the cobras, those who, right from the start, they start spitting and they are biting. People have different approaches. My approach is a bit of a blend, and it depends on how you catch me on what day. But some people are naturally pythons, others are naturally cobras. And if you look on, and by the way, when I say cobra, it reminds me of that song, We Are Cobra. No, I'm not referring to physical. It's about how their approach is. If you look on that appointments committee, you will find some people who are here and there. You'll find Bernard here for somewhere. You can fit him somewhere. I
really hope that by the end of all the vetting, he would have displayed a different character than we know him for right now. Okay. It all gets well for it.
That's your verdict. Bernard, is it Bernard?
Yes, it is Bernard.
Hello, Bernard. Or is it Adams, rather? I think Adams in Ahafo. Okay, so it's Adams in Bolibamboy. Adams, good morning. Do we have Adams?
We have Adam from Bolibamboy.
For a moment, I thought you were with Eve. Please go ahead.
Please, so far with the appointment committee, please, what Afenya Martin is doing, to be frank, is not making the work so, beautiful for people to be watching. Please, let's inform Afenya Martin to put full stop on what he's doing. And again, I want to tell the committee chairman to always remove Afenya Martin whatever he wants to. If he is not going contrary to his what he wants, he should just office Mike so that we can have we can proceed and do what we want. But they want to delay. Currently, the MVP, they want to delay the process and depress what the Mahama administration wants to do. So they should forget about the minority. That's why the people of Ghana, we gave them to test majority, to do whatever we want, so that we hurry up to do what we want.
Okay.
To see. So that you forget about them. And please let Mahama be aware that we want to hear or see the appointment of our Honorable Yusuf Sulemana. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you for those thoughts. But I'm just going to remind him of what the president said, that though they had been given this overwhelming majority, this mandate, they are not going to abuse it. And part of that, while you can go ahead and do so many things, it's always good to have that working partnership, right? So when he says, oh, if this person is, let the person go, don't turn the person's microphone off and all of that. You want to create an environment where, though they are in the minority, they can also express their voice. Let's not forget, they represent constituencies, and we don't want to marginalize anybody. So that's the little I'll see on the back of what Adam said.
Just be cautious of the time. Don't waste our time. We have a lot to do. We are following because we are looking for information. We are looking to assess your competence to head these ministries. Don't take the Ghanaian for a ride. Is all I'm saying, I guess, to the entire vetting committee out there. But maybe one last caller and then we go. The number is on your screen, 03022111691. And as you can see, some people have already taken their seats. Haruna is on the phone with us. Haruna, good morning. Where are you calling from and what's on your mind?
Yes, please, good morning. I'm calling from Northern Indi. and good morning to your listeners and viewers.
Morning.
Actually, I have also observed one or two concerns that I want to share. With regard to the appointment committee, even though we know the leadership, most of them are actually been appointed, and especially the minority leader in question has to be aware that it is a government that comes and government goes and government comes. And then if you want to share some kind of sentiments, you have to have a way of doing it. Say that it doesn't matter the beauty of the appointment committee, but I'm not trying to be tantrum. I have observed it, and I think some of the other appointees are very capable in answering questions. But in as much they try to do so, they keep him because maybe a reference has to be made to the previous government that is not actually in line with him. I think it is an observation that we are all not appreciating. Another observation I also want to share is regarding the Minister for Education. I think he is very competent, and then I think I applaud him for that. But I also wanted to hear something regarding questions regarding the senior high secondary school examination issues. Sometimes I have learned that most of them are having the resources that are still withheld. What actually the ministry will be intending going forward to solve this problem? And even if those people resources are still pending now, are they having some timeline to actually release them for the candidates to know their future going forward? Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. And that's our last caller. But before we go, I do want to share a short message. I've had a lot of young women reaching out to me and telling me how, although the year's barely started, they're already disappointed because they couldn't complete their goals from last year. And I just want to say, if you fall into that category, remember that all we have is 24 hours. You could have lost a job, gone out of school, whatever your circumstances are. If you're looking to heal and survive, it seems so far off. Rather, I like to say, live through it, okay? Just take your goals and attack them every 24 hours and you will be fine. Just live through it. Focus on what you can do in your 24 hours. In the next 24 hours, God grants you focus on what you can do. Small, small steps. And they bring you the big changes that you're looking for. And I'll be replying to some of those messages, so keep them coming. Thank you so much for trusting me to share those stories with me. I appreciate that.
Well, and that's how, on that motivational note, we're going to cap off the AM show this morning. But it's been great coming your way. Thank you for joining the conversation. Stick and stay, because soon, even as we serve you Joy News Desk, we'll also be serving you the Appointments Committee vetting. My name is Benjamin Akakpo. I've done this together with
Sweetie Abochin. It's always our pleasure. So we'll see you again tomorrow. It's bye for now. Mwah.
From the rich melodies of jazz to the infectious grooves of Afrobeats, soulful beats of highlife, live music bands are setting Ghana's cosmopolitan cities ablaze.
Band culture is the way to go.
With exciting rhythms of the city, what makes a great band stand out? Is it the talent, the chemistry, or the culture?
What we do is pure organic.
Our niche, it's growing.
Get an exclusive backstage pass to meet the artists. Join Becky on the all-new E-Vibes musical band series. The experience is electric. E-Vibes musical band series, coming soon on this channel.
this Impact Makers Awards is the most reliable and authentic award.
I've become a role model to a lot of young people in the Upper East.
This exposure also offered me another opportunity to win the 2024 edition of the Humanitarian Awards Global as an outstanding philanthropist.
What I was doing in the dark, it has come to light, and looking at the smiles on the kids, I am so excited.
I was enjoying this for a year plus. People got to know about what we were doing. Sponsors came in, resourceful people came in.
You keep making this point about tolerance. This behavior is not being tolerant. You are not respecting the chair.
Kofi, have you been recognized?
Respect the chair.
Kofi, have you been recognized, Kofi?
Yes.
You know it. You know I respect the chair.
You have not been recognized, and you are equally interfering. It's not right.
Honorable members, as the chair of the committee, a point of order has been raised within the meaning of our own standing orders. I'm therefore calling for a response in line with the point being raised.
At paragraph 3.7, quote, the Republic of Ghana is a sole majority or significant shareholder.
Have you ruled on the matter?
In a number of companies.
Have you ruled?
Honourable members,
include Ghana Airport Limited.
Honourable members, it appears the ranking member is not taking the guidance provided. The guidance is to the effect that a point of order has been raised to a specific issue supported by our own standing orders. I am not aware of these particular standing orders being waived. I am looking for a response to the point of order. But if he insists on going on without responding specifically to that particular issue, honourable members, this is my ruling.
Honourable nominee, with the greatest respect, Honorable nominee, with the greatest respect, I seek the indulgence of chairman with the greatest respect. Chairman.
Honorable ranking and minority leader, you do not have the floor.
Chairman.
You don't have the floor now.
Chairman.
Now you don't have the floor. Allow Honorable Mahama Shaibu to conclude. Then I can give you the floor.
Chairman,
allow. Just allow.
Don't raise your voice.
I am not raising my voice at you.
No, if you raise your voice, no. Before you suspended sitting for 5 minutes. You called me for a discussion. I told you that I was having a discussion with my caucus, and then I come. We did not spend more than 5 minutes. Chairman, let's operate in good faith. You had called me. I said, give me a moment. I will join you. Then the next moment, you've come to start. Chairman, I want to register this protest that you have proceeded in bad faith. It is not the understanding we had. It's not the understanding we had. We got to a point where I was responding to a point of order. You came in rudely to say that you have ruled. Yes.
Honorable member.
You said that you have ruled.
Honorable member.
Chairman.
Honorable member. You should be guided by the rules that in this house you don't use insulting, disparaging, and abusing language. At our first meeting, when a backbencher said, I was rudely interrupted.
Your voice. You are raising your voice. Chairman.
The ruling of the speaker.
Chairman, bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice.
Honourable members, at our last sitting, when a backbencher used the word rudely interrupted, we all observed that the speaker ordered her to withdraw the word and apologize. I do not foresee former majority leader, now minority leader, to repeat the word rudely. Such a conduct will not be tolerated. I therefore urge upon him to withdraw the word rudely and apologize.
Chairman, all your colleagues, including you, have been rude to me this morning. You have been very rude. You have been extremely rude. Chairman, we started, you courteously gave me the opportunity to give my opening remarks. In the process, Honorable Ayariga came in. In the process, Honorable Roxanne Dafiamakpo came in. In the process, you had the majority leader himself. No, Mr. Chair, if you allow. Mr. Chair, if you allow.
Point of order.
We have had situations where, whilst I was responding, your colleagues came in rudely. I kept quiet. You again said we should have a moment outside to have a discussion. Then out of the blue, you come in to give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu. Mr. Chair, I told you that you rudely interrupted my submission when you had given the opportunity. Again, you realize that Honorable Ahmed Kofi-Boah, without giving him the opportunity, he came in to interrupt. Even the Honorable Ayariga, on 2 occasions, he interrupted, and I kept my calm. Chairman, it is upon the two of us to steer the affairs of this committee. I think that as chair, I didn't say co-chair. You see, Chairman, you see the rude interruption. Chairman, you see the rude interruption. They will not listen. Chairman, your members will not listen. We listen to you. they will not listen to us.
First of all, whatever solutions we have, we still owe and we have to pay. That is why I referenced the finance minister to start with. How is he going to raise the money? I don't know at the moment. It is his responsibility to raise the money. But I think additionally, what we should be doing is to sit down with the industry players, contractors, and the agencies that are awarding road contract. We need to sit down with them. The way we contract, the way we write some of the contracts have to be reviewed. Government itself need to take a step back to find out whether it is appropriate to keep awarding projects when no one knows where the projects are going to be financed. As for payment, it is the Ministry of Finance job to find the money. But what I can do to help, and as I stated earlier, is to bring together the stakeholders, contractors and everybody. I am sure if we were to call contractors and sit down with them and say, look, this debt, frankly speaking, the finance minister, who is the leader of the house, has already stated, if all the taxes we collect is 200 million, a billion, you can't hand over all that to just one ministry. And if you keep that money on the books, it keeps getting worse. So maybe, we need to sit down with all the stakeholders to see where we cut our losses. Do we agree with them? We pay you off a certain amount of money. If you owe a bank, we can draw the bank in. After all, did we not see the whole country try to negotiate debt that is owed, even individuals? So I think that the time has come for us to bring together all players in the road sector to see how we can make this sustainable. When the issue of the road toll started, our side, Honorable former minority leader, together with me and the former road minister, Honorable Makwata, decided to caution government that do not cancel or suspend road toll. Let's rather find ways of plugging the leakages in terms of the collection and enhance it. Honorable Haruna and myself met Honorable Amakwata and gave our commitment that don't cancel it. Indeed, we were surprised on the day the road toll, they claimed they zeroed it. For me, it was an act of illegality. Yes, they said they just zeroed it. But it was, a road fund has got an act. It's a law. So you couldn't unilaterally do that. As a result, I believe there was a level of negligence in the way it was done. They claimed road toll was accruing only about 80 million. But today, there are contractors working for Government of Ghana who are owed 5,000 cedis within the roadside. Can you imagine how many roadside weed clearers will be paid with 80 million? So they cancelled it. And our side consistently stood on principle and said, bring the road toll back. Yes, the road toll is coming back, but not in the form of building obstructions on the road for drivers to stop and somebody taking money from them. It will be coming back based on a technological platform that make it fair and that make it easy to collect, easy to account for, and for the public to know what the money is actually being used for. Together with the road minister, we shall come out with a policy as to how that will be done. That is my response.
Just giving you highlights of what exactly happened yesterday at the ministerial vetting. You're still watching JoyNews X. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, across all our social media handles. We are JoyNews on TV. Well, today, Parliament's Appointment Committee will, in a matter of minutes, begin vetting of ministers designate for local government, trade and gender ministries. Well, the Member of Parliament for Banda, Ahmed Ibrahim, Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, former Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts Minister, who is also Member of Parliament for Tichima North, and Agnes Namomolate, who is Member of Parliament for Krowo, will face Bernard Ahiafo and his committee members today to answer questions on their competence and vision for their various ministries. And we'll be there when the vetting starts. But let's tell you about these nominees and what exactly they bring to the table. Well, Ahmed Ibrahim, he has an MBA in Finance from Gimpa. He's also MP for Teng and later Banda since 2009. He's CEO of Flamingo Publications Ghana Limited, and he has been nominated for Local Government Chieftaincy Ministry. Now, let's move on to the Minister-designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, a woman, one that we're happy about. Elizabeth Ofosojare is the first time in a long while since that ministry has a woman heading it. She's a lawyer with international relations background. She's a former Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. She has an LLB from the University of Ghana and has a BA in Social Science from KNUST. We also have Agnes Momolate, Minister-designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. We're looking forward to what she would be saying before the committee today, because that ministry has been silent for a while now. And we're looking forward to some of the key policies she'll be implementing in that ministry. She's a development expert with 20 years experience. She's MP for Kro constituency. She has a PhD in African Studies. She also is the Executive Director for GRID. Well, in a related development, President John Dramani Mahama has made new appointments. Now, the former finance minister, Seth Tekpe, returns as presidential advisor on the economy. Well, the rest are coming up on your screen shortly as we look at them. Joyce Bauer Montagri, she has also received nominations, and we will be looking at what exactly she brings to the table, because she has been quite close to the president for a while, and she's a presidential advisor and special aide to the president. That's one of the new appointments. Sandobe, he has been appointed Deputy Chief of Staff Operations. We also have Na Oyebampo Ado, Deputy Chief of Staff Administration, and then Emmanuel Seth Tekpe, presidential advisor on the economy, former. We're looking forward to what exactly he'll be bringing to the table, because he has expertise in that area. Now, we also have Professor Francis Dodu, presidential advisor, National Anti-Corruption Program, and Larry Bevlulate, special envoy to the Alliance of Sahelian States. Then Nanaya Jantwa, presidential staffer, Beatrice Ananfio, presidential staffer as well. Shamima Muslim, deputy spokesperson, presidential spokesperson, and Professor Kweku Dan Supafo, cabinet secretary. Well, those are the latest appointments by the president, and government's free admission for tertiary students, well, is actually one that we'll be looking at and what exactly happens, because we know that government's free admission for tertiary students is expected to cost Ghana almost 350 million Ghana cedis a year. This is the revelation from the Education Minister designate. If you recall, yesterday he appeared before the appointment committee, Haruna Idrisu. Now, this is in reaction to raging concerns over the position of the NDC government on the promise, especially as admission have closed for most tertiary institutions and students have gone ahead to make payment. Well, the Education Minister designate, Haruna Idrisu, has been providing some clarity on the policy, including what exactly he intends to do with the controversial e-blocks at the vetting on Monday.
We'll also launch the No Fee Stress Initiative, providing fee-paying support to eligible students, especially through the Student Loan Trust Fund.
The NDC's promise for free admission for tertiary students and the promise to review free SHS became two most controversial policies in the education sector during the campaign period. The matter came up strongly at the vetting of the Minister-designate for Education, Haruna Idrisu, and this was his response.
Chairman, the beauty of this is that it's open. even parents who are still willing to pay can do so under this principle that has been introduced by the NDC. So we intend to mobilize with the Ministry of Finance some additional financing to cater for the population of students. It will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it, and will provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money, and the president intends to expand this over the years.
When quizzed on the free SHS, the minister-designate reaffirms that the policy will be reviewed.
We will undertake a stakeholder forum which will involve donors and partners, involve academia, parents and students to review the free senior high school program.
On the future of the controversial day senior high schools, he admits that the government may have to convert some of the E-blocks into boarding schools.
In Cherpune and also in Wulesi on the same road, I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary.
But how does he intend to tackle the many industrial actions over allowance arrears in the educational sector?
I know that CITAC is unhappy. I know many teachers' unions are waiting for President Mahama to assume office, and they will say our outstanding allowances have not been paid. We will deal with it per what is available in the national kitty. We will do our best to keep the industrial peace of the country and keep the peace within the education sector and many other sectors of the economy for the good of our country.
In what many would describe as the shortest vetting period so far, Haruna Idrisu has promised an overall development in infrastructure in the educational sector. James Savage's report for Joy News.
Indeed, one of the shortest vetting we've seen since the vetting started. But we're looking forward to some of the key policies it would be introduced. And while students of the University of Ghana, they are voicing their frustration over a 20% increase in residential fees. A statement from the Public Affairs Directorate of the university announced that the residential fees for the halls belonging to the university, including Commonwealth Hall, Legon and Mensa Saba Hall, have all been set at 3,000 Ghana cedis per student for the academic year, following approval by the University Council, where JoyNews' Colin Springpong has been engaging some students who are urging authorities to reconsider the decision. He filed this report.
Less than 1 week for 2024-2025 academic year to begin for level 100 students in the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana, through its Public Affairs Directorate, has issued a statement announcing a new increase in residential fees. Level 100 students are expected to pay 3,000 Ghana cedis for their academic year, compared to last year, where they paid roughly 2,500 Ghana cedis. Continuing students who the academic year began in the 2024 also have been told to top up their residential fees by additional 500 cedis. Speaking to some students in the University of Ghana, they have expressed their frustrations about the whole situation.
And we have previously agreed on something, and the agreement was that all final years and continuous students will have to pay 2,000 cedis. As of, there was another increment in that fees. So we had agreed and we paid that 2,000 cedis. And then I just wake up and then I heard that I saw a message circulating that there was an increment in the residential fees again. So I think this I would say that it is an autocracy decision that I've taken.
Right now I've paid my hall fees 2,000 cedis, and now they're sending another information that I have to pay an additional 1,500 cedis. It's going to be stressful. What if my parents are not able to afford? I still have to go through another stress during the vacation to make up that money to come and pay.
Increasing residential fees, without any prior notice, without giving us ample time to prepare. We are still in school. Our parents are still sending us money. We still need to feed there are few projects to be done. All these things cost money. And then you're also telling us that you have increased our residential fees from 2,000 cedis to 3,000 or even potentially 3,400 Ghana cedis. I mean, who does that?
Students in the University of Ghana are appealing to the university management to reconsider the increments.
Management will have to review their decision in that. What have been issued to students this week, management will have to reconsider their decision and then consider the situation of the students currently. Some of us are here, we barely eat for, we have something we call information 001 a day. Even the ones I'm talking about, students don't get a better food to eat.
Over the years, we got to know that the traditional halls are always something that we believe to be in the hands of the government. So the government makes sure that he does what he could to make it affordable for the normal people, average people to get it. Now, if it is also competing with the diaspora and the other halls, I don't really see the difference. So
the 2024-2025 academic year began in October for the continuing students, and the level 100 students were also expected to report to school in January. Reporting for Joy News, Collins Frimpong.
Let's take you now to the Upper West region, where 156 people in that region are being vetted for municipal and district chief executive positions in the 11 administrative municipalities and districts of that region. While the vetting committee is expected to select just 33 people by the close of the week for consideration by John Dramani Mahama for nomination. A member of the vetting committee, Charles Wanga, tells Joy News' Rafiq Salam that beyond the party loyalty, the committee will be looking for individuals who can drive development in their respective communities.
The Presidential Lodge of the Upper West region played host to the vetting of municipal and district chief executives in the region. A total of 158 persons had penciled their names for the 11 vacant positions. 2 of them later withdrew their applications.
Out of the 11 municipal and districts in the Upper West region, 2 today have lined up to take their turn. They are the Sisala West and then the Sisala East. The applicants has been telling us about why they want to be municipal and district chief executives in their respective communities.
To be a DC, fixing of roads should be one of your priorities, because you need to actually make sure that all your roads are motorable for your constituents to be able to move around and do their work. We actually use the district assembly equipments to do reshaping and do regraveling, but where roads are already awarded and they are on contracts, we actually have to lobby the contractor to go back to site and complete those projects as soon as possible.
Teenage pregnancy issue, the girls, they lack role models, so we are going to give them more role models. We are going to visit schools. We make our visits regular to the schools, talk to the girls, educate them, let them see their colleagues who have excelled in education. And we are going to use our mother, Professor, myself, our regional women organizer, and all women that are in the region as a motivation for them. And we know that with this education, the girls will change their attitudes.
I'm the competent lady that can bring togetherness in the Sisala East to bring development to the municipality. I believe with the kind of leadership style that I'm bringing, it will definitely bring development to the municipality.
The living of the people should be well organized in standard form. Coming to render a service there, I'll sell myself to sleep and sell my people to live how they want to live.
There are a lot of things in terms of education, agriculture, and other areas that the constituency is lacking behind. I think that with me in charge, I'll be able to pull the leadership that is required for the constituency or the district to move forward.
We also spoke to the Upper West Regional Secretary of the NDC, Lawyer Charles Longa Poison, who spoke to us what they are looking for in the respective applicants who want to be the DC or MC of their various areas.
No, basically, we are looking for people who are developmental oriented and committed to the cause of their communities and the party as well. And therefore, we are also not just looking at people we think that are capable of only working, but are capable of uniting and bringing development to their people. So that is more crucial to us than every other thing.
Lawyer Luwongo Pozun also used the opportunity to advise the people and the media regarding appointments made by President John Dramani Mahama to stay calm and exercise restraint, adding that the president has good plans.
It's a good time to take you now to Parliament, because we know that the vetting committee, they're supposed to sit today, the appointments committee, to vet 3 different ministers. My colleague Kweku Asante joins me live from there. Kweku, what should we expect today?
Well, any moment from now, we expect that the vetting committee will begin its work as regards to the vetting of the minister designated and the nominee for local government. And we already see a lot of titans of the local government industry already taking their seat. The vetting panel is also duly constituted, and we expect that any moment from now things will start. You see Benjamin acted with respect to some of these things for some time now. And so a lot of the expectation are that Ahmed Ibrahim, who will be seated here to answer questions from the vetting committee, what knowledge does he have about the local government ministry? What exactly are his plans for this very important ministry? And if you look at some of the realignment and alignment that John Dramani Mahama has done, it means that there's a lot more work to be done by this ministry. And so I'll speak to some of the persons who are here, and then I'll get to the chiefs. So let me start with Honorable Benjamin Podo, who just left Parliament. Honorable, I mean, it's a pleasure to see you back here in Parliament. And you, like I was saying, you are very much well-versed in matters of local government. What do you make of the nomination of Ahmed Ibrahim to serve in that ministry?
The nomination is apt, and I trust that Ahmed, with whom I have worked since I came to Parliament, is capable of manning that position. And, we have been together on the committee, local government committee, for about 12 years. And he has cooperated with me. We have worked together, and we've linked up with this Assembly's Common Fund, which comes under local governance. So I am very highly expectant that he will discharge himself creditably during the vetting.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And so that is Benjamin Podo, who says he expects that the nominee will discharge himself creditably, will be able to what they believe to be the very important skill set of the Honorable Member of Parliament. Let me speak to a couple more MPs who are here and try and get the understanding of how this Ahmed Ibrahim for quite some time. Do you think is suitable for the role of local government minister?
Ahmed Ibrahim is a perfect fit for the position. He's been on the local government committee for some years now. He's been our leader in Parliament. His actions, his attitude, and everything tells us that he's a capable person. Once he has handled leadership of Parliament, serving as a minister is not a mistake. And so I believe that these are the caliber of people, especially where he's going to. Chieftaincy is now attached to it. So we need someone with that capability, someone with a level of thinking. Don't forget, he's also an elder in the Church of Pentecost. So that tells you that he's someone who should be very reasonable. I believe that that ministry is a ministry that is supposed to collaborate to bring development to the local level. And as a leader, and then looking at where he comes from, the constituency he represents as a rural constituency, I know his mindset would be to develop the rural areas. My prayer is that the district area, the MMDCs that will be taken should be people who also have that mindset of helping President Mahama to reset the country, so that we get I'm not being partisan, but you realize that the past government did not give opportunity to the MMDCs to operate. Yeah. So my prayer is that our government, with Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed, leading as the minister responsible for the local development, we will give the opportunity to the local governance system to work.
Thank you. And because you spoke about chieftains, let me talk to Honorable MP from Kwanta South, Honorable Kini. And you've also known Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. You know what it's made of. Your colleague here says it's very suitable for the role. What do you agree with him on that?
Yeah, I perfectly agree with my colleague. Honorable Ahmed is somebody we know very well. He's a distinguished person. He's that type that works with all enthusiasm. He's that type that is able to drive along the young ones. He's that type that is very strong when it comes to working, or when it comes to work. And we know the president in his own wisdom, choosing him was not for vain. Because he has seen something special in him, and we trust that he will be able to deliver and deliver well and to drive the nation forward.
I mean, this time around, chieftaincy has been added to the local government ministry. We know there are a lot of chieftaincy conflict all over the country. In your constituency, recently there have been reprisals and little attacks that have drawn attention of the nation. How are you looking forward to working with him to address some of these local government and chieftaincy issues?
Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is somebody whose doors is open to everyone, who is able to accommodate all of us, irrespective of where you are coming from, irrespective of your race, gender, or whatever. And he's been close to us all this while. And I know once he becomes the minister, we'll be able to approach him and to use him to settle some of these chieftaincy disputes in our various places.
Thank you very much. And so that is Honorable MP from Kwanta South, Honorable Kini, giving us his indication of what he expects to happen with this vetting process. Like I told you, there are real chieftaincy issues with regards to his constituency and other local government. Let me go to the other side and speak to some of the big titans of this committee, where the committee set to sit any moment from now. The Honorable Chair, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, already his seat is taken, and then I will also speak to a few. And so let me speak briefly to the Honorable Dafia Mekpo. Honorable, we are live on JoyNews. You've known Ahmed Ibrahim, and it has been said that he is engaged in a committee with the chairman. Pretty sure I'll get to him. But now you can see that it's only NDC MPs that are around this table for now. We haven't seen the chairpersons and other persons who have come in from the majority side. We understand there are some meetings that are being had, for which reason they will join the committee pretty shortly. So you see Alexander Afenyomakin, Frank Anadompre, Patrick Yabuama, members of the committee who have all their seats pretty shortly for the vetting process to start. I've seen Ahmed Ibrahim in the holding room for now. It will mean that any moment from now, this process will start. But it hasn't started because the minority leadership haven't yet taken their seat, and they are yet to come in here and then allow this vetting process to start. You can see the chiefs and people from Banda and other constituencies have already taken their seats, and any moment from now we'll be getting ready. So I want to speak to Honorable Dafia Mekpo because of a number of issues that have been raised with respect to the minority leader Alexander Afenyomakin and some of his utterances, the conduct on the committee. It has come up for quite a huge public discussion over the past few days in terms of what is going on. But because I have the Honorable Samuel Atamils, the MP for Commander Edina Eguafo Ebrim, let me speak to him pretty shortly. Honorable Atamils, you are a local government titan. You are coming from a place that a lot of people will say you will have to work very closely with the local government minister. First off, what do you make of the nomination of Ahmed Ibrahim? You've known him since you've been in Parliament. Do you think he's a capable fit?
Honorable Ahmed is a very strong individual, very hard-working. I've known him to be very diligent, and I think he's a perfect fit for this position. I know that he's going to excel. He's going to make us proud, and I have no doubt that he will do an excellent job.
The president, in his wisdom, has added chieftaincy to local government, and chieftaincy is such a big issue across the country. Do you think that was a good decision, given how big chieftaincy is? And local government ministry itself is a very big ministry with a lot of responsibilities under it.
Of course, I mean, chieftaincy, standalone, was different. But the president, in his wisdom, feels like it should be part of local government. And in fact, when it comes to local government, every district, we go into every district, the chiefs are there. So it's a very good fit to come under local government and then make sure that we take care of the chiefs. It's all about working, having your systems in place, and making sure that we take care of the chiefs. I think is a great idea because all the districts are covered by these chiefs, and so we'll do is a good idea.
Thank you. You are really the brother of Atamel Sarinji. You just made the way you turned your head. I literally felt like I was talking to Professor John Evans Atamel, and it's been good talking to you. Thank you very much. That is the Member of Parliament for KEA, Commander Edina Egwafo Abrim. And like I was saying, I felt like I was talking to Professor Mills. He did a gesture, he turned, and that really made me feel at some point that I was talking to the former President, John Evans Atamels, and they are brothers. And so you can understand that. Honorable, if you can give me just a minute so that I can talk to the Honorable Kofi Adams is here. Let me speak to you briefly. We are live on JoyNews. Honorable, I mean, you are from the OT region. So far, OT has not been on the ministerial list, but the OT regional minister nominee.
Yes.
And your name has been floated around. In fact, there was a list that was debunked as fake.
Yes.
On which your name was as the sports minister.
Yes.
What is the conversation happening around that?
Well, once it's been declared fake, it's fake. Yes. So we don't have to even discuss what has been declared as fake.
Yes, but
there's no basis.
That you're going to be the next sports minister. Where are you?
Well, that is conversation outside there, but there's the appointing authority. So we wait for the appointing authority to decide who they want to put there. Then we take it up from there.
Okay. You've known Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Yes.
You think he is a good fit for local government and chieftaincy, having added to that ministry?
He's been in that committee for a very long time. If we have one of our established voices in Parliament as far as local governance is concerned, then it's him. All along, many of us have yearned that chieftaincy and religious affairs should find a way of being attached to local governance so it can even work better. So this realignment has actually been done to fit what we have been thinking about all through. So if you are good at local governance, you will know how to manage also the chiefs and manage the religious leaders to give you yourself a complete exercise at local governance level. Don't forget that even the 30% government appointees that was reserved in the enactment of the Local Government Act, the chiefs are consulted. The religious leaders are also key components of those that must be consulted. So for me, it's just a positive realignment, and Ahmed is very well versed in that area that I believe he can handle it. Right. Of course, we'll all be there to support.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kofi Adam, his name has come up quite strongly for the sports ministry. He doesn't want to dabble in that conversation that have come up. But so far, the committee is filled up. It's filling up all the minority MPs, as well as so many other persons who joined in here to offer support to Ahmed Ibrahim. All of them have taken their seats, with the exception of the minority MPs who are yet to take their seat. Alexander Afenyomakin will lead his group into the chamber pretty shortly. And when that happens, and then we will expect that a vetting process will commence. It's Ahmed Ibrahim's big day, and he's expected to be vetted today. We have other persons that will also be vetted. There is the nominee for the youth development and other persons, all of them really all here and giving us the information in terms of what exactly they are here for, the support they are willing to offer Ahmed Ibrahim. Yesterday, there was a vetting of three top ministerial nominees of John Dramani Mahama, the Ministry for Local Roads and Highways, Education, and then there was the also very important Ministry of Food and Agric. All of those persons were vetted yesterday. If you look at the plan for today, we have Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister Designate for the Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Ministry, Agnes Namombolati, Minister Designate for Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and then Elizabeth Ofuswejare for the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Then tomorrow we'll have Ablaji Fagomashi, Emilia Arthur, and then George Opariado. And then it will continue on Thursday and Friday, and then next week, Monday, with a list of persons who have been nominated to head the various regional coordinating councils, RCCs. They will also be taken. And today, we expect that John Dramani Mahama will name the last set of his ministerial nominees, because he promised that he will appoint the full complement of his cabinet in 14 days. And he has so far yet to appoint some very important ministries: Foreign Affairs, Interior, Defense, Health, all those important ministries, Ministry for Sports and Recreation, as has been created, that has also not been filled up. And so all of that is yet to be done. And if John Dramani Mahama is to stick to the promise he made to make these appointments in 14 days, then that will be. Before I hand over back to you, Faustina, I will speak briefly to Honorable Dafemepa. I wanted to talk to him. Honorable, there's been, because you are a very senior member of this caucus, there's been a lot of talk in the public domain about how this public vetting is being conducted. And you yourself, you've been here, you've been raising issues. There are those who said that you in the majority have allowed Alexander Afenyo-Markin so much room to quote-unquote interrupt proceedings and make this about himself. That is a criticism some persons in the public have made. Of course, there are those who have also said that as the minority leader, as opposition leader in parliament, is said to hold your side to account. What do you make of all that has happened here in the vetting over the last 2 hearings?
Thank you very much. Yet he has a right to, as it were, hold the nominees' feet to the fire, but it doesn't mean he should do it in a very disruptive way. There are rules, procedures, and formulas for conducting meetings. I think the problem that the generality of the people have against what he's doing is the manner, the nature, and the character of the way he's handling it. We've seen other minority leaders. We've seen how Haruna Idrisu handled these matters. We've seen how the Honorable Atuforsen handled nominees when they appeared before this committee. I was here at certain. They asked the hard questions, but they didn't do it in the manner. So everybody's comparing these past records with what Afenyo is doing. I think that is what people must appreciate. Those who make the point that as minority leader he has the right, yes, you have a right, but there's a way to exercising that right. You do it decently, you do it in a very decorous manner. But by all means, ask the hard questions. But when you turn the appointments committee forum into a different stage, then you become unruly, you become uncontrolled. Whatever you want to say it willy-nilly. If you don't have the floor, you seize the floor. Where the chairman says you are out of order, you continue speaking. What are we supposed to do as majority members on the committee? Because if we confront him fiscally, then of course it will be chaotic, and I don't think that the people want that to happen. I think what the people want to see is some respect to be brought to bear on the proceedings. And so once he engages in that and we allow him to continue, everybody sees who is at fault. But I hope, as we speak there in a caucus meeting, they are trying to, I believe that the considerations will be reviewing their performance thus far on the committee and going forward how they should conduct themselves. I believe that they will return to the committee because we are waiting for them so that we can start. We hope that they can come and see and continue in a very decorous manner so that they can give respect to the chairman. Chairman is in control. When the chairman says you have the floor, you have the floor. When chairman says you don't have the floor, then you don't have the floor. It's that simple. I have sat here for 8 years. When Joe Oseiwusu says you don't have the floor, you don't have the floor. You can't seize the mic when the chairman says you don't have the floor. Otherwise, it will be chaotic.
Finally, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is going into local government ministry. Now, chieftaincy added. First of all, what do you make of that? Because chieftaincy is an institution on its own with a lot of conflict, a lot of things happening there. Local government as big as it is, and John Dramani Mahama adding that. Do you see the wisdom in that, in this measure?
Yes, I do, because local government, rural development used to be. Now we are adding chieftaincy and religious affairs because of the fact that a lot of the engagement with our chiefs are done in the hinterlands, in the localities. So if you have a minister whose responsibility essentially is to deal with decentralized matters, decentralization in the manner of engaging at the local levels, then of course you can't take away key stakeholders in that arena, which in this case are chiefs and queen mothers and traditional rulers. So anytime he visits, for instance, a district to engage with the DC and public servants who operate in that space, then of course necessarily he will be engaging the chiefs in those paramountcies. All right. Then again, you will necessarily be engaging religious leaders who are also operating in those localities. So I see the wisdom in marrying the chieftaincy and religious affairs of state to or being added to the mandate of the Ministry of Local Government Rural Development to be able to come under one mandate of the sector minister.
Right, thank you very much. And so that is the situation. Any moment from now, we expect that the process will start. It was built to start at 9 a.m. It's 12 minutes to 11. It hasn't started yet. You see a lot of NDC MPs having already taken their seat. A lot of them. I see a lot of friends to the committee who have also taken their seats. What we understand is that the minority MPs on the committee, together with its leadership, have had to have a caucus meeting to try and iron out a few issues before they come in, and then they'll take their seats. And then when they do, this will start. My understanding again is that at 11 a.m., this process will start, whether or not these minority MPs would have taken their seat. But that is still out there to be seen in 12 minutes when all these persons take their seat or not. So that is the situation here in the appointment committee. 3 very important designates expected to be nominated, and any moment from now we expect the chairman, Bernard Ahiafo, to gavel his committee into session, and then this process will commence. Mind you, today Parliament is also going to sit. They've been on break for more than a week for orientation of new members and a few other issues. And so today when they sit, we expect that this committee will put its report together on the 6 person they vetted so far. Either the first 3, they vetted Ato Forsen, the Attorney General designate, that is Dr. Dominic Ayine, as well as the Minister for Energy designate John Jinapo. We expect that report may get to the plenary for a vote to be taken, or the other 3 will also vote today. That is all up in the air, and we'll get to know what exactly will happen on the floor of Parliament today, while this vetting also happened on the side.
Much Kweku Asante for bringing us that update all the way from Parliament. He's been interacting with key members of the appointment committee, giving us a sense of what we should expect. He just served notice after speaking to Nelson Daffy-Amenkpo. Daffy-Amenkpo served notice that the minority was sitting to have a caucus meeting. If you recognize in that sitting, the chairman of the appointments committee is seated, Bernard Ahiafo, and other key members of the majority, but the minority is conspicuously missing there. The minority leader, Alexander Fayomake, we're told is having a caucus meeting with his member. Well, today, Ahmed Ibrahim, we're expecting him to be vetted by the committee, Minister Designate for the Ministry of Local Governance, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. We are also expecting Agnes Namumolate. She is Minister Designate for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as Elizabeth Ofusojare, Member of Parliament, as well as Minister Designate for the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So we're looking forward to how proceedings will pan out today. Yesterday, for about an hour, even before the vetting of Governor Kwame Agboja, the committee members spent time arguing. So we want to see how different today's sitting would be, especially because we know the minority are having a caucus meeting. You're still watching News Desk. We'll be back shortly with business updates. Please stay tuned in.
The presidential...
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of two. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG.
Welcome back to Business on Newsdesk. My name is Winston Taki, and now to our first business story. Government recorded another impressive 39% oversubscription of Treasury bill sale as demand for the short-term instrument grew. That's according to auction result by the Bank of Ghana. There is more in this report.
The government got 8.890 billion cedis from the total bid tendered by the investors, largely banks, but accepted 8.839 billion cedis. The target for the auction was 6.353 billion cedis. About 5.6 billion cedis came from the 91-day bill, representing 63.9% of the total bid. The government, however, accepted 5.648 billion cedis of the bid. For the 182-day bill, 1.318 billion cedis were tendered. However, 1.307 billion cedis were accepted. 1.883 billion cedis were tendered for the 364-day bill, in which all were accepted. Meanwhile, interest rate went up again, raising concerns about the government mounting interest rate. The yield on the 91-day bill shot up by 8 basis points to 28.41%. That of the 182-day bill also increased to 28.97% from the previous 28.96%. The rate on the 364-day bill also increased by 11 basis points to 30.17%.
That's all for business. My name is Winston Taki. Coming up next is Fosti standing by for the rest of the bulletin.
Thank you, Winston, for providing us that update. Now, it's a good time to take you back to Parliament. The Appointments Committee has officially started sitting. The Minority Leader, Alexander Fayomake, has taken his seat. Ahmed Ibrahim has also taken his seat. The vetting proceeding is about to commence. Let's listen in.
9 o'clock, but owing to some intervening circumstances, we had to reschedule to 10 o'clock. and eventually it's about 11 that we are starting. So on behalf of the committee, I sincerely apologize to our revered guests. So accept my apology on behalf of the committee. Honourable members, the purpose of today's meeting is to vet our nominees, and we are starting with the minister designate for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. Deputy Whip of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, in the person of Ahmed Ibrahim, Member of Parliament for Banda. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll give the floor to the ranking member, if you have any comment.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable colleague, you're welcome. And as the chair said, there were some few matters that we needed to address. So we apologize to you and your guests for the late start. Be assured that we would be very constructive in this morning's engagement without any prejudice. That's all I want to tell you. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, I'll give the opportunity to the nominee to tell us briefly. Clerk, administer the nominee to the oath, and then thereafter he will tell us something brief about himself, and then we can proceed with the questions.
I hereby administer the oath.
I, Ahmed Ibrahim,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Candidate, tell us about yourself in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, Nananom, the leadership of the various faiths.
Honorable nominee, you are not addressing Nananom. You are addressing this committee. Chair, and that is enough.
Thank you, distinguished leader, for bringing my attention to where I head. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, I am Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. I was born in Sunyani on 6 May 1974. Had my basic education in Bana. I hail from Bana in Kro. I attended my secondary education in Sunyani Business Secondary School, A-level in Sunyani Secondary School, University of Ghana for Bachelor of Arts, Political Science with Philosophy, then Institute for Public Administration and Management, GIMPA, for Masters in Business Administration, Finance Option. Then certificate course in Institute of Public-Private Partnership at Washington, Virginia, on regulatory impact assessment and cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, 7th January, I happened to be given the privilege to represent the good people of Tyne as the MP for Tyne. Then after 4 years, that constituency was divided. Then I shifted to Bana. And since then, I have been, this is my 5th term as a member of parliament. I was elevated to serve in the leadership of the Parliament of Ghana in 2013. And Mr. Speaker, since 2013, I have been privileged to be the longest serving deputy whip in the Parliament of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, these are few things that can be said about me, and because you've given me two minutes, may I bring it here if you permit.
Thank you very much. Mesro.
Honorable nominee. Just a
Honorable members, we will proceed to vet the nominee, and I will give the floor to the ranking member.
Honorable nominee, first let me on this your nomination.
Thank you.
We have page 1 of 6, your CV. So you've written the languages spoken, English, Twi, and Nafara. Can you tell me a bit about the Nafara language?
Mr. Speaker, I am Bana by tribe. I come from Bana Nkro. There are 2 dialects spoken by the people, Bana people. The Bana itself represents the name of the towns, but the indigenous people living there are the Libis and the Nafaras. And I'm Nafar, and that's the dialect I speak.
So, honorable ranking member, if you understand the language, speak with him.
Where do you live?
Mr. Speaker, I live at Sakumono in Accra.
At Sakumono, is it a rented property or your own property?
Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, it's my own property.
Do you have a title to the land?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
Your lizo, or don't let me talk law, the one who sold your land to you, was he a chief, or it was a state land, or some real estate company that had acquired it and decided to sell to you?
Mr. Speaker, I live in a property that was sold to me by TDC, Tema Development Corporation.
So that is state land. You know, TDC is the custodian of state land.
Mr. Speaker,
let me finish. Tema Development Company.
Mr. Speaker, since TDC is headed by a political head, I agree with you.
And TDC has a standard rate that it applies.
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman.
So there's nothing wrong you owning a property sold to you by state authority. There's nothing wrong.
Mr. Speaker, not all sales are the same.
Please explain. What do you mean by not all sales are the same?
Mr. Speaker, not all sales are the same.
You mean the chairman? You are referring to Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, not all sales are the same.
Yes, and I want you to explain. If you say not all sales are the same, what exactly do you mean?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, not all sales are the same because, like I rightly told you, if you go to where I live, we have two different types of state lands. We have the Ramsar site and we have the Tema Development Corporation site. There are illegal sales and there are legal sales. That's why I say not all sales are the same.
I'm only confining myself to the legal sales.
Speaker, it is not, legal sales are not wrong.
Very well.
Since they are legal.
So what I want to put across is this. For instance, if you go to Cantonment, if you go to Labone, if you go to Roman Ridge, if you enter the Ridge Enclave proper, you see high-rise buildings, properties that are owned by non-Ghanaians, some owned by Ghanaians. Do you think that Ghanaians owning such properties, especially if they are politicians, your own view, would it be wrong for a Ghanaian who is a politician to acquire a property in such an enclave the same way a Lebanese, an Indian, a Syrian, a Turkish acquires the same property from the states?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that's why I said from the onset that not all sales are the same. Assuming you have in every business, there are certain things we call trade secrets. And that is why if you are an insider and you turn around to come and buy from that same deal, I don't think you may be doing a great service to the company where you work. It is in that background that it may be perceived as being wrong. But if, like for instance, just as we are here, excuse me for my word, you may be in opposition. You are not in government. You have no idea about what is happening in government. Therefore, before you have access to procure some of those things, it may be through certain rigorous opportunities. So if that happens, like the other so-called foreigners or strangers that you mentioned, I may have no wrong with that, because there are also Ghanaians who have access or buy access or property in other countries. So that's my view about it.
Okay, Chairman, these are just my intro. I'll leave it here. We'll come back when you are done with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my leader.
We shall proceed, starting with Honorable Andrews Chiwite.
Okay, I'll see you.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable,
Chairman.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my leader, Mensuro.
Anyhow.
Yes, we all believe in these statements because my belief is that Honorable Ahmed believes that if you have God, you don't have to fear. If you have God, anyhow. No wonder he is an elder in the Church of Pentecost. Honorable Leader, we all appreciate you, and we believe that where you are going to make a very great mark. President Mama believes in you. We all believe in you. We have no doubt at all. But Honorable Chair, before I go ahead, I just want you to give me this opportunity to explain this. I serve on the Western Housing Committee as a Vice Chair, and TDC, Tema Development Company, they build houses and sell to the general public. You don't need to have connection before you own a house or before you buy a house from TDC. So yes, so I just want the general public to know this. They sell land, they sell houses. You can walk in, bargain with them, and buy a house once you have money to do that.
Honorable Chiwete. I am a lawyer, 23 years at the bar. I had a lot of dealings with Tema Development Corporation, now Tema Development Company. They are into the business of real estate. They build houses and then offer the houses for sale to the general public. They will acquire land, parcel the land, and grant the same land to individuals who are interested to purchase the land and develop. The whole country is aware about the business of TDC. So proceed to ask your question.
Very grateful. Honorable Leader, my question is, do you think the Common Fund Administrator should report to the local government minister? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Well, I have no further questions apart from to wish you well. We'll continue to knock at your doors, especially considering where I come from. Solatona Kalba is a rural district, just like your place. And so I will continue to come there until you help me develop Solatona Kalba. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Atamius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, congratulations. And I know you are going to do an awesome job for us at the local government ministry.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask you a question here. How would you improve the economy around these MMDCAs?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if you read the Constitution, development of the local economy is one of the core mandates of the MMDAs. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, once given the nod, together with my colleagues and all former ministers of local governance, depending on which party they may belong to, we are going to team up together to make sure that we are able to bring strategies and policies to support the vision of His Excellency the President to improve upon the local economy in every district using comparative natural advantages of the various ministries, because they may not be the same.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Martin Ajay Mensah Kosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate my brother and friend, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. I'm happy for him. He's not too new to this sector, and I believe in his capabilities. I wish him well, and I have no doubt that he would excel. I congratulate you, my brother.
Thank you, my very good brother.
So let me begin with one major concern within local governance practitioners. It has been the challenge of lack of adequate human resource. And I recall lots of discussions came up. I had the opportunity of leading a process to introduce a bill in Parliament to establish the University of Local Governance and Development. Fair to have it that with the expiration of the life of the last Parliament, the 8th Parliament, the bill could not go through. I'm sure you are aware of this. Would you give us any assurances to this committee and for that matter local governance practitioners that you would, given the nod, consider this all important issue of critical concern to our local governance process?
Mr. Chairman, in fact, the Institute of Local Government Studies being converted into a university, as was envisaged by my predecessor and the past government, was something we all were collaborating to make sure that we do. Unfortunately, time was not on our side, so the bill could not go through. If given the nod, Mr. Chairman, thank God, all the former ministers, like I said, we are all going to team up to work together. And looking at the number of SHS graduates who are knocking on the doors of the few universities that we have in the country, we need more universities. And therefore, it is one of the areas we are going to pursue. So, my brother, you are rest assured, your labor will not be in vain.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, my second question is again on another critical issue within the sector, and it has to do with adequate resources in running the MMDAs and agencies of the ministry or within the sector. Aside the traditional statutory releases that government sends to the MMDAs, would you have any plans of initiating other means of enhancing revenue generation for development within the MMDAs? And then give me one or two examples of what initiatives you would want to put across.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the good question that has just been asked. There are many challenges in the ministry, just as my brother has identified. And therefore, anything that will be done to improve upon the resource base of all the MMDAs is something that we are going to work towards. But, Mr. Chairman, just as I said, we will work together to improve the local economic development of the MMDAs. And I said, based on their economic comparative resource endured advantages. But, Mr. Chairman, from the day since 2009, ever since I entered this chamber, Minister of Local Government upon Minister of Local Government have all been complaining about one critical thing, and that is property rate. We happen to visit about 154 districts, of which myself and the committee members embark upon. One critical area that we can do, the low-hanging fruit, to make sure that we improve upon the funding of the MMDAs is property rate. So if my brother is asking of just one or two examples, the first example should be property rate. And Mr. Chairman, we were in this house when the budget was passed and property rate was centralized, taking that core function from the MMDAs. The central government could not do it, and therefore it was later suspended and given back to the MMDAs. So when given the nod, it's an area we are all going to collectively come together. My brother, thank God you are still in Parliament. And one of us is being posted to the Minister of Finance, if approved. The current majority leader who is going also understands revenue generation very well. And the potential of property rate, what it can give to the MMDAs. Mr. Chairman, this is one area that we are all going to work towards. And if all former ministers come on board, practitioners come on board, MPs come on board, together with chiefs, now that the various chiefs and traditional authorities are going to be members of the district, I don't think DCs, MPs, traditional authorities, and opinion leaders in their various districts will sit there and say central government should come to their place and come and collect property rate, and after that give something to them. So it is the quickest and the fastest way of generating revenue at the district level. So we will not centralize it, we will decentralize it, and it will help to enhance their capacity. So that is the first example, my brother, I can give.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee.
Any further questions?
I think I have one more.
Very well, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my last question has to do with DRIP. The past government, taking cognizance of the fact that we need to maintain our roads, took this initiative. There are various schools of thought. Some believe that the supervision and management of the DRIP program should be placed under the Ministry of Roads and Highways, even though local government owns it. This is grounded on the fear that there could be misuse and the initiative will crumble. I disagree. I think that local government who initiated it should own it. I don't know what the nominee makes of this, but in practical terms, it gives some indication of how he intends to protect and sustain this initiative so that we can achieve the laudable goals that we envisage for the introduction of the DRIP program.
Your response to the question.
Mr. Chairman, the DRIP project or program, District Road Improvement Program, was a laudable one, and it was jointly conceived through the Committee on Local Government, the Parliament leadership, together with the Ministry and Administrator for District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, my brother is saying it was owned by the local government ministry. But local government ministry was not part of the procurement. And therefore, there were challenges at birth. And he's asking, how am I going to pursue it? Mr. Chairman, every district chief executive watching me, workers in the Ministry of Local Government watching me, will testify that they have no records of any agreement of the DRIP project. And they have no program, inventory of all the DRIP machines. This is a challenge because it was highly procured at the big house, that the office of the president. So that brought a problem. And therefore, one, there is no management contract. Two, there are no means of spare parts. Three, there are no committees established to take care of them. So if you go, it is fraught with a lot of challenges. And therefore, if given the nod, together with my brother who used to be in the ministry, and together with my team who will be the technocrat at the ministry, we will all work together to make sure that the DRIP program is materialized. Because the machines were procured to improve upon district roads that are not hard. And much money was used. We was common funds in arrest. So you can't use that amount of money on such a program and allow it to go waste. Whether we like it or not, the machines have been procured. And we must put them into good use. Therefore, there must be proper structures, proper agreement, proper monitoring, proper systems to make sure that we have a very good advantage or utility of the machines that were procured. With this, Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm now going there. My brother is here. So we are going to team up. Even on this table, I can count about 2 or 3 local government former ministers. So we have the men on both sides. If we can put everything together and solve Ghana's problems, the problems will be solved.
All right. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor. Very well, if you want to thank the nominee following your questions, you have to do that immediately.
Let me thank him for the assurances given. I wish him well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable member,
thank you, my good brother.
Giving the floor to Alhaji Al-Hassan Omar. Let me inform the House that there is an urgent issue which I will have to personally address. So I'll take a short leave of you. In my absence, the Vice Chairman will chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Alhaji Omar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. My good friend and brother Ahmed, Honorable Ahmed, congratulations. I look forward to working with you and bringing the issues of Zabzugu to your office anytime from today. I have one question. I believe my question may fit to a lot of rural constituencies and districts. And it's simple. Would you consider to decentralize waste management contracts at the MMDA's level? Because we see a lot of contracts, whether they like or not, it comes from the top down. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question being asked, I'm not privy to any of the waste management contracts. But what I can see is that there were ministerial disalignment, because all over the world, waste management is a municipal function and should be a core duty and responsibility of the MMDAs. Waste practitioners or workers are available in every district and municipality. And therefore, the presence of the sanitation ministry will be properly placed in the Ministry of Local Government, because they have their presence in every district. And once that is done, the problem may not be about contract, it may be about supervision and monitoring. So if the sanitation department of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development will be strengthened to make sure that they are able to do proper and effective monitoring of sanitation issues, the problem can be solved. Because it is more of monitoring than just contract.
Thank you. I wish you well.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much. We now have Honorable Muhammad Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, I'm most grateful. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, my good brother.
Your designation, honorable nominee, Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I think mention was made of sanitation too. Is that part of it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the sanitation as part of it is 3 in 1.
Very well. Trust that I will ask no question about your competence.
Thank you, my brother.
You have demonstrated over the years at the Ministry of Local Government. However, what I don't know is the Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs and the sanitation bit. Already we know that one of the biggest ministries is the local government. If we add chieftaincy, religious affairs, and sanitation, it makes it even bigger. Tell us your take about that.
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that with your help, I will be able to do it. Simply because 3 ministries are going to be combined to make 1 ministry. It now becomes structural realignment, where coordinators will be positioned at the other ministries that are being brought together with the local government ministry. The sanitation model department will have a coordinator. The chieftaincy department will have a coordinator. And the local government itself will have a coordinator. And there will be a chief director who will be coordinating all these things. So man work or man duty will be to deepen effective supervision and ethical governance. With this, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I believe we will be capable of doing it.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks for the answer technically. Honorable nominee, there's this vexed issue of a turf war, supposedly, between MMDCs and members of parliament. I'm sure you would have had some experiences. Some parties or political parties even went to the extent of asking MMDCs who have intention of contesting for parliamentary elections to step aside. That tells you that even parties recognize that there's a step forward. Tell us what your take is on this and how you will deal with that as a minister for local government when giving the nod.
Mr. Chairman, the role of DCs, MMDCs, is different from the role of MPs. And having been a member of parliament for 17th year, in my first year, I was given a story, and that is what I can tell my brother here. The current chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Asedun Ketia, once told me, Ahmed, when you become a member of parliament, don't be looking at what the DCs are getting. You chose to be a member of parliament. They chose to be DCs. Concentrate on your member of parliament, and you will go far. But if you are doing your member of parliament duty and you are still looking at what the DC are getting, they are called chiefs. They are treated as kings, and we are treated as servants. If the servants want to look at what the chiefs are getting, there will be that confusion. In the same way, when the DCE is also looking at what the servant is also getting, he will be thinking of destabilizing that servant. And this has been the source of conflict among DCEs and MPs. But if everybody will look at their jurisdiction, that conflict will be done away with. However, as a minister responsible for local governance, when given the nod, having been a whip in parliament for 12 years, Mr. Chairman, I will not, and I will repeat it, I will not allow any DCE to disrespect any member of parliament. Yeah. In the same way, approved. I will also make sure there's a common platform for DCs and members of parliament to be able to have frequent meetings for us to understand our various job descriptions. But I've been a whip. There were instances where MPs were caged in Accra for over 9 months. They couldn't go to their constituencies in the name of doing parliamentary business. So if that understanding is not given to DCs, while the MP is here doing national assignment, the DC will be rapidly or radically destabilizing the member of parliament. When that one happens, it is not the MP you are fighting. You are fighting the very seat you are sitting on as DCs. When these things are made clear to the DCs and the MPs, I think there will be peace. Finally, Mr. Chairman, DCs who sabotage their MPs in the last elections couldn't win. As a whip, there were many complaints where DCs were sitting on the common fund of their MPs. Yet still the MPs won. So it is not how you mishandle your MP's common fund that will make the MP lose. DCE, use the money given to you to work. MP, use the one given to you to work. When everybody is to work on our various roles and responsibilities, there will be peace. But once again, I, as a former deputy whip for 12 years, will not allow any DCE to disrespect any MP. That is my word, and you can take it from me.
Thank you, Honorable Ahmed. Honorable Shaibu, you have more questions. You have a last question.
You can go. You can go.
Honorable nominee, I can see that members of parliament seated here and those listening to you have an impression that there's going to be some fireworks, and a positive one, of course, in their favor. Thank you. My last question has to do with DRIP. Your predecessor is here. He mentioned DRIP. And can you tell us who procured those equipment? In whose name are they procured? Are they assigned directly to assemblies? What's the actual mandate?
It's a chairman. Those times, the initiative, and if I'm to go deep into the DRIP, we may even sleep here. Because this is where Parliament held the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to account for some 3.5 billion Ghana cedis arrests from 2018, 2019, 2020, and up to 2022. So it was that money, arrest, that was supposed to be given to the administrator to procure the machines. But Mr. Chairman, you and I will agree with me that when the machines were about to be procured, the Ministry for Local Government was not involved. They were procured at the office of the President. And as I speak to you, not all the money has been paid. The contract, when given the nod, everything will be made clear, and the House will be well informed about the position of the DRIP. It was a good concept, politicized and destroyed at birth, but we can rejuvenate it.
I wish you well, Honorable nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Shaibu. It is now the turn of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua, the MP for Otafu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me first and foremost congratulate the nominee for
thank you, my good friend,
for his appointment. I know he is going to deliver because being a leader of this house, he has shown the mettle and the intellectual capacity on the floor of the house. So I have no doubt in my mind that the Honorable Ahmed is going to be a very good local government minister. Having said that, I would want to pick your thoughts on two constitutional provisions. Before I got in, I was listening to you, and I think a question was asked to you specifically that is the DACF administrator going to be answerable to you? And your answer was in the affirmative. In view of that, if you could turn your constitution to Article 70, if you have your constitution, you could turn it to Article 70 of the 1992 Constitution, 70C, which reads, that is, appointments by the President. The President shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint. The C is the District Assembly's Common Fund Administrator. If you also turn the same Constitution to Article 2524, which also reads that there shall be a fund to be known as the District Assembly's Common Fund, therefore says that there shall be appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. So one constitution giving two different ways as to how a district assembly's common fund will have to be appointed. Administrator will have to be appointed. One, it says that with consultation with the Council of State. The latter says that with the approval of Parliament. So since you are saying that the District Assembly's Common Fund Administrator is going to be answerable to you in the event that you are called upon by His Excellency the President to give an opinion as to how this appointment will have to be done, what is going to be your take on this?
The nominee can answer, but I think from what you've read from the Constitution, I don't see any inconsistency. The President must appoint in consultation with the Council of State. I'm coming. I will, but I'm the chair. I'm the chair. 10 of your mic, please. Yes, I know, but the chairman has views, and I have to express them. And so I believe that consulting the Council of State and getting Parliament to approve is not inconsistent. But nominee, I think you can answer that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Chairman, yes.
My church member,
Chairman.
You must catch the eye of the chair.
I know.
You have not caught my eye.
Chairman.
Honorable Ahmed, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the question that was asked was, do I think that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the minister responsible for local government? And I answered in the affirmative. But the question was not in reference to the position of law. If it comes to the position of the law, the Chairman, this is the Local Governance Act 2016. It was Parliament previously, the Local Governance Act 455, made the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to report to the minister responsible for local government. In 2016, Parliament changed the law and made it that Section 129, that the minister, the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, should report to Parliament and the office of the President. And that is what brought a turf war between the two. And since then, Mr. Chairman, there have been practical implementation challenges. And if a law was passed in 2016 and you've encountered practical implementation challenges, I think the law must be revisited, the defect must be corrected. And it was in that background that when the issue came, I stood with the law. And I told the minister responsible for local governance at that time, you brought the law and amended it. If you now think that the law is giving practical or implementation challenges, let's go back to Parliament and amend the law. So the answer I gave was in connection of how the cure can be given. Because one, during the law was passed in 2016. Honorable Hajia Alima had challenges. Honorable Damboche had challenges. My very good brother who was asking me these questions also had challenges. And, Mr. Chairman, the whole issue is how to resource local MMDAs. And it is the minister responsible for local government who has that supervisory rules. So you can't give me job that I should go and fix the thing, and you've taken the pliers and the spanners from me. How am I going to fix it? That is why the former ministers for local governance after the law had those challenges. And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to sound too political, but truly, let's look at the performance of the MMDAs, how DCs are not feeling comfortable to sit in their various offices because they always complain that greater portion of the DACF is deducted at source. So if the minister is giving control, the minister will get with members of parliament and will make sure that we do proper supervision, because through the committee responsible for local governance, you go and visit and we'll be able to do proper allocation and the right thing will be fixed. So you are right. The question was not what do I think about the position of the law. It said, what is man's opinion? Man's opinion is that, yes, the administrator must respond to the minister responsible for local government to give the ministry the opportunity to be able to do government policies.
Honorable Ahmed, in your answer, you brought out something very important. Okay. You brought out the issue of DACF deductions as source. That is a great worry to the district assemblies. And so I think that as Chief Whip, you have first-hand information of these challenges. So I want you to take the opportunity to tell us what you will do to address it.
Mr. Chairman, the first position is to work together with Parliament, because the approval for the formula for the disbursement of common fund is done by Parliament through a committee of the whole. And thankfully, the person going to be responsible for finance is a former leader of this house who used to champion the releases together with me and your good self. So this is something that man leaders, including you, used to do, and we are going to deepen it.
Honorable Sefua, do you have any follow-up?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, I didn't get the answer that I wanted to get from my honorable friend, the nominee. Honorable Ahmed, you cannot use an act of parliament, as it were, to meddle a constitutional provision. My question was, there are two constitutional provisions. Two constitutional provisions. Those constitutional provisions is determining how one appointment will have to be done. Article 17.
Honorable Asofua, you asked the question. The honorable member has given an answer. That is his honest opinion, he said. So that's why I asked you, do you have a follow-up?
So, no,
if you don't have a follow-up, then
I wanted to pick his opinion about if there is an opportunity for him that has been given to him by His Excellency the President as to how such an appointment will have to be done. My question to him is he going to advise the President to take the route of Article 70 or take the route of Article 252? Or he is going to also prefer to the President that, okay, now that there's a constitutional review committee, you think that even after the appointment, this is the position that I want to take. So, I mean, I just want to take his opinion in the event that he is asked as to how this appointment will have to be done, taking into consideration the two constitutional provisions as far as Article 70 and 252 is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my answer was that my opinion was sought, and I gave my opinion. The question my very good brother is asking is the position of the law. But like he has rightly answered, I answered by saying that together with Parliament, we are going to amend the necessary laws. And then amending the necessary laws, it is not the minister alone who is going to do it. Truly, there's a constitutional review committee, like you have rightly said, and which is going to deal with the constitution. But I just wanted it to be made clear that there have been implementation challenges, and those implementation challenges must be addressed. Addressing them will be amendment to the various laws regulating the appointment and the functions of the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund. So I take it on board.
Right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Safwa. It's not the turn of Honorable.
I have other questions. I'm supposed to have three questions.
Well, I asked you, and when you were starting, I'll give you a chance.
My second question to the nominee is, with respect to election of MMDCs, I just want to pick your thought on that. All over the world, there seemed to be a certain approval or some amount of unanimity as to election of MMDs. In Ghana, we don't have it that way. Mr. Chairman, can you protect me? Yes. I'm receiving bows from all over the table.
Please let the honorable member ask his question.
And so, one, do you agree to the fact that we should allow MMDCs to be elected? And secondly, does it have to be done on partisan basis? These are the questions I want to ask.
Mr. Chairman, one, in the first question, I do agree that MMDCs must be elected. The second question is, I disagree that it must be done on partisan basis. And that is the bone of contention between the two sides. We said MMDCs must be elected on non-partisan basis. And you said they must be elected on partisan basis. We sold these two views to Ghanaians. We had 184, you had 88. It means Ghanaians totally agree with election of MMDCs on non-partisan basis. And I believe that if there's any time that this should be done, it should be now.
Thank you, Honorable Safa. It's now the turn of Honorable Rita Odelusewa, MP for La Dadikopon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate my leader on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable Leader, we are aware that MMDAs are supposed to generate revenue to be able to boost the local economy. And as a former MCE, one thing that happens mostly is that there are a lot of leakages in revenue mobilization. And I want to find out from you, how do you intend to work with the MMDAs to ensure that there will be blockage of leakages of revenue mobilization? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in the first place, we are all moving towards digitization of or automation of revenue generation channels. And therefore, the first solution will be to digitize all revenue generation or revenue collection points at the MMDAs. Two, Mr. Chairman, we must deliver open and accountable governance where chiefs, opinion leaders, and people residing in a particular jurisdiction of a district assembly will be aware of, one, revenues generated from their electoral areas, two, revenue generated from their district assemblies, three, how those revenues have been applied to the various contracts that have been awarded. If we practice a bit of accountability, Mr. Chairman, I think it will go a long way to improve upon the revenue generation of the MMDAs. It should not be a one-man job. It must be a participatory service in nature.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Leader, I want to find out from you if you will consider recruiting more revenue collectors to support in revenue mobilization. I speak as a typical example, citing my municipality, the Adikotopon. It's a big place, and I believe the revenue collectors there are not enough to be able to go around to collect the revenue to be used by the assembly.
Mr. Chairman, having been a long-standing member of the local government committee, there was a particular exercise where we embarked upon a field work to go to the various MMDAs and identify how much IGF, internally generated fund, they've been collecting annually. Mr. Chairman, it will surprise you. The amount spent on the revenue staff is more than the amount that is used to pay them. Most of the assemblies. And this was one of our fundings. And therefore, a lot of recommendations were given. And I think the report was taken on the floor of Parliament. And the records are there. So the issue goes beyond just recruitment. Secondly, in that report, we suggested that we employ a number of national service personnel as seated in Accra, some as receptionists, and their services are being needed in most of the MMDAs to collect revenue. So, Mr. Chairman, beyond waiting to get financial clearance from the Minister of Finance to employ revenue collectors, we may have to visit the side of going to the National Service Secretariat, asking for national service personnel and giving them to the various MMDAs, charging them with the responsibility that those who will be so hardworking to be able to collect more revenue to the Assembly during their national service time may be recommended for recruitment into this area of revenue collection. If those measures are taken, Mr. Chairman, I think it will help to improve upon the revenue collection of the various assemblies. Because once you employ the person and tell him that you are a full-time revenue collector, the person goes and become, excuse me to say, I don't want to use the word lazy, refuse to work as hard as the commission collectors. And this is the more reason why we must engage national service persons, charge them with responsibility, motivate them with the opportunity to be retained. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I believe will help solve the problem.
Still have the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, my last one is, I believe in your capabilities, and I know you are going to work well as the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And I trust that you are going to work with our chiefs and religious bodies to ensure that we continue to enjoy the peace that we are enjoying. And I believe that with the Chieftaincy institution, you are going to keep an eye there, and whoever will represent you on that front will give you proper reports so that wherever there are issues, we'll be able to resolve them. On this note, I want to congratulate you again, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, my good sister, Honorable Rita Odolesoa.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaoboama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations to my good friend and brother, and Eddie Obiensru.
Anyhow, thank you, my good brother.
Thank you. Ahmed, I can see a lot of prominent chiefs behind you, and your portfolio includes that of the Chieftaincy, our revered Chieftaincy institution, which is captured under Chapter 20 of our Constitution, 22. We have witnessed a lot of chieftaincy disputes in this country. Some resolved, some unresolved. Even if you look at the Chieftaincy Act of 1970, provisions were made for the traditional houses to settle disputes. Same repeated under the 2008 Act. The same definition for who a chief is retained, Asante and other paramount chiefs. Their designations and categorizations are there. if you go to the traditional judicial councils, I don't know if you have your Chieftaincy Act with you. Don't worry, I'll assist you. But from section 22 to 30 deals with the jurisdictions of the various houses of chiefs and judicial committees and their roles. The chiefs they don't earn any income. Even their lands, there are issues with other neighbors. Investors do have issues with them. They go and do all sorts of things there. The capacity of the judicial councils to even deal with matters affecting the institution down there, to the extent that they can't even afford the services of lawyers to handle matters for them. Because for them to be able to hire the services of lawyers to deal with issues relating to their paramountcies or schemes requires the services of very good lawyers to handle same. Some ought to be on retainer. How are you going to use your office to resource the various judicial councils to be able to recruit the right lawyers to deal with some of the matters affecting chieftaincy in this country? Because their positions are recognized by the Constitution and also the Chieftaincy Act. Thank you.
Thank you, my very good brother. This is a very sensitive This is a very sensitive area, but as you have asked, it was one of the concerns of the chiefs. In the first place, our distinguished and revered chiefs earn their place by birth. And therefore, as one of our recommendations or suggestions, thank God the chieftaincy ministry is now being merged, it's now taking its rightful position with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. What we are going to do is to consider liaise with whoever becomes the Attorney General and look at how best the Attorney General, together with our revered chiefs, can work together to improve upon the conditions of the lawyers of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. With that, if the conditions appointment is being done by the Attorney General, the lawyers who are working at the Chieftaincy Judicial Committee and these things will have some side of relief, because they will be entitled to the conditions of service of the lawyers in the Ministry of Attorney General, the Attorney General Ministry. In that way, Mr. Chairman, I believe it will help to retain good and qualified lawyers to support our chiefs. Two, now that we are going to be privileged to establish our own university for local governance studies, one of the courses that are being suggested is that since our revered chiefs earn their positions by birth, it is the responsibility of the state, looking at the sensitive roles that they play, that we give them capacity building training by establishing a course in the University for Local Governance called Royal Academy of Chiefs, where the state will help or facilitate in training and organizing seminars and courses or capacity building courses for our chiefs by giving them the customary, taking them through the customary laws and those things. If that is done, Mr. Chairman, I believe it will go a long way to solve the problem that we have.
The Royal Academy of Chiefs, will it be a department or an academy?
Mr. Chairman, we have University of Local Governance Studies. DCE's capacity will be built. Chief's capacity will be built. Mr. Chairman, if you can't, I'm not a lawyer, but when it comes to law, our lawyers will tell you that when it comes to customary issues, they need to be given special touch. And these are the areas we are going to bring together to form a course that we call Royal Academy for Chiefs.
Very well. Honorable Obama, you have your next question if you have it. Okay, Honorable Obama, hold it up.
Chairman, I didn't want to do this, but let me. Honorable nominee, welcome.
Thank you, my good friend.
And congratulations. In other words, it will be a faculty for chieftaincy studies. In other words.
Mr. Speaker, that is why the lawyers are there. Because you'll be brought together for us to bring the various subjects and courses together. But for now, we just want you to know that we have
you have intentions to run a formal program for our chiefs and queen mothers.
Exactly.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
And thank you for adding the queen mothers.
So, Honorable Obama, please go ahead.
Smart Ahmed. Ahmed, let me turn your attention to your party's manifesto on, I think it's paragraph 6.31. Your intentions to upgrade. You have not been nominated. You can't sit there and ask questions. Rocks in the Fiamepo. Page 181 of 200. You are proposing to set up, to come out with a formula to implement the plastic waste recycling fund under the Customs Excise Amendment Act. Do you know how much goes into the fund annually? And whether you have an idea of the proposed formula and its distribution? Because I'm sure you are thinking in the light of the DACF formula or the Gov't fund or the NHI formula with regards to this. But first and foremost, you need to know how much, because this is what you call the baller tax that you spoke against. And now in the manifesto, you are thinking of coming out with a formula under your waste management program, solid waste management program. I don't begrudge you, but I want to have an idea. Thank you.
The Chairman, that will fall under the jurisdiction of the Minister for Finance. Now that all the taxes are being considered and being realigned, so if you can give me the benefit of the doubt, let's wait for the Minister for Finance to bring the budget latest by next month or next 2 months. Then we'll see the way forward. Once this, for now, it is a policy. Once the calculations and the things have not yet been done, when the Minister for Finance bring it, you and I are here, and we are going to work together to know what to go into it. But for the record, you know, I thought you were going to credit me. We were all part of a three committee made up of 75 MPs who went on nationwide tour to come to propose that there must be a sanitation tax, which is called baller tax. And Mr. Chairman, you know I was the convener of those 3-member committee. So I thought you were going to credit me. From where we sit, some may speak against it, but it was our brainchild.
Chairman, I don't have any further questions for my friend. I'm needed in the chamber, and I have to beg leave of you. Congratulations. I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But Honorable Boama, you know you'll be highly, and your services will be highly needed in my new ministry.
For a fee.
Thank you, Honorable. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Dafiamapo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for my whip, and is to enhance his work. No malice intended at all. Yet, so let's make progress. The key issue for members of parliament and also the assemblies, especially, because having had the opportunity to serve on the Public Accounts Committee for 8 years, I've come accustomed to the peculiar problems of the assembly in carrying out their mandate. It's in respect of the late releases of their share of the common fund. And as the sector minister, if this persists, we are going to be bedeviled with this. What innovative means would you deploy to ensure that there are regular releases of these funds to the various assemblies to carry out their mandate from not the Ministry of Finance, but from the administrator?
Mr. Chairman, you and I know that any government that plays with the timely release of this Assembly Common Fund to the MMDs pays the consequences. In 2014, the NDC couldn't pay the third quarter. I was a deputy whip. We spoke about it. We lost the 2016 elections. After that, it was paid. In 2024, the current government also delayed in paying the third and fourth quarter. He also paid the price. And after losing, he has paid. Whether you win or lose, you pay it. So a government that is in power and you want to win your elections, you must pay for your DCEs to work. If they work, the electorate will be happy and they will vote for you. So I'm not going to keep my mouth shut because I'm the minister responsible for local governance. I will continue to work as I used to work when I was a whip and when I was a member of the local governance committee, and make sure there is timely releases of those funds. Thankfully, the person I used to do the work together with, and that was the minister responsible, is now going to occupy the high office of the minister responsible for finance, who is very organized and focused, and who understands he is a 5-time member of parliament. I'm a 5-time member of parliament. We all understand the repercussions of not paying. So if we want the electorates to be happy and retain the government, we'll do whatever possible to make sure the monies are released. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, you asked in connection with the person who sits at the office of the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund. That is going to be a crucial consideration that we must all take due cognizance of. If you consider the role that such a sensitive office plays, the person who occupies it must be a person that will be vetted by this very committee. And it is for that reason that article, the Constitution is clear that this committee must not only vet the minister responsible for local governance, but you must also vet the person who is going to be the administrator for District Assembly Common Fund. So whoever is going to sit there will come before you for vetting. And I believe this question, when he comes, it must also be made clear to him or her.
Beautiful. Now, one problem that the Public Accounts Committee also got confronted with as a result of the Auditor General having to flag it year in, year out, is the issue of the deterioration of assembly offices. A lot of our district assemblies, the structures are in a state of disuse, and it's a problem. They are unable to raise the necessary funds to undertake early renovation. And so as the years roll by, the structures falls into desuetude, as lawyers will say. Your ministry So these are the existing problems. Desuetude, that's a law term. Disuse. So these are the existing problems for our ministry. How are you going to tackle this with alacrity so that the assemblies, they operate from very good environment, so to speak?
Mr. Chairman, as a matter of fact, there is going to be a radical shift of mindset at the various MMDAs, no matter the cost. I can build a whole district. You cannot be given one building, and you say that within that district jurisdiction, they cannot maintain that one house. I totally disagree. So what we can do when giving the nod is that if you are a district chief executive and you are unable to maintain, repair your own office, then you have no business sitting there. That is a fact. 2, DCEs are not protocol officers. They are local economic development agents. You cannot be sitting there waiting for Accra to bring you money. That will also be tackled. That is why I said we are going to form a common platform where all the former ministers for local governance, former chief directors responsible for local, they are all going to be consulted. When it comes to local governance, we have the Honorable Joseph Yelichre, the Honorable Ofusuampofo, the Honorable Oponfoso, the Honorable Matiaje Mensah-Kosa, the Honorable Damboche, Haji Alima. We have a number of former ministers for local governance. They all wanted to do something small, they couldn't complete it. In the same way, we have former chief directors. They all wanted to do something, they couldn't complete it. We will practice what we call administrative continuity. We'll bring all those people together in an informal way so that the nation will benefit from the opportunity that they were given when they were in office. There are little things that we can do, and I believe there will be a change, and there will be a very fruitful democratic dividends, so that DCs will not just become protocol officers. They attend funerals, attend programs, attend workshops, and come and see they're waiting for Accra to bring them money. We'll move beyond that. Thank you.
Brilliant. Now, there are some peculiar problems with some assemblies, and I'll cite my district to make the point. The problem is in demarcating the administrative jurisdictions for some of these assemblies. Some traditional areas are bifurcated into 2. So for instance, if you take the Southern districts, Kweve is my district capital. If you get to Kweve, half of Kweve lies in Afajato South, the town, and half constitutes the district capital for Southern. One community, but divided into 2, like the colonial masters did for us, and we're crying. But we have also done it to some traditional areas. So how are we going to tackle that? And let me add, if you go to the other side of Southern, when we were under Pando, the Dedo was part of Southern. But when Southern was carved out of Pando as a district, somehow the Dedo now falls under the administrative jurisdiction of whole West, even though it's a Peki community. And the Peki people, my people, I'm their MP. We've submitted petitions, just like Kweve also did, for that to be corrected. It's taking forever. And I know that having gone around this country in our public accounts work, we've encountered this in several other areas. So how do we streamline this so that peculiar traditional areas fall within peculiar administrative jurisdictions of districts?
Mr. Chairman, this is something we must give critical look at. Boundary dispute is real. I have visited a number of districts assemblies in my 17 years or 16 or more in this parliament, and it is a time bomb. Ghana as a country used to play with boundary issues, and it was not until 2010 that, being a member in this house, when we had critical problem with Cote d'Ivoire, that we formed the Ghana Boundary Commission. And you know that is only responsible for international boundaries. But when it comes to the internal boundaries, there's a shortcoming in that regard. So when giving the nod, it is an aspect that a critical look must be taken. Thank God we are bringing our distinguished and revered chiefs on board who are privy to these physical boundaries and barriers. So clearly, one, there will be a lot of consultations and some technical brains must be put together to make sure that we address that issue. The reason why it keeps on increasing and increasing is that we create some districts, we don't finish redrawing the district boundaries, geographical boundaries, then we create other ones. So we keep on compounding that problem. But I believe as a country, time is of essence to make sure that we know our internal boundaries. And Mr. Chairman, we have a lot of surveyors in this country, a number of them trained. So I don't think it will be a difficult thing for us to do if we want to realign our boundary distance. But one critical thing is that when it comes to constituencies, it doesn't fall within the jurisdiction of the minister responsible for local government. That lies within the purview of the electoral commissioner. Until the electoral commission create his constituencies, the minister cannot be saying that, oh, I will redraw this or redraw that. Secondly, Article 47 is clear. That's for electoral commission. As for the duration for the creation of those things to, is 7 years or after population census. So if I sit here and say, oh, we will redraw the district boundaries or electoral boundaries, I may not. But the existing ones can be rechecked and make sure that there is a district map for every district. But that will also need time. There are very critical issues, and this is a national security issue matter. So I believe it must be looked at. But I can't promise either this year or next year. But for now, we identify it as a problem.
Beautiful. Now, one of the recurrent problems that auditors flag in respect of Assembly's work is an issue where Yaboma already touched on it, but I'm getting back to it, where commission revenue collectors, they will go to the centers, collect the revenues from our poor market women. Even when their sales are not good, they will still collect. If you want to build, they say stop work, produce permits, you go and pay permit fee, they'll collect the money, but they will not account for it. Oftentimes, they abscond with the revenues collected. And Auditor General will make recommendations, retrieve the money and prosecute. It's never done. Will you consider, as part of your new policy directives for the ministry, to ask that assemblies in recruiting revenue collectors, they should have guarantors? Somebody must guarantee before you are made to collect revenues on behalf of the assembly. So when the person absconds, there's somebody to be held responsible for. Will you consider that?
Mr. Chairman, it must be seriously considered. And now that the owners of the land and the owners of the district have been brought on board, I think those things must be things of the past. And that's why I said revenue collectors will account openly to the district for us to see the electoral areas that are performing and those that are underperforming. These are critical areas that we must all look at. If a revenue collector or a commission revenue collector has come with the money, whose money do you think he's running away with? It's your money. And therefore, we must all make sure that we fish for them. So when the chiefs have been brought on board, and you bring stricter and rigid measures regarding revenue collection, and the IGF is used for something concrete for people to see, I think there will be improvement. But when you go and collect the revenue, the people don't see what you have used with the revenue IGF locally. Tomorrow, when you go, will you get? The answer is no. So we must start a new thing. Give ourselves some time. Look at the returns of our effort. If it is good, we move ahead. If no, then we change our steps. But you can't be doing the same thing and expect a different result. There must be a new reset.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude by saying that I like the points in respect of the chieftaincy issues, where you are proposing that lawyers from the Office of the Attorney General will be seconded to the various traditional councils to assist them in their work. It will be such a major policy shift, because the decisions from the judicial committees of traditional councils actually settles a lot of chieftaincy disputes all the way to the Supreme Court. So that proposal, if you are able to do it, will be a major thing that will bring comfort to our chiefs and queen matters. Yeah. And I want to thank you for that innovative idea. I thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
And once more, congratulations. Ms. Ru,
Onehao.
Honorable Ahmed, my brother,
and leader.
Congratulations.
Thank you, leader.
I entered this parliament in 2009 with you. We were over 100 members. Today, I think we are, that 2009 group, we are 4 of us. It's me, you, Honorable Atufos, and I'm remembering, and Honorable Bejra. That should tell you about the attrition of parliament, and it also must tell you what it takes to sustain being a member of parliament. You have been a deputy whip, and when we were fortunate to be part of leadership, your experience was really very valuable in guiding us. You have been very passionate about the issues of local government.
Thank you.
And so there is no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful as a local government minister. Now, what is exciting about this new role, and that brings me to the very important question I have for you, has to do with the role of chiefs. You know that chiefs has been really the governor has been with the chiefs at the local level since the beginning. And so when we started going this path in democracy, I think that what has always come up has to do with what we can do to really get our chiefs involved in local governance. This ministry, I'm sure, has been put this way for a purpose. Can you share with us some of the things you will do to really get our chiefs to be active at the local governance level?
Thank you, my leader and my very good brother. There are so many things we do together with our chiefs. Mr. Chairman, you are not far from right when you said traditionally our chiefs used to be the development agents and leaders in their various jurisdictions until the modern governance came. So the merger or the fusion of traditional governance and modern governance is going to be of great benefit to this country. Mr. Chairman, there will be a common interface, not only with chiefs, traditional leaders, and modern leaders. traditional governance and modern governance, but together with one other sensitive area, that's our pastors, imams, religious leaders, and faith-based leaders, who I always describe as eminent social capital in this country. More often than not, we tend to overlook their effort. But until we bring their culture as part of our development culture, we will not get to the destination where we are going to. Because we have professors who are pastors, professors who are chiefs, engineers who are pastors, engineers who are chiefs. So if it happens that wherever those people are posted to, if you bring that common interface, so that every district will bring the chiefs, the pastors, the DCs, and the MPs together as a in the development forum, they will be able to identify the basic needs of those jurisdictions. And Mr. Chairman, with a little push from the center, most of these problems will be solved. Rather than allowing only the DCE and saying that he is the overall president representatives and everybody is waiting for him to do something for them to see. That is why we were not going at the speed that we were expected to go. So the vision of His Excellency the President is to make sure that he gives the baton back, or the key back, to the original owners. He is not saying that I'm going to do away with DCEs, but he has recognized the development contribution of our traditional authorities and our faith-based leaders. And that is why he's merging the two. So I practically understand it, and I'm going to build upon it. That is one effective thing that we are going to do.
Thank you, Honorable Ahmed. There are a lot of issues I have. I'm just going to mention them. Take note of them as issues that must really concern you. One has to do with the role of assembly members and how we build their capacity at that local level. You know, for example, some DCs for over a year will not even call for assembly meetings. Assembly members were weakened, especially based on some of the experience I've had. And oftentimes their communities they represent have blamed them that they are not performing. Exactly the things we must do to strengthen assembly members must engage you. The issue of market management, markets, you know, the issue of market fires and the challenges we have there must be an issue that must really get the attention of the district assembly and the district DCEs. That must be something that we must come up with pragmatic measures to address. And there are also districts that frankly must be, a second look must be taken at for us to see how we can break them up, because they are too huge, even now as we speak, generally speaking. So those are issues that I think we must really concern you. Honorable Ahmed, those are no questions. I want you to take a note of them. But to say that I'm very, very proud of you, you've come a long way. There's no doubt that you will succeed. As an elder and a brother in Christ, I know that the Lord will guide you to succeed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
Congratulations. Honorable Ahmed, he was accompanied by very distinguished guests, our paramount chiefs, that at this point I will now be privileged to introduce. Okay. So I will introduce the paramount chiefs and the distinguished that accompanied Honorable Ahmed. What is this?
His Royal Majesty.
His Royal Majesty Odinoho Dr. Afra Brempong III, Omahin Suma Traditional Council, representation of Bono House of Chiefs. Chiefs, you're welcome. We have Wade Notikin, Prof. Odafia Walenti, the third paramount chief, Nungwa Traditional Area, and President Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs. Is a representative of the National House of Chiefs as well. You are welcome, Nana. The third is that we have Osajifo and Eya Mampong, Mamprako the third, Wenchi Mahin, representative of the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Nana, you're welcome. We also have Apostle Emmanuel Tete. You're welcome. We have the Church of Pentecost, Pastor Emmanuel Kuku Apia, Sakuma District Pastor is here. Ambassador Kwajo Yamichebafo, Honorable, my former regional minister, you're welcome. Ms. Gipsy Ibrahim Ahmed, Madam, thank you so much for all the support. Nana Libi Watu, Banda Traditional Council representative, you're welcome. We have Nana Jato the second. Banda Traditional Council, Nana, you're welcome. Nana Pe Abuatia the second. Bamuhini Banda Traditional Council, you're welcome. Nana Kaka Bakon Banda Traditional Council. Nana Hanteli Obrenpohini Banda Traditional Council. Ahaji Sunkwa of Kumasi, you're welcome. Awulai Angama Tuajan of Mahine of Jura Traditional Area in the Zima East area. Nana, Awulai, you're welcome. Nana Etia Kradi, the second chief of Jura Banso in the Zima area, my own area. Nana, you're welcome. Togbe Awusagba Bakwa, the second chief Gui Akanyankrom, you're welcome. Akanyakro, okay, you're welcome. Hajia Ramata, Mom, God bless you. Okuja Bo Bankwadi Osiakwahini of Bada Traditional Council, you are welcome. Honorable Kwesi Kofi Kra Pauline, the MP, La Côte d'Ivoire, President of the Evaluation Commission, Public Policies, cousin of Honorable Ahmed.
For politics.
Ahmed, also will be yours. Come and join me. Amin Abdul Rahman, you're welcome. And then we have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Now, as it is now, and all the officials that came with them. You are all welcome. Nominee, you are discharged. Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, we will break and we will reconvene late this afternoon. Oh, we also have Sunyani Secondary School. All students who came and some officials from Sunyani Secondary School, you are all welcome. Colleagues, there will be a break. We will come back after Parliament adjourns. I thank you very much.
Well, live proceedings there from Parliament. The Appointments Committee just suspended sitting. They have completed vetting of Ahmed Ibrahim for the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Local Government. Now, he has provided some key solutions as to how he plans to ensure that some of the key concerns about chieftaincy dispute in the country are resolved. Well, we're still there the whole day because 2 more individuals nominated by the president will be vetted today. We know that Agnes Momolate would be vetted today for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. We also know that Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare would also be vetted today for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And we're looking forward to how that would pan out. Earlier, we have been hearing from parliamentarians on one of the key concerns they have in the chieftaincy ministry, and they also went ahead to quiz Ahmed Ibrahim about that. And so it's a long day ahead. You're still watching the Joy News channel. After this quick breather, we'll be back. Please stay tuned in.
If you're running the ring, now tank muna mujiji iskasa mukotole. Tank no na eliki ama henyi oh no see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no put eliki. Pacho ebenyensi we. Gana for. One number 1 plumber new. Every necklace so what tank the won't see a gumwa. So Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX. Syntex tank. Hey, top and leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer whoopee, size beer whoopee, yeah, more. Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, you must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank, hey, strong, hey, top.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
From the rich melodies of jazz to the infectious grooves of Afrobeats, soulful beats of highlife, live music bands are setting Ghana's cosmopolitan cities ablaze.
Band culture is the way to go.
With exciting rhythms of the city, what makes a great band stand out? Is it the talent, the chemistry, or the culture?
What we do is pure organic.
Our niche, it's growing.
Get an exclusive backstage pass to meet the artist. Join Becky on the all-new E-Vibes musical band series. The experience is electric. E-Vibes musical band series coming soon on this channel.
JoyNews Impact Makers Awards is the most reliable and authentic award.
I've become a role model to a lot of young people in the Upper East.
This exposure also offered me another opportunity to win the 2024 edition of the Humanitarian Awards Global as an outstanding philanthropist.
What I was doing in the dark, it has come to light, and looking at the smiles on the kids, I am so excited.
I was on JoyNews for a year plus. People got to know about what we were doing. Sponsors came in, resourceful people came in.
Originally planned to be a safe haven for the poor, disabled and aged, but that's a facade now as the facility seems synonymous with despair and death. Ghana's only central destitute infirmary lacks quality infrastructure coupled with insufficient funding, forcing inmates to live in the shadows of a failing system. Some of these inmates have been raped under dire circumstances, dilapidating and disability unfriendly environment.
You get some people in the night around 1, 2 o'clock in the midnight coming to have sexual intercourse with them. Since our place is not fenced,
Where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitutes brings to light the saddening contrast of hope and reality, where the poor, disabled, and the aged are gasping for life and sustenance in a wrecking facility. Clinton Yabua uncovers the devastating human rights and health crisis within Ghana's social welfare and health system. Where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitute coming soon. Physical fitness has a strong link on mental health. When you are physically fit, it means you are mentally fit.
I'm coming from a family that's made up of a lot of people in sports. So for me, I would say fitness is something I was exposed to from my childhood because the entire family, the Zangio family, was known for sports. Far as back in the days of Association International School, were all known to be sports people.
Remember, health is not just the absence of disease, but it is a complete state of being that includes the mind.
Physical fitness really impacts your mental health. It is said that people who are very, very active are people who have less mental problems. Reason being, when you work out or when you exercise, you put the body in a state that improves your mood, that takes away anxiety, that improves your entire wellness in general. So if you're physically strong or you're someone who partakes in a lot of physical activities, you're likely to have a very, very stable mental life.
So, once you're someone physically fit, it goes without saying that you are mentally at ease and you are able to go about your day-to-day activities, except for an injury or some other mishap. But even in that situation, your mental state will be affected because your mind and emotions will also be affected by the injury and the nursing and the medication and therapy that you're going through. So, there is an indestructible link between physical fitness and a very good mental state that we need to recognize and do everything possible that we remain physically active and healthy.
Fitness plays a major role in your mental health. Your mental health is in your hands. Stay fit.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from Joy News and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
Blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected, and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the Joy News logo in the bottom left corner. With a real Joy News logo, the globe rotates. If you spot a static logo, it is an indication the video you're watching is fake. Doctored videos often have slight inconsistencies. It could be in the audio quality, visual glitches, or even lighting. Listen to this audio carefully.
Johnson Haynes will talk about a drug from the USA.
You will notice that this is computer generated and lacks the natural pauses and rhythms of a human voice. You will notice something irregular at the edge of the head and the background. It is because the image has most likely been superimposed on that background. Another indication that this video is fake. Finally, always check who is posting the video. In this instance, the post is from a group calling itself Citizens for a Healthy Nation. When you click on the link, it tells you they are into advertising and marketing based in South Africa. This should tell you it is not from JoyNews. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the Dominican Republic and an 809 area code that has been associated with scams in the past. This is another indication the video is fake and not from JoyNews. Now that is how you spot the fake. So if something feels off, it probably is. Trust your instincts and double check before sharing or acting on any information. Or better still, you can report to the police or the FDA or come to our offices at JoyNews to verify any advertisement.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Marketplace. Coming up, President John Mahama releases third batch of ministerial nominations with MP for Ningo Pram heading to the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. Also, Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Julie Esiam, pushes for full implementation of IMF structural reforms as she submits her resignation letter to President John Mahama. Also, former Minister of Finance, Seth Tekpe, appointed presidential advisor of the economy. We will explore his role and what he brings to the table in this bulletin. Now let's bring you an update on how the Ghana cedi is faring against major global currencies on the currency market. straight to the detail. President John Mahama has released third batch of ministerial nominations with MP for Ningo Pram heading to the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. As you can see, there's Sam George will be heading that particular ministry, and he's going to do a lot in terms of one key factor that he has been advocating for is the removal of the e-levy and some other taxes on communication and ensuring that the digital sector is well advanced. President John Mahama nominating Manuel Amakufibwa, the MP, as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Already he's undergone his vetting early. Okay, he's yet to undergo his vetting later on to going forward. Also, the Abdul Rashid Pelpo, the MP, has also been given the Minister of Labour, Jobs and Employment. Before we delve into some appointment issues related, Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Julia Isiam, has resigned. This was contained in a letter to President John Mahama about her decision to step down after over 5 years in the institution. All right. So I have with me here my colleague George Wiafe, but before then, the former Minister of Finance, Seth Tekpe, has been appointed president by John Mahama as presidential advisor on the economy. This was contained in the latest round of appointment release from the presidency. Let's do some analysis on that. Joining me here is my colleague George Wiafe. George.
But before we get into Seth Tekpe's what he's bringing on the table, I think that we can do something small on Julia Siam in the letter that she submitted to the President John Mahama through the Finance Minister designate. And we understand that that submission was done somewhere, that is yesterday, through the minister designate. If you go through that letter that we have cited, she first actually gives some brief background as in her work at the institution, and also highlighting the contribution of the staff in terms of revenue mobilization. She also tries to make one critical point that if it hadn't been the staff, even on monthly basis, targets that were set by government, they were able to hit or achieve those targets. But she also made some critical argument that going forward, or arguing that basically the staff are those critical that is supposed to be needed for the institution going forward. And that the IMF, as part of the program, they've actually put together what they call these structural reforms in terms of revenue mobilization. And she made that plea to the president that whoever takes over from her should actually stick to these IMF proposals on how to improve revenue. The target is that we're supposed to do somewhere around 19% or 20% of GDP. And she was pleading with the president that whoever should take over should stick to these reforms. Again, if you go through that letter again, she also makes a critical argument that she will be submitting a detailed report on how we fared as a country's revenue mobilization and what we have to do if we want to raise the required revenue to finance government expenditure. Don't forget that this government was talking about the big push and embarking on some critical expenditure programs if they move forward this economy. So all those things are captured in the letter that she sent to the president through the Minister of Finance.
Talking about a big push, the presidency has basically appointed Seth Tekpe to be an advisor on government based on the economy. What is the background to this particular appointment?
So it appears that, the president has promised that he's going to only appoint 60 ministers to try and have a lean government. But you still have certain very critical persons in that space or within their fold. And how do you manage these brains or human resources so they don't go waste? So it appears that the president still believes that he can have Seth Tekpe in his fold to play that advisory role. We picked up that when he was in opposition, Seth Tekpe played a very, very important role in terms of that advisory role as well. So that is why maybe the president thinks that even though the party and he wants Atuforson to be his Minister of Finance, what can he do to also bring this former Minister of Finance to his fold to ensure that
now, strategically, let's look at this from this angle. Now, we have Setekwe, we have the Finance Minister to Forsen. In terms of the economy, what do you project, or who do you think will have the listening ear of the president?
Let's first look at the functions based on what we have picked up. What we have picked up is that Setekwe is going to play a more of an advisory role to the president when it comes to international issues, dealing with the donors, dealing with the IMF and all the rest. He's going to play an advisory role. And what we have even picked up from persons who are close to Setekwe is that he's going to stick to that role of a technical advisor. So you wouldn't see him coming on air, granting interviews, even in economic management meetings and all the rest. He would play that role of a technical advisor, just putting some advice forward in terms of how to deal with the situation, rather than me playing a very active role, being all over town and talking all over, because there is a finance minister, and let everything about the economy defer to the finance minister whilst he stays behind and plays that advisory role to the president. You asked a very critical question about who does the president listen to when it comes to the final advice on the economy. That would be a quite difficult one. Atufos is supposed to be the Minister of Finance, manage government finances. Setekwe is supposed to be a presidential advisor. If you should cast your mind back to several instances in the past about finance minister and advisor, it has always been a challenge, and sometimes they even had differences. But what we are picking up now is that he is supposed to play a presidential advisory role. So even though the finance minister will make that proposal that this is what we have to do when it comes to an IMF program, Seth Tekpe could, all other things being equal, have the final word as in the way forward on an issue. We've had several instances in the past, Kusibuchi on the IMF program, even though when Seth Tekpe was there. So if the president sticks to that convention, it looks like Seth Tekpe will have the final word. That is an advice on the economy, on what they have to do on revenue, what they have to do on free SHS, what they have to do on extension of the IMF program. This is his advice. It will be left to the president to decide on whose advice do I implement when it comes to the broader economy.
Judge Biafi, we appreciate your breakdown of this particular development. We'll make sure to bring you up-to-date analysis subsequently in our bulletins. Now, moving on, the Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku, has announced government will be deploying several methods to address the rising food inflation in the country. He contains the Feed Ghana program, farmer service centers, among other key initiatives, will be introduced to control inflation. These, he believes, will go a long way to bring food inflation down. Mr. Opoku made this known when he appeared before the Appointment Committee of Parliament.
To address food inflation in Ghana, you need a multifaceted approach. First, you have to work towards increasing production, food production. And that's the reason why we are introducing the Feed Ghana program. Second, you have to work towards the reduction of cost of production, reducing the cost of agricultural production. And that is why President Mahama wants to establish the farmer service centers. These farmer service centers, when established, we are going to deploy agricultural machinery, tractors, tillers, combine harvesters, to these centers. And Mr. Chairman, this time round, we are not going to import only the big tractors. We have taken consideration of the fact that 90%, almost 90% of our farmer population are into peasant farming, and they do not have the capacity, regardless of the subsidy placed on the agricultural machinery, to procure. And so we are going to bring in more of mini tractors, mini tillers, mini combine harvesters, and deploy them to the centers. fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer will be reintroduced. And this time around, we'll distribute them through the farmer service centers. Agricultural improvements.
Still from the House of Parliament, Minister-designate for Roads and Highways, Kwame Agboja, has described the scrapping of the road tolls as an act of illegality. Speaking at the Parliament's Ministerial Vetting Committee, Mr. Agboja stressed that the road tolls will be reinstated digitally to enhance efficiency.
To address food inflation in Ghana, you need a
When the issue of the road toll started, our side, Honorable former minority leader, together with me and the former road minister, Honorable Makwata, decided to caution government that do not cancel or suspend road toll. Let's rather find ways of plugging the leakages in terms of the collection and enhance it. Honorable Haruna and myself met Honorable Amakwata and gave our commitment that don't cancel it. Indeed, we were surprised on the day the road toll, they claimed they zeroed it. For me, it was an act of illegality. Yes, they said they just zeroed it, but it was a road fund has got an act. It's a law, so you couldn't unilaterally do that. As a result, I believe there was a level of negligence in the way it was done. They claimed road toll was accruing only about 80 million. But today, there are contractors working for Government of Ghana who are owed 5,000 cedis within the roadside. Can you imagine how many roadside weed clearers will be paid with 80 million? So they cancelled it. And our side consistently stood on principle and said, bring the road toll back. Yes, the road toll is coming back, but not in the form of building obstructions on the road for drivers to stop and somebody taking money from them. It will be coming back based on a technological platform that make it fair and that make it easy to collect, easy to account for, and for the public to know what the money is actually being used for. Together with the road minister, we shall come out with a policy as to how that will be done.
Meanwhile, the Minister-designate for Roads and Highways, Kwame Agboja, has raised concerns over rising debt that has accrued over the years.
In 2017, our respected colleague, who is no longer a member of parliament, in his word, was alarmed by the fact that the NDC government was leaving a commitment debt of 17 billion Ghana cedi in the road sector and 1.5 billion cedi, that being certificates approved, which were not paid. At the transition committee, it turns out that as of today, I've not been to the ministry yet, what they presented to the committee, the NPP government is leaving a minimum of 100 billion Ghana cedi commitment. What you should be worried about, though, is that in that same document, they are saying that certificates unpaid as of today from GOG amounts to about 20 billion Ghana cedis. The ones with road fund is about 15 billion Ghana cedi. What you should be more worried about, my brothers and sisters and colleagues listening to us from outside of this hall, is that if you take the indebtedness up to 2025, which is the road fund debt alone, out of the 15 billion, look at these details. In 2018, we were owing about 113 million Ghana cedi. The interest on the 113 million Ghana cedi this year will be 665 million Ghana cedi.
Now, away from the House of Parliament, government recorded another impressive 39% oversubscription of Treasury bill sale as demand for the short-term instrument grew. That's according to the auction result by the Bank of Ghana. This, however, came at the expense of mounting interest rates, which will increase interest payments. There is more in this Business Desk report.
The government got 8.890 billion cedis from the total bid tendered by the investors, largely banks, but accepted 8.839 billion cedis. The target for the auction was 6.353 billion cedis. About 5.6 billion cedis came from the 91-day bill, representing 63.9% of the total bid. The government, however, accepted 5.648 billion cedis of the bid. For the 182-day bill, 1.318 billion cedis were tendered. However, 1.307 billion cedis were accepted. 1.883 billion cedis were tendered for the 364-day bill, in which all were accepted. Meanwhile, interest rate went up again, raising concerns about the government mounting interest rate. The yield on the 91-day bill shot up by 8 basis points to 28.41%. That of the 182-day bill also increased to 28.97% from the previous 28.96%. The rate on the 364-day bill also increased by 11 basis points to 30.17%.
President John Mahama has revealed that his government plans to offer fresh incentives to businesses to help them create more jobs in the country. The move is part of the effort to let the private sector lead its effort to reduce unemployment in the country. Chief of Staff Julius Debra disclosed this in a speech read on behalf of the President at a Thanksgiving service for the First Sky Group at the Accra International Conference Center.
First Sky Group is a Ghanaian holding entity comprising subsidiaries with interest in hospitality, construction, insurance, banking, commodities trading, and bitumen processing. Speaking at a 22nd Thanksgiving service, Chief of Staff Julius Debra said government is willing to support the private sector to grow.
Other conversation that the President wants us to intensify, because it's already started, is that if you consider the history of this country, you find out that most of us went into school with the mindset that when I leave school, where I will find job. But he wants us, as part of the resetting agenda, to begin to think that when I leave school, how many jobs can I create? And so this conversation is going to be intensified, holding consultations with people like Eric and his team, and many other people from the business community, that let us find a very practicable way of creating jobs. We will allow you certain concessions that will enable your work flourish so that more citizens will get jobs to do.
Executive Chairman of the group, Eric Utuche, said the group is set to construct a 200 megawatt of renewable power in the northern regions within the next 2 years.
The First Sky Group has taken a very bold step to raise the needed funds internally and externally to undertake construction of a solar PV project in Yendi, which sits on about 140 acres land filled with solar panel to harvest 50 megawatt of the renewable power. This is a collaboration between First Sky Limited and the Bui Power Authority. This project is about 65% complete, and we intend to complete it by the second quarter of 2025. And we also hope to construct within the next 2 years another 200 megawatts of a renewable power in Yape and Salaga to be onboarded onto the national grid. This project is intended to make electricity affordable in the near future, as reliance on the fossil fuel for power generation is globally unsustainable.
The 22nd Thanksgiving service was under the theme Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love.
Now, the Kumasi office of the Custom Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority has surpassed its revenue target for the 2024 fiscal year, amassing over 450 million cedis in the Ashanti region. This marks a significant turnaround after 3 consecutive years of missed targets. By implementing strategic measures to enhance revenue collection, the division boosted its revenue by nearly 14% by the end of the year. Emmanuel Bright-Kwe could report from the handing over and retirement ceremony of the sector commander in Kumasi.
Revenue mobilization at the Customs Division of the Kumasi Collection has from 2022 been dwindling, impacting revenue targets of the unit. However, in 2024, the collection managed to post more revenue, accruing 454.69 million cedis. The figure represents 13.7% increase on its 399.43 million cedi target for the year. Speaking at a send-off ceremony, outgoing Sector Commander, Assistant Commissioner Vivian Glover highlighted strategies adopted in achieving the milestone.
Last year, the Kumasi sector was given a revenue target of 399.43 million Ghana cedis to be collected by the end of December 2024. As at 31st December 2024, we collected 454.69 million Ghana cedis. This means we did not only meet the target, but also exceeded it by 13.7% increase. This is a feat that had eluded the Kumasi collection for the past 3 consecutive years.
This achievement of the unit adds to the many successes attained under the leadership of AC Glover. After 37 years of active service at the Customs Division, she is bowing out as the 3rd female commissioner at the Kumasi Collection. She was appointed the sector commander in 2023. Commissioner of the Customs Division, Brigadier Zibrim Ayurugu, touted the achievements under the former sector commander's leadership.
The impact on the division has been profound, emphasizing policies and procedures that have strengthened the Customs Division's operation. On behalf of the Customs Division, I extend our deepest gratitude to you for your remarkable dedication to service.
AC Glover is handing over the command to Chief Revenue Officer Evans Tay Agbozo after successfully supervising the daily tasks of the command.
That's all for the marketplace here on JoyNews. My name is Winston Taki. For more business update, visit www.myjoyonline.com and follow all the highlights from the event happening today. Have a good business day. Bye-bye.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of 2. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello there, I am Emefa Apau, your host of The Probe, here on the JoyNews channel. Your Sunday evenings are never the same. I get to give you company in terms of critical analysis of all the topical issues that concerns you and speak to all the people that matter. When the newsmakers want to speak, they speak on The Probe.
The IGP's distraction is no benefit to the committee, but we won't sit down for the IGP to be disgraced and insulted without giving him a hearing.
You can't miss it because when it comes to audience participation, you are topmost priority.
Warnings on cigarette packets. Smokers around the world are familiar with these kinds of images. But some doctors are calling for similar warnings to be slapped on other products too, such as these ones. The bad news, sugar can cut your life expectancy. A scientific review of many studies says a whopping 45 negative health effects can result from eating too much of it. Among them, tooth decay, obesity, heart attacks, chronic inflammation, joint pain, and depression. But the good news, you can still have the odd sweet treat. Welcome to In Good Shape.
Gumdrops, licorice, or chocolate. Somehow we just can't keep our hands off them.
Sweet temptation.
Relaxation, happiness. Because it's like a little reward sometimes. For a moment, you forget the world.
It makes you happy.
Yes, really. And the science bears it out. Nutritionist Martin Smolik explains what sweeteners do to us.
Sugar and also fat have positive effects on the brain. When the two come together, it's particularly critical. So when there's sugar and fat in one food, that triggers dopamine release all the more and creates this happiness effect.
That might sound good, but actually it's bad. Sugar is unhealthy. It provides pure energy without vitamins or nutrients, and that can make you ill.
When sugar enters the body, insulin is released, and we consume energy in the form of calories. And both together, a lot of insulin and a lot of calories, are at the root of all diseases of civilization.
Among them, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, lipid metabolism disorder, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, diabetes, and cancer. The World Health Organization recommends a maximum of 8 cubes of sugar per day. That's 25 grams. But most of us eat 2 to 3 times this amount.
It looks very straightforward, very little versus a lot, but none of us eat sugar cubes. We have this discrepancy because this here is hidden in so many foods.
For example, in fruit yogurts, ready-to-eat meals, and snacks. We find sugar everywhere in the list of ingredients, often listed as glucose, dextrose, invert sugar syrup, or fructose. Hold on, fructose?
Fructose sounds very healthy, better than industrially produced conventional sugar at least. But the problem is that fructose is particularly toxic for the liver.
Incidentally, this also applies to natural and supposedly healthier sweetener alternatives, including agave syrup, maple syrup, or honey. All sugar.
In honey, there are traces of other substances, vitamins, minerals, but in very small amounts. You can't eat enough kilos of honey to have any relevant vitamin intake. That's just marketing and nonsense, ultimately.
Fruit contains many vitamins as well. So, despite the fructose, you can eat up to 2 portions a day. And if you exercise a lot, you can also consume a little more sugar. Half an hour's jogging earns you a chocolate bar, at least a small one.
Too much sugar even ages your skin. The sugar molecules attach themselves to collagen in a process known as glycation. The collagen fibers grow stiff and inflexible. You get wrinkles. Sugar harms almost all the body's organs. And the problem starts right at its point of entry, when we first get our teeth into that sweet stuff.
In newborns, you can't see any sign of them. But our teeth are already slumbering beneath the surface. After about 6 months, the first milk teeth start to work their way through the gums. More and more gradually emerge, and eventually there are 20 little teeth ready to chew anything they can find. But as our jaws grow, our milk teeth don't. That's why they get replaced one by one with up to 32 full-size teeth. The process starts around the age of 6. As our permanent teeth grow, the roots of the milk teeth are broken down. In the course of our lives, they work their way through a lot of food. Food residues adhere to their surfaces, a perfect food source for microorganisms. Not really a problem because teeth are very stable. Their outer layer, the enamel, is the hardest tissue found in the body. However, some bacteria, such as Streptococcus mutans, mainly metabolize sugar and other carbohydrates into acids, and that's the weak point of the otherwise super hard, super solid tooth enamel. The acids dissolve minerals in the tooth's surface, and it grows porous, letting in microorganisms. A hole gradually forms in the enamel. The teeth themselves can repair minor damage. Calcium, phosphates, and fluoride reach them mainly through the saliva, and their surfaces can remineralize. Saliva also helps neutralize acids in the mouth. However, if the tooth decay progresses beyond the enamel to the underlying dentine, it's hard to stop. But it's often only at this stage that we notice something is wrong, because unlike enamel, dentine contains nerve endings. When the nerve tissue inside the tooth becomes inflamed, it becomes very painful. Unfortunately, the only way to get rid of deep tooth decay is to take drastic measures. The affected tooth tissue has to be removed. The brave tooth gets a filling or crown made of gold, composite, or porcelain. However, if the root tissue dies, the tooth is cut off from the blood supply and is considered dead. But that's not necessarily the end of the story. During root canal treatment, the inflamed nerve tissue is removed and the tooth is sealed. This allows teeth to continue working even when they're dead. Otherwise, the tooth will have to go. There are artificial replacements, but they're expensive. With good dental hygiene, regular visits to the dentist, and low sugar intake, teeth can keep their owners company into ripe old age.
According to the World Health Organization, 2.5 billion people suffer from untreated tooth decay. That's a third of the world's population, and it often starts when we're young. The main culprits: sugary drinks and fast food. Cavities in milk teeth can make learning to talk harder, and often adult teeth are later affected by tooth decay too. Cutting back on sugar and regular brushing can help prevent that. Some countries also recommend fluoride and vitamin D for infants. Sugar can cause gum disease and tooth loss among adults, and regular brushing alone doesn't always help.
A blob of toothpaste on your brush and off you go. Twice daily for 3 minutes a session is enough, you might think. The colour test shows, however, that many stains remain despite cleaning. That's why you should get a professional on the job now and then. The human mouth is teeming with bacteria. If they are not removed frequently, they combine to form a tough biofilm that keeps spreading, and plaque develops. It's a hard deposit that attacks the jawbone and gums.
In some places, you can probe up to 6 millimeters into the gum. That already surpasses a threshold, one which means this is a serious condition. And if he hadn't come, he might have actually lost his teeth sooner or later.
Professional dental cleaning removes both soft and hardened dental plaque, both above and below the gums. Plaque buildup can have grave consequences. It can lead to periodontitis, a chronic inflammation of the gums and jawbone. In Germany alone, 10 million people have the condition. Periodontitis not only potentially leads to tooth loss, but also increases your risk of having a stroke, a heart attack, or getting diabetes. Regular trips to the hygienist can protect your gums, and they've been shown to reduce the risk of tooth decay. In addition to the health aspect, there's also the cosmetic one. Professional cleaning makes teeth look lighter again. You can also have your teeth whitened after getting them professionally cleaned. However, the purely cosmetic procedure isn't usually covered by insurance. What's more, only healthy teeth can be bleached. Bleaching can be done at the dentist using a solution of hydrogen peroxide in a 32% concentration. The effect occurs immediately after treatment. You can also do it at home with a weaker bleaching gel, but that's a slower process. The gel is placed in a special mouth guard.
Ideally, they should be worn for 2 to 3 hours during the day or at night for the next 2 weeks. By that time, you'll already see a clear whitening effect.
So-called do-it-yourself products usually have a lesser effect than treatment at the dentist's. However, be careful with some whitening toothpastes. Excessively coarse abrasives can cause your teeth to grow hypersensitive.
When used properly, conventional bleaching products, those available in dental practices or in pharmacies or drugstores, they aren't harmful. What can occur are certain side effects, such as hypersensitivity or gum irritation. But all these effects disappear within 24 hours or after a few days. And there's no risk of developing cancer or anything like that.
Depending on your eating habits, the Hollywood smile can last for around 2 to 3 years.
We're mad about science and technology. That's why DW Science is now on TikTok. What do bees do for fun? Why do gravitational waves squeeze our bodies? When did people begin getting high on laughing gas? How do our eardrums boogie to the beat? And what's the perfect cure for bug bites? Find the answers. Get smart with DW Science, our new TikTok channel.
If you want to cut your sugar consumption, you should take a closer look at processed foods, because they're often packed with sugar, and that's often far from apparent from the list of ingredients. Beware ingredients ending in O's. They're all sugar. Soft drinks are particularly treacherous. Depending on the brand, a single can contain the equivalent of 10 sugar cubes. But what's the payback if you really do just say no?
Honorable member for Ayiribi, Ofuansi Ayiribi.
Ofuansi Ayiribi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes, I'm doing a correction. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 97-3. And the orders of this House are that when a paper of this nature is laid, a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper when requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. What the chairman of the committee respectfully has done is to lay and ask that we approve. But the substance of it has not been made available to us. So I come under 97-3 requesting that explanation be given. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, yes, I'm not sure where the honourable member was reading from, but the standing order he quoted, 97-3, actually is 2. If so desired by the person presenting the paper, a short explanatory statement may be made. I'm not going to 3. So the honourable member is completely out of order.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague, who is the applicant in this matter, made an application. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Kojo Opon-Kroma, Member of Parliament for Ofuasi Ayiribi, rose on his feet under Order 97.3 to make his application. In mounting his application, he relied on Order 97.3, and for the avoidance of doubt, I quote, "A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation." So he has requested. He has requested. He rose on his feet to make an application. Mr. Speaker.
Leader, thank you very much. But at this juncture, I'll turn down the application. Could you let me turn your application down based on two, that if so desired by the person presenting the paper. So if the person decided not to give, Honorable Kojo, Honorable Kojo.
If you kindly indulge me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once you have
please, you cannot challenge the Speaker, and you must allow the Speaker to give you the chance to speak. The Speaker must allow you to speak.
That is what I'm requesting of the
Speaker. I've not heard the Speaker.
Yeah, but that is what
Honorable Leader, I've also not given you the chance to also speak.
That is what I'm requesting of the Speaker.
So, Kojo, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, please indulge me. Order 97.2 says that if the presenter of the paper so desires, then he may give a short explanatory statement. But 97.3 says that a member may request for that explanation. And where that request is made, Mr. Speaker, a short explanatory statement shall be made, not even made.
Very well.
So I come under 97.3 with my request, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for, is it Ayirbi?
Ofonsi Ayirbi.
Ofonsi Ayirbi is coming under Order 97.3. 2 and 3. 2 and 3.
He didn't come 2 and 3. He said Order 97.3.
97.3. But Mr. Speaker, we have passed the stage of Order 97. Order 97 is talking about the presentation of a paper. What he has done is not to present a paper. What he has done is to move for the adoption of a report. Is to move for the adoption of a report. He is not presenting a paper. I presented a paper. So at the point when I presented the paper, you could have then asked me, instead of just to present the paper, to give some explanation as to what was contained in the paper. So we've gone past there. We've gone past there. This one is moving for the adoption of a report. So let him move for the adoption of his report.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the literalist interpretation the literalist approach to interpretation, Mr. Speaker, is not what operates today. This is a House of Parliament. We must be purposeful in how we interpret our rules. We must be purposeful. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a time to litigate on matters of this nature. Mr. Speaker, it's early days. What is important is to ensure that ministers of state are approved to take charge of our ministries. The ministries are not for civil servants to manage. It's for political leaders with a political mandate to manage. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that would revisit laying of papers and presentation of reports. Mr. Speaker, are reports themselves, reports, when you talk about reports, are they not the same items that are described as papers? The acting clerk may allow me to intervene for the applicant. The applicant would want to pick something. Mr. Speaker, the report, are they not the papers that have been laid? So the argument that the horses have bolted and there's an empty stable will not suffice. But, Mr. Speaker, we will not litigate this matter today.
Honourable members, right. Honourable members, right. Please. No, you haven't gotten. No. Honourable First Deputy Speaker, may you take your seat first.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable First Deputy Speaker, I have not given you the opportunity. Honourable members, I believe the first-timers are monitoring. In the House, we deal with procedural. And what we are talking about is procedure for presenting papers. Exactly. So, Honourable Kojo Oponkroma, I think you agree with us to move on. I've already ruled. So the motion has been moved. I'm looking for someone to second the motion. Yes. Honourable Deputy Major, are you seconding the motion? No, if you are not seconding the motion, I'm not giving you the floor. I want someone who will second the motion. Yes, Honourable Afenyo, you may second the motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minority Leader, please address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the Right Honourable Speaker read to us this communication from His Excellency the President. At the time the communication got to this House, the one who signed it was the Secretary to Mr. President. The Speaker, at the hearing, the matter was raised, and I must state for public records that His Excellency subsequently brought a letter signed by him himself, and that put that matter of constitutional procedure of a sort to a peaceful rest. Mr. Speaker, as contained in page 2 of this 48-page report, the committee requested for and received from National Intelligence Bureau a security report on the nominees. And I must say that all three reports proved favorable. We therefore proceeded to hear them. Mr. Speaker, first on our respected colleague, the Majority Leader, Dr. Kasia Ato Ban-Forson. He distinguished himself. The necessary questions were asked him. He explained to the best of his ability. Of course, there were clear commitments that our side, the minority, expected from him regarding some promises that his party made in its manifesto. These we expected him to have given us clear, straightforward answers. But, Mr. Speaker, he coming under the fact that he is not been to the ministry and there's need for some consultations was open in his answers. Mr. Speaker,
this House will hold his feet to the fire by demanding answers from him, even as he assumes that high office. Mr. Speaker, we're also not too sure about his designation. The executive instrument establishing the ministry talked about Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, whereas the letter to us referred to him as the Minister of Finance designate. So I believe that that is a matter that has to be done, because it's a constitutional matter that I believe that the president may have to look at. Mr. Speaker, this government has made a lot of promises that it is going to repeal some taxes at our ports. Those port taxes have still not been repealed, but I can understand, because they don't have a Minister of Finance. We can understand that because they have not presented their first budget.
By profession, and I teach at Sumamai Senior High School in the JoyNews District. I'm in the Department of Business Education in the district, and then I am the founder of the JoyNews Students Union and the initiator of the JoyNews Technology Center, and at the same time the project manager of the JoyNews Technology Center in the JoyNews District and then in the Brun region. It is my vision that
you promise them great reliefs. Those importers are expectant. Mr. Speaker, the all-important support for the private sector initiative, the 1D1F, we asked the minister why in opposition he did not support the 1D1F. His views were to the effect that these exemptions, when given, are often abused. But Mr. Speaker, merely saying that exemptions are abused is not enough. What is important is for government to put in place measures to ensure that those who benefit and use these benefits for the good of industry. Again, it appears that in opposition, he acted perhaps merely for the sake of politics. We still believe that the only way for this government to survive is to ensure a thriving private sector. Giving or granting exemption to the private sector is something that must happen. It must be done. You can't continue to overtax the private sector. I spoke about tax waivers yesterday. I will speak about tax waivers today, and I'll speak about it tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, they are talking about their so-called big push. The so-called big push was again re-echoed by my respected colleague Atisvete. Again, we are holding him to the commitment he's made. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, he defined the 24-hour economy. All these months that they were talking about 24-hour economy, there was total confusion. He now says that the 24-hour economy is only going to look at the real sector of our economy. So we are looking at the manufacturing sector, the mining sector. He said so for the record, and he's been captured. If you read page 9 of the report, I have the 48-page report. I have it with me. And that is what he referred to, that the 24-hour economy is going to concentrate on the real sector. I am sure that if this concentration is done Yes, it's here. Funding government machinery. He said the implementation of exam. He's talked about it generally. Mr. Speaker, if they really implement the 24-hour economy, we will not be seeing desperate youths on our streets. We will not be seeing desperate youths invading people's company premises. We will not be seeing violence. We will not be seeing unemployment at high levels. So, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the resetting agenda that my respected colleague talked about. But, Mr. Speaker, he's a member of this House, a fourth termer. He's distinguished himself, a fifth termer, sorry, Honorable Amakofiwa, thank you. No, my senior. Yes, he's my senior, that's correct. Though we agreed to enter this chamber the same year, I was not fortunate. I lost my primaries by a single vote, and I had to go back to the assembly to go and contest again as an assemblyman and to become a presiding member and to catapult myself into the chamber 4 years after. So I agree. Atu is my senior in this chamber. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, I have absolute confidence in him that being a young man, he's 46, he served as a deputy minister, but what he told me during the inauguration, here was a young man who came into the chamber and was seated behind the pillar. Nobody saw him. Nobody recognized him. He didn't even qualify for leadership of committee. By the grace of God, industry and patience, he's gotten to where he's gotten to. I believe that Atu's rise to that high office should be an inspiration. And I tell him that he should not forget about that. If he falls, it will be the fall of the Ghanaian youth. Going to manage an economy is no joke. We can only pray for him, wish him well, pray that he works with a team there, consult more, and be firm in his own approach to things. It's not a very popular position to take in government. His party people will come after him. Other government ministers will be on him because everybody would be anxious to have a bite at the national cake. So he should be minded of the challenge ahead of him. Mr. Speaker, the next person, our own respected colleague, John Abdullahi Jinapo, who is going to the Energy Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I will rest my case on him as there are some more aspects in that area that I would not attempt to go there. There are people who are well versed in those energy-related issues, and I know that they are very anxious to make a meaningful contribution in that area. So I will skip him. Suffice to state that he is such an affable fellow. If we look at his family, his brother is with us. He distinguished himself. He is on the other side. And Ghanaians should watch this, that the politics we do should not divide a family. The politics we do, Mr. Speaker, I will pause here to remind the majority side, they are in government. They are no more in opposition.
Leader, just address me.
I'm addressing you, but yes. I'm reminding them. I'm reminding them that they are in government. If they want to be litigating, your government business will delay. We will have our say. Mr. Speaker, the Jinapo brothers
have something to tell Ghanaians. Politics should not make you think to the extreme. Those of us here who, when it gets to politics, we forget that we are friends and we hit so hard, should learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who, when it gets to electioneering period and they are sent to people's you see your life. Unacceptable, and they proceed, and when they finish they will come and pretend like they are brothers. Those who go to police stations, collation centers to misconduct themselves, forgetting that we are in this together, learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who lead tax to collation centers to insult, to threaten, yet they know they are members of parliament, should remember brothers represent the hope of this country. Learn from the Speaker. That said, I shall rest my submissions by having a bite on the nominee, Dr. Dominic Akuritinga Ayeni. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman has earned the respect of this house. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was on government side, leading government business, there were situations where, as a professional, he even departed from certain positions taken by his side. He got a lot of social media attacks on him, but he stood firm and he stood his ground. No wonder His Excellency, in looking for a formidable but moderate lawyer to mount that ministry, he found him worthy for that cause. He's made his name in the academia. In my early days of practice, there was one case I relied on to make my bail applications and to defend my client, the famous Tagore versus the Republic. Mr. Speaker, the Tagore case was a case that no lawyer wanted to venture. Tagore was jailed with others, and lawyers felt that it was a radioactive substance. This was a man who took the judgment of the High Court, read through it, and took up the appeal. I would encourage young lawyers and law students to go and read what Apau J, as he then was, said of Dr. Ayeni, where my Lord Apesera said of Dr. Ayeni. He distinguished the law and set us on a new era of criminal jurisprudence, and that has enriched the law in the area of criminal justice. All these go to his credit. Mr. Speaker, when I was practicing in the area of financial crime, there were a lot of times that we clashed at the Supreme Court, but the beauty of the relationship was that when we left court, he, as Deputy Attorney General, came to me to even encourage me that I should continue. And that is the beauty of the game. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that going into that important ministry, we on this side of the house are watching him closely and keenly. There would be extremists, hardliners, who will be looking for the people's justice. He should remind them that Ghana is a country of rule of law. he should remind those extremists that due process is the only means to achieve an end. He should not allow people to be pushing him here and there. Mr. Speaker, let Hansard testify to this point I want to make. Once upon a time, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, was confronted with a situation where, indeed, those supposed culprits or suspects had really not done any wrong, but some omissions resulted in they having done some wrong against the state. I'm referring to the double salary situation. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo decided to pursue a path to bring down the temperature of the country. Many were those extremists in the MPP administration pushing the Akufo-Addo government to pursue the double salary and even jail them. I remember, as a member of his government, President Akufo-Addo said, to what would he gain if all these members of parliament are sent to court and are jailed? What will become of the politics of the country? This is my word of caution to my respected senior and the law professor. Pursue those who have committed a criminal wrong. No problem at all. But don't pursue political opponents. If somebody has wronged the state, has committed a crime, there's no problem. But do not allow anybody to push you to attack your political opponent. Mr. Speaker, 2013-2014, I was on this side. Some of us, the lawyers, I remember myself and 3 other lawyers who were always doing our cases, were being chased. Today, file your tax, and they were having issues. They would send us to Yoko. I remember it took Dr. Ayeni to tell those adventurers, to tell those extremists, that these are MPs who are lawyers, don't invade their offices. I remember. There are always extremists. No. There are always extremists who will be chasing you, the Attorney General. Go after your opponent. Let us make getting into government attractive and getting out of government also attractive. Yes. Don't let us create an impression that we get into office only to focus on so-called political opponents. I'm coming to Ora. Mr. Speaker, that so-called committee claiming to be going after loot must be cautioned that committee is unconstitutional and illegal. And I pray that my respected colleague, Dr. Ayeni, after taking office, will review the activities of this illegal, unconstitutional body, bring things to order, and allow the state institutions clothed with the mandate to investigate, to follow due process, investigate, and prosecute if necessary. The way this aura is going, it will not help the cause of our democracy. Today you are in government, tomorrow you will be in opposition. Do unto others as in all situations you wish them do unto you. If MPP side in government makes some mistakes, you know you don't have to continue that path. So leave above board and pursue justice for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I shall thank you for indulging me and rest my case and encourage members to support this report, which is by consensus. Thank you so much indeed.
Honorable members, The motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honorable members, please be snappy with our contributions. I believe we agreed at the pre-sitting that we are going to have 5 members from each side.
Right on, Speaker.
Honorable Leader, I'm speaking.
Please. Before we proceed, I think that has been agreed. We'll not argue about that, but we need to talk about it. Going forward, I think we need to revisit this number of people who speak. We have 187, including independent candidates, and quite frankly, 88 members. And so when it comes to debates, it must be proportional. And I think it's fair. I am not arguing about the agreement. I'm not arguing about the agreement. But I'm saying that going forward, time immemorial, because of the numbers. Other than that, we will have so many people who don't have. But I am not going back on the agreement that has been reached. I think it's very important that we say it.
Honorable members, please, let's have an order. The decision has already been taken at the pre-sitting. It has been agreed that 5 from each side. So, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please, the decision has already been taken. So now we have the names here. We will begin with Honorable Alhaji Ladi Ayaba. Hajia Ayaba. Honorable Member, you wouldn't go beyond 5 minutes. Just indulge me so that we can have this report concluded and attend to other business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but the title should come as Hajia. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank the Almighty Allah for bringing us to this level, and thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for making these nominations to take up the mantle of governance in his government. Mr. Speaker, the first 3 people who have come to table are individuals whom I have known for at least not less than 12 years each, some of them more. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the person of Honorable Atuforsen. This is a person who has been so forceful in all his activities. He has never taken the issue of his personality to be something that he feels he may feel big or think that he is above others. His demeanor has been so encouraging. His knowledge of the subject matter is not questionable. He was the Deputy Minister of Finance, and he worked to the best of his knowledge. He did so well that we all saw the kinds of things that he did until the NDC then left government in 2016. I became so happy with Honorable Atuforsen and continued to watch him as we sat on your left side, Mr. Speaker, when he had this issue of being dragged to court. I had more confidence in him when one day I said, "Leader, this issue," he said, "Hajia, don't worry, it shall be well." And I said, "Inshallah, it shall be well." And it has been well. Mr. Speaker, this is the same man who has been nominated in the vetting committee. His responses left no stone unturned. He did so well. I just sat and watched him. And there was nothing I could say or think about than to wish him well, because I know he has that good knowledge, and I know he will deliver. All we need is for us to work and work well and ensure that he delivers for the good of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, from what I have said, you realize that his capability is not questionable. Scrapping of taxes, people have spoken and said time again, especially about the almighty e-levy. The e-levy doesn't only affect those that we think it's affecting, whereby maybe we those here do not care, but I can assure you that it affects us because there is time that your own constituents, in sending monies to their children or relatives, would complain to you about these taxes, which are, I will describe, a nuisance tax. It has been a big worry, and I'm so happy that he mentioned it and has reaffirmed the president's position that that tax will be scrapped. And I think that is a kudos to us of the NDC for thinking so well about the good of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, tax exemptions came to the table time and again. Many a times we had to go through the exemptions and ensure that we took out some of the items that were locally manufactured and yet were being brought and put amongst items that needed to be exempted. And that was very, very worrying. Most of the taxes we need to relook at and ensure that items, especially those that can be gotten locally, should never be part of any exemptions. Mr. Speaker, I will not be done on the issue of Honorable Atuforsen coming up to support and lead when it came to these exemptions, when we had taxes that needed to be exempted, when even those factories were already in existence. We ensured that it never happened. And I believe that he is going to continue in that dimension. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't like to talk so much because I know you have already spoken about time, and there are many others who are yet to come. Honorable Atuforsen, I wish you the best in your office, and I hope and pray that you are able to work and work as you have always been to the benefit of us all. Not only NDC, not only MPP, to all Ghanaians and to the world at large. Mr. Speaker, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, who has been presented as the Minister-designate for the Ministry of Energy, is one anybody at all would like to interact with. He is so highly sociable, very lively, outgoing, a person who is always ready to share knowledge, always ready to listen. And he is so good in his area of study, such that when he gets up, when we were in opposition to talk about the energy sector, you had nothing else to do than to listen and listen carefully to him and learn from him. Mr. Speaker, during the vetting, you could hear the truth and nothing but the truth that he had to say. He knows it for himself that it is a sector that he shouldn't play with, and which he did. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the vetting, he had to come out to talk about the issue of some energy deficits and how there was the possibility of us having lights out, which we don't want to hear about. And when he was questioned, he said it and said it as it is. He wasn't saying it because maybe he was interested in just talking for himself or giving himself that accolade. No, he said it as it is. And he said...
Honorable, hold on. Yes, Honorable...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
We have a report, a 48-page report.
Yes.
On 3 ministerial nominees.
Yes.
We have 25 members to contribute to the report.
Yeah.
The appointments committee has to go back and vet 2 other nominees. So I beg of you to please regulate the time so that members will have the opportunity to make their contribution to the motion. That's my pleasure.
Well noted. Honorable Ladi, yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, let me also state that at the pre-sitting, it was agreed that a member should not speak more than 5 minutes. That was the limitation placed at a pre-sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to go strictly by it so that we can go and continue.
So, Honorable Ladi, I think I precautioned you and other members who will be speaking that 5 minutes will be allotted to each member. So, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. I thought it was a point of order on what I was saying. I didn't know it was the issue of time. But I would let it go with him. I can't talk much, or he will begin calling my name locally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Abdullah Jinapo, John, congratulations. I wish you all the best, and I hope that we continue to have the lights on. Mr. Speaker, my own brother, Honorable Dominic, has been one of the persons that I have always liked to talk to, and I go personally to discuss issues with him because of his demeanor. He is so diplomatic. He is such that he will go on to let you understand why he goes a particular tangent.
Honorable,
and I
please
wish
wind up for me.
I wish him all the best. He knows what I am saying, and I know once he's been a deputy minister before, he's going to work better as a minister. My big brother, congratulations, and I wish you all the best, and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's remind ourselves the time, 5 minutes, please. It's not that we are cutting anybody short, but apart from this, we have other business that we will confront ourselves with. So please, let's respect the time. At times, it's not palatable to say, Honorable Member, your time is up, so please wind up or stop. But if I have to do that, I will do that, please. Yes. Honorable Member for Asante Achim Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to first congratulate the nominees. Honorable Dominic Aine is my classmate for 5 years at the Faculty of Law and the Law School. So I know him very well to be a man of his own word and of good integrity. Mr. Speaker, he's a very hard-working gentleman and a very brilliant young man. He's worked very hard to be where he is. When we came into politics, I thought he was not interested, but later he joined us, and he has been a good politician, having served at the ministry as a deputy minister before Ghanaians decided that he should go and rest. Mr. Speaker, I have worked with Honorable Jinapo, whom we call JJ, on Finance Committee, and I've always admired him as a young man for his background and the knowledge that he has in steering the affairs of the committee. Though sometimes mischievous, but we play with those things. And then finally, I would want to also congratulate especially Honorable Kesolato Forcing. He's a fine gentleman. He has taught us a lot of things at the Finance Committee, and he has always lived by his word. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that these three gentlemen that the President had selected, I have so much confidence in them. I can only say and advise that they should not disappoint us. They should live up to the confidence that we have in them in order that Ghanaians would benefit from the nominations that the President had made. With this, Mr. Speaker, I would want to again wish them all the best if they are given the nod in their new career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we can all take cue with the time. Very snappy, and he was able to touch all the three. Indeed, he was a teacher. So it is now the turn for a member for Cape Coast South. Honorable members have been given a list, so I'm just going by the list. How will you know? Yes, Honorable Rickett.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion, item 10.3 on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to first of all congratulate the three gentlemen, Honorable Dr. Kesolato Forcing, who is a Minister Designate for the Ministry of Finance, Honorable John Jinapo, who is going to the Ministry of Energy, and Dr. Honorable Dominic Ayene, who is the Minister Designate for the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I think at the vetting, Honorable Atuforsen distinguished himself very well. He said all that he needed to say as a minister who is yet about to go to the ministry. And he did promise to deliver the promises that His Excellency the President had made in terms of tax that we hope to repeal. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atuforsen was at the Ministry of Finance as a deputy minister with myself over 8 years ago. He's been a ranking member of the Finance Committee for I think 6 or 7 years. So he's basically been following the Finance Ministry for at least over a decade. I have no doubt in my mind his ability to perform his duties as the minister in the times that we are in. And I wish him all the best, and I know that he will do well. We are all here to support him to make sure that he succeed in this difficult economic climate that this country is seeing at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to Honorable John Jinapo, a fine gentleman who is passionate about matters that involve energy. And I think he's followed energy matters for a very long time. I have no doubt in my mind that he is the right person to go to the ministry in these difficult times. With Dr. Dominic Ayene, my good friend, congratulations. The interesting thing is that all three gentlemen here have previously been deputy ministers of the ministries that they are going. So it shows clearly the succession plan that the NDC has in terms of promotion of people to positions. So the places they are going are not new to them. And I know that they will do well. We pray and hope that we all support them to succeed. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to sit at the veto, so I'm yielding to Honorable Kwabena Ponkroma, if he's not on the list.
Kojo is on the list.
Honorable Member for Takoradi, please.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved on the nominations of the President. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the first person we are interested in is Honorable Ba Atoforsen, who is also a schoolmate, even though he was my junior. He's been a very good friend whilst we both came to Parliament, and I believe that the nomination is in the right direction. More so, when he has been a member of the Finance Committee for a very long time and been a part of the MDC campaign. Mr. Speaker, if you take a lot of the pronouncements and the campaign promises made by the NDC, naturally finance was a major part of it. It is therefore unfortunate when nominees like my friend Ato and others are asked direct questions on the promises. They tend to tell you that wait for them to show us their next budget. They tell us, wait, let's go to the ministry before we get the full view of the data. So the question I ask myself is that not downgrading our politics? That kind of attitude, is that not downgrading our politics? I believe that it's time that we politicians start making promises that we are sure about the data and how effectively we are going to implement it for the benefit of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, another area Honorable Atoforsen had made some suggestions which I believe are good and we need to encourage is the use of the taxes or some part of the taxes paid by the informal sector being used as pensions for themselves. I believe that is one area he has mentioned, and I implore him that as he gets the nod, you make sure that the implementation of these ideas are effected immediately so that we can formalize the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, the other area he had also mentioned had to do with the issue of value for money, the issues of investor confidence, issues of employment and entrepreneurship in particular. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of value for money, I believe that is one area we need to quickly look at in a very big way, especially the processes at the Ministry of Finance. In situations where loans are approved in Parliament, and sometimes it takes over 1 year before projects are implemented, goes a long way to affect the real value we deliver or get out of these projects. Mr. Speaker, we've had challenges in this country where we continue to do roads projects that are too expensive, and the value we get out of it over a period of time diminishes, are some of the issues I believe that they should also be looking at. On entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges we have in this country is the concept of all young people believing and thinking that after school, government will employ them. Mr. Speaker, That is one major difficulty that we've had as politicians. And I believe that investment in the area of private sector, small businesses, medium-scale businesses that Ghanaians can manage for the long term should be one area that government should be investing a lot of public funds, starting from now, to make sure that we can expand that area, use that to generate employment, and also use that to generate taxes for the country. On the issue of the nominee for Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, I've worked with Dr. Ayeni on the subsidiary committee for the last 4 years. And he has shown to be a moderate. He has shown to believe in consensus. And he has always stood his grounds and admitted his mistake. And I believe that is one person that, quite frankly, we are all happy he's gotten this nomination. I believe that the House would also support and make sure that he becomes the next Attorney General to be able to do the work for Ghana. Last but not least, I'll talk about John Jinapo, JJ. I had worked with him on the transition at Energy Ministry, and I believe that since he has a lot of information and he has worked in that sector, all we are praying is that Dumso do not come back. All we are praying is that the fuel will flow as that happened in the last 7 years.
Thank you.
And with these few words, Mr. Speaker,
thank you very much.
I support this nomination to go to Saika start with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's now turn to Honorable Xavier Sosu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved for the approval of the 3 nominees of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen has shown extreme leadership in this House and shown in-depth knowledge in finance and national economy, which I believe makes his nomination one of the finest and one of the best. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that true leadership is revealed by adversity. Mr. Speaker, you would bear testimony to the fact that Dr. Atuforsen was one of the people who was politically targeted. And throughout last year, 2 years ago, he had to endure all manner of attack on his personality. He had to endure going to court while serving as a very, very firm voice of the opposition on the Finance Committee. And Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member for Medina, hold on.
Very, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I must sound a caution. My friend said that Honorable Atuforsen was politically targeted. And I think this is not fair, and this is below the belt. To say that he was politically targeted, I think this must be expunged from the records. And because if he is asked to justify why he was politically or the circumstances of political target, I'm not sure the honorable member will be able to justify this. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. Honorable Xavier, once you are also an officer of the court, I think you do us the honors and withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that statement.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen was one of the members of parliament last year that underwent all kinds of struggles, let me put it that way, in the face of delivering his work before this very House. But Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that he distinguished himself. He was firm, he was principled, he stood his grounds to defend his position when it comes to matters of the economy. You recall how he led our side to fight fiercely against the e-levy. And Mr. Speaker, what is good about Dr. Atuforsen is the fact that even now at the vetting committee, he stood his position to say that definitely the NDC government is going to honor its promise by scraping off the e-levy and other taxes that he's always stood by. Mr. Speaker, Atuforsen represents some inspiration to young people because he's in his 40s and yet he's already distinguished himself, rising through the ranks to the highest pinnacle of becoming a finance minister. And Mr. Speaker, that is an inspiration to all of us, and I believe that he is definitely going to carry the people of Ghana through and honor all the promises that the NDC has made in its manifesto, particularly when it comes to youth employment. Mr. Speaker, our brother and friend John Jinakbo has also distinguished himself as a member of parliament and also shown very excellent knowledge when it comes to the energy sector, and I believe that he's also going to do very well and be an answer to the energy challenges that we were plunged into by the former administration. Mr. Speaker, finally, Dr. Ayene was my lecturer and has been an inspiration to me in various ways. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that in the last parliament, when I led some private bills like the abolition of the death penalty, Dr. Ayene played a key role in ensuring that we achieve that goal of abolishing the death penalty, criminalizing witchcraft accusation. Mr. Speaker, I would want to use this opportunity to urge Dr. Ayene that Ghana still has to sign the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and also work on removing the death penalty from the Armed Forces Act. And I hope that as he assumes this ministry, he will lead the way to make this happen. And most importantly, also work on the non-custodial sentences for petty crimes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish him the best, and I wish all of them the best, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It is now the turn of Dr. Gideon Buako. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion ably moved for the ministers.
Honorable member, may you speak up a bit?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise in appreciation of the opportunity you have given me to comment on the nominees whose reports have been brought before this House. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers we are considering today, as has been said by one of us, have all served as deputy ministers in the respective ministries that they are going. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a government on a reset agenda, but these nominations indicate an upgrade from former deputy ministers to substantive ministers. It gives an indication that indeed it is good to upgrade in life as human beings. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Dr. KCL Atuforsen, who has been nominated to the prestigious office of the Finance Minister, is a distinguished personality. He served as a member of Parliament. He served on the Finance Committee. He's been a Deputy Minister for Finance before. So truly, his competence and experience in the ministry he's going to is not questionable. The Honorable Minister-designate came to the KNUST at the time I was a lecturer there at the business school for one of his programs. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we approve the Minister for Finance, it is important for me to note that he is going into that office to perform three main functions as any finance manager will perform. He's going to take investment decisions for the country, financing decisions for the country, and budgeting decisions. Mr. Speaker, it is important as a country, having one of us go into such ministries, to remind ourselves that we need to enter into contracts that the Ghanaian people will have value for money. Recently, His Excellency the President met the President of the African Development Bank and put before them initiatives and projects that the government wants to embark upon. Mr. Speaker, we have been on this curve before, and Ghana in the past have procured some loans for infrastructure projects, and most of these loans have come at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I should like to remind the minister going for the finance minister that in the year 2015, the government of Ghana, through the African Development Bank, took a loan for the Terminal 3 project. That loan came with an interest of 8.5%, so high for the Ghanaian people. It took the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to renegotiate that interest down to 5%. Also, the initial loan agreement for the Temako-Sombo standard gauge railway project that was contracted by the NDC government, that the Honorable Atto-Forson was the deputy minister, came with an interest of 6-month LIBOR plus 1.75%. Mr. Speaker, this was so high, and it took the government of the NPP to renegotiate this down to 6-month LIBOR plus 1.5%. Then again, Mr. Speaker, Honorable, if you look at the Pokuase interchange.
Honorable Member, I believe you'll get time for you to debate some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, begin to wind up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that as the minister heads to the ministry to take financing decisions for the country, we must ensure that if we are going for loans, we go for cheaper loans. If we are procuring financing, we must ensure that the financing we are procuring are not coming at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, in winding up, I want to comment briefly on the Honorable Minister for Energy, John Jinapo. Permit me, Mr. Speaker.
I give you 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, something that is of utmost interest to the Ghanaian people today is electricity tariffs. I wish to remind the minister that Ghanaian people will be very appreciative if he's able to work to reduce prices or the tariffs of electricity. And Mr. Speaker, just to support what I'm saying with this data, Ghanaians have gone through a lot. In 2009, there was no increase in electricity tariffs.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Ghanaians paid 10%. In 2011, 8.9%. In 2012, 7.4%. In 2013, 58%. In 2014, 28%. Mr. Speaker, in the heat of doomsday, we were paying 90%.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. You get the opportunity.
If you just oppose this.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you get the opportunity one day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that you can give up your. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Leader, he's a first timer.
I want to advise. I just want to advise my colleague. I understand that this is a very exciting time for you, and that's why we're indulging you. But please, when the speaker asks you to wind up, please do so. It's very, very important. We work towards the speaker, and so when he tells you to wind up, please do so.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Ampimnyako Asujaman. Please.
Thank you.
Work around 5 minutes for me.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to do less than 5 minutes. No. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the announcement of the nomination of these 3 honorable members, Honorable Dr. Ato Forson, Honorable John Jinapor, and Honorable Ayeni, was greeted by Ghanaians with a lot of excitement and approval. And in fact, it tells all of us that President Mahama has started getting things right. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that is common about all these nominees, and it is the fact that they are all being nominated to ministries that they previously worked as deputy ministers. In fact, Dr. Ato Forson was Deputy Minister for Finance, John Jinapor was Deputy Minister for Energy, and Dr. Ayeni was Deputy Attorney General. And this tells us something, that if you are given an opportunity and you work hard, one day you will be recognized. Oh, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Opal is harassing me. One day, you will be recognized and you will be elevated to higher heights. And so this is a lesson to everybody, that any opportunity that you get, no matter how small it is, work hard and one day you will be rewarded. Mr. Speaker, their responses showed clearly that they are ready for the work and they appreciate fully the task ahead of them. In fact, Dr. Ato Forson stated clearly that he is going to walk the talk. President Mahama intends to walk the talk and to deliver on all the promises that he made to Ghanaians. I was so excited hearing him give assurance to the committee, through the committee to all Ghanaians, that in the next budget, Ghanaians will see the repeal of those taxes that we spoke against when we were in opposition. That e-levy will be abolished, that betting tax will be abolished, and others. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ato Forson made rather an ambitious promise that he aims to work hard to bring inflation down to 8% plus or minus 2. Knowing that inflation had risen to over 50% under the previous administration, it is quite refreshing to note that that is one of his targets, that he will bring down inflation to a single digit. We know that inflation came down to around 20-something%, but if that is one of the targets of Dr. Ato Forson at the ministry, then it is very encouraging, and I believe all of us will work hard to support for the realization of this. Mr. Speaker, he explained the 24-hour economy, and contrary to what the leader said, that he said he's going to be only about the real sector, that was not his response. He said we will focus on the real sector. In fact, we, the NDC, have stated clearly that selected public institutions with large customers like DVLA, like the Harbour, like Passport Office, will all be under the 24-hour economy, and it will help create a lot of jobs for us. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ayeni has demonstrated to the admiration of all of us in this House that he knows the subject, he knows law, and that when he worked at the Attorney General's office, he really learned, and he's going to bring that to bear in the execution of his duty. I admire Dr. Ayeni for one thing, that he is a very principled man. In fact, he took certain positions that were unpopular to those of us in his party, but he stood by them and said that with my background and everything, this is what I believe should be done. this is the man that is going to the Attorney General's department. And so when the minority leader was appealing that he shouldn't go and persecute political opponents and all that, I can assure him that the man going to this office is principled and he will do his work very well. Finally, on Honorable Jinapo, he's my friend. If I don't mention him, it will be fair. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jinapo, someone I have worked with on the Finance Committee, has also demonstrated that he's ready to help us solve the energy challenges. He said something about power purchasing agreements, and I was so happy with that response, because an erroneous impression has always been created that it was wrong for us to have take or pay clauses in power purchasing agreements. But he demonstrated that even succeeding governments after him signed about 6 agreements that also included take or pay clauses. Thank you very much. So I encourage all of us to approve these nominees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable John Darko.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given to me to support the motion for the approval of the 3 nominees in the persons of Dr. Dominic Ayeni and Honorable Kesel Atuba Forsen and Honorable John Jinapo. In the case of Honorable John Jinapo and Dr. Ayeni, I had the opportunity to put some few questions to them during the vetting, and I believe the answers to the questions are out there. I believe the jury is still out there on whether their answers were satisfactory or not. But Mr. Speaker, I did not get a chance to ask the Finance Minister nominee 1 or 2 questions that I had, and I want to bring that to the fore. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister nominee, Honorable Dr. Atuba Forsen, appeared before the committee, he presented a CV which I went through. Mr. Speaker, when I went through the CV, I saw that the Honorable Finance Minister nominee has stated that he was once a director of a company called Protect Integrated Services Limited in the UK. Mr. Speaker, when I tried to search on the company, I realized that honorable nominee's dates in which he claimed he was a director showed that he said he was a director from 2003 to 2005. The search at the UK's company registry, which is on the internet, shows that that company was actually set up in February 2005. I also realized that when you go through the company's record, Honorable Minister nominee's name wasn't there as a director, contrary to what he has stated on his CV. And then a search also showed that that company was liquidated sometime in 2009. I mean, this is going to be a Minister of Finance for the country. And I was wondering how somebody who is going to run our country will become a director, who is going to run our finance ministry, was once a director of a company which has been folded up. And then the fact that the date in which he claimed he was a director clearly shows that he wasn't a director at the time. He was a director. The company was actually set up in 2005 when he said that he was a director in 2003 to 2005. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's a mistake, we would like to have the Honorable Minister nominee to come and clarify that.
Hold on. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the practice in the UK is that when you are going to start a business, initially you don't register it. There are few businesses that start as registered businesses. You start under a concept known as Trading Act. So you trade as a particular name and you do business until the business is well established to a point where you can now go and formally register that name as the business.
Speaker, no.
So he started trading as that name and worked for about 2 years, after which he then went and registered the company. The records are there. You don't understand the concept, you can Google it, trading as, and you will see it that is a very common practice that is encouraged in the UK. And so this business was conducted in the UK, and that is how it started. That is why at the point that you are talking about, it wasn't registered, but it actually was an existing business. Go and check. Just Google it on your phone. You will see that in the UK, it is a common and accepted practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable
clarification.
You may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, very specific point of clarification.
No, I'm not giving you the
Mr. Speaker, that's a clear misinformation to the House, Mr. Speaker, on UK company law and practice.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Let me give the opportunity to the chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is observable from the fact that members get up without catching the eyes of the Speaker, then they will put on the microphone. Mr. Speaker, they have gone through an orientation. So this habit can no longer be entertained in this House. So once again, members should take note that by practice and convention in this House, you get up until you catch the eyes of the Speaker. You do not put on your microphone. It's not looking good. We've gone through the orientation exercise with them. So I don't want to see this reoccurring.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable John Darkon, you may continue.
Honourable Speaker, so I was saying the company, the registered company that we know, which is the Protect Integrated Services Limited, was registered in 2005. I don't care what my learned colleague on the other side is saying, that you have to operate the company at a particular or for a particular period before it is registered. I think that it is inaccurate. What we are dealing with is a registered company, and that is what it has provided to this House and the people of Ghana, that he was a director of that company, Protect Integrated Services Limited, from 2003 to 2005. If it's a mistake, he should come to this House to come and correct it. This is a House of record. He is going to be the Minister for Finance, and it is important that some of these things are corrected. Mr. Speaker, on that I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. You take the last from the majority side, from Honourable Yusuf Suleimana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that is before us this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the three gentlemen that have been nominated and vetted are really assets to this nation. Mr. Speaker, we all know Honorable Atuforsen. We are aware of his humility, somebody who is very focused, very diligent, and very knowledgeable. And this was demonstrated when he was vetted. His responses were asked. The Speaker, when he was asked on the issue of tax exemptions, he was clear that we should give tax exemptions to companies that really deserve this, and that we should be fair in giving out these tax exemptions. And that, for me, is something that we all have to take into consideration. And this is a person that needs to occupy this very important position so that he will demonstrate fairness and not be biased. Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on my own brother, my younger brother, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, a young man with vision, a young man who has demonstrated competence, a young man very knowledgeable when it comes to energy and finance, a young man who is able to give us assurance that Dumso will be a thing of the past. We have just inherited Dumso, something that the John Mahama administration had worked to resolve. We inherited it from you. And this young gentleman gave us the hope that Dumso will not resurface in this country. And he has taken pragmatic steps to ensure that we don't sleep in darkness. You don't sleep in darkness. And so you should begin clapping for him. You should begin clapping for him. That the mess you have caused, this young man, a visionary leader, has given us hope. And these are the kind of people that we expect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to put into very strategic positions like this. And so I call on you unanimously to approve these men of integrity so that the mess that we have inherited, they will be able to resolve that for us. Mr. Speaker, lastly, because I don't want to take so much time, lastly, Honorable Dominic Ayeni, when the name is mentioned, people shiver. This is a man that we all know. His credibility level is high. You can compare him to other outgone Attorney General and what have you. You can compare them and you see the difference. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dominic Ayeni, a lecturer, an experienced lawyer, but some of us seated here are even his students. I can see some of them seated there and listening. This is a man who taught you, and you know his worth. And that's the man who's now coming to lead you when it comes to issues of law and issues of courts in this country. I think you should be clapping for Mama for giving you such a respected person that even in the international front, when he speaks, he brings credibility to Ghana. And so, once again, I want to call on you.
Thank you. To
rise up and give a unanimous approval to this young man to save us from the position that we have inherited.
Thank you.
God bless you all. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Lastly, we will listen to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the NDC has a knack for three wise men. When President Mills was in power, he had his three wise men. And President Mahama appears to have started off with his three wise men, our brothers who have been nominated and who have performed creditably when they appeared before the Appointments Committee. Dr. Ayene was Deputy Attorney General when I was called to the bar. He actually handed me my qualified certificate of law. His track record is well known and well respected. We wish him well. He's not only going to be Attorney General, he's also going to be Minister responsible for justice. And Mr. Speaker, justice is a subject that across the country many people still look forward to. Court infrastructure, residences for magistrates and judges, the kind of budgets that must go there, the availability of lawyers for legal aid to ensure that justice is done in the nooks and crannies of this country. These are things that we expect Dr. Ayene in addition to other functions to pay attention to, and we wish him well. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable John Jinapor, our brother, is well versed in the subject of energy and finance. He has offered a lot of explanations about take or pay and things that have gone on in the past. Mr. Speaker, no matter the explanations you give, and I speak as a former member of cabinet, a few lessons that we can share with our colleagues. No matter the explanations that you give, what the people of Ghana are waiting for is that fuel prices don't go up, the electricity prices don't go up, the fuel is available at the pumps, that the lights don't go off. We wish our brother well, and we hope he delivers in that area. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Atuforsen spoke about 4 things that I want to briefly comment on. One was on raising revenue. The Honorable Dr. Atuforsen says that his target is to move tax to GDP ratio from 13% to about 18%. That's about 500 basis points. Mr. Speaker, 1% of GDP is about 10 billion Ghana cedis. So to move it from 13 to 18 is about 50 billion Ghana cedis. At a time when, as we have agreed across the political divide, some tax handles should be removed. E-levy, COVID, betting. E-levy and COVID alone, nothing less than 20 billion. So what he's promising us is that he's going to take away about 20 billion from the revenue handles, but still grow it by another 50. We are hoping that he will do that without introducing new taxes or renaming some of the taxes. And whatever he will do in that area, we will support him and help him. If it works well and Ghana moves to 18% of GDP, it works well for all of us. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about expenditure cuts and says that he's committed to it. On this side of the House, we had already advertised that we are looking forward to about a cut of 3% of GDP. So we'll be looking forward to the expenditure cuts that he will present in his first budget, and we'll help him to achieve it. However, Mr. Speaker, whatever cuts we do, we should ensure that quality of projects are not being sacrificed. We should expect that ongoing projects that are delivering value to Ghanaians are not sacrificed. Yesterday, the Honorable Agboja at his vetting mentioned that commitment on roads is about 100 billion. That means about 100 billion worth of road projects ongoing. These cuts, we are hoping, will not lead to a stop of the major critical road and other infrastructure projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the third thing he spoke about, which I want to briefly comment on, is debt management. That under his administration, they will do better in debt management. At the same time, he's considering taking some more money from the IMF. That's not a grant, that's debt. What is that debt going to do? Worsen our debt situation or improve it? So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking forward to these things and helping our brother to achieve those objectives. And finally, the respected minority leader drew attention to the fact that when the president issued the EI on the ministries, he said Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. But when he issued the communication to the speaker, he said Minister responsible for finance. We will urge our brother to avoid the trap of creating the impression that he is responsible for the economy. The minister responsible for fiscal policy, the minister responsible for finance, like my brother Ricketts knows, is the minister responsible for fiscal policy, not the whole economy. There are external economic developments that he doesn't have control over. There are things happening in the monetary policy space that he doesn't have control over. There are real sector economic issues in other areas that other ministers will be taking decisions and impacting the economy. He doesn't have control over that. So from our lessons, we wish them well. We will give them all the support that we can. If it works well for all of us. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, we will support the motion that our brothers be approved to take up their position. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed Yes. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, It is obvious. The ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has adopted His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Dr. Kasil Atoba Forsen as Minister Designate for Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo as Minister Designate for Ministry of Energy. And Honorable Dr. Dominic Akulintiga Ayini as Minister Designate for the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend our congratulations to our own brothers in this House, and we hope that they will make us proud. Yes. Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. As the mover of the motion, I want to use the opportunity to thank the Appointment Committee and the entire House for adopting the report of the unanimous decision of the committee by consensus. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the nominee, I sincerely thank the entire House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership? Leadership? Yes.
Madam Speaker, we intend to go and continue the vetting of the president nominees. And I think on that note, we will ask that you suspend the House for us to allow the Appointment Committee to do that work, and then we can come back with the second report. That was the agreement.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. But are the reports not ready?
Speaker, I disagree with him. Respectfully, I disagree with him because we had conclave, and Speaker, two very important statements have been admitted, and it's important we allow members to read their statement. At this time, yes, it's important. They are equally important. Speaker, so you were not at conclave, and you admit that you were not there. Oh, good. So, Speaker, we should rather proceed to take item 8, after which we can decide on what next.
Speaker, indeed, that was the agreement. I wasn't there, but it's been agreed that there will be a statement taken and then 2 statements. Yes. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, let's turn to page 2. Page 2 in today's order paper. Page 2. Item listed 8, statements. The first statement is from our colleague from Suhum, Honorable Bequin Frank Asiedu.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, let's hear you. I was going to talk about the topic, but I can't see the headings well, so you can go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to join my colleagues in congratulating you on your re-election as a Speaker for the 9th Parliament.
As second Deputy Speaker. Yes, go on.
For the 4th Republic, and do welcome you back to the Speaker's chair. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also thank the illustrious sons and daughters of Suhum constituency for electing me into this August House, and I promise to serve them in dignity and in truth. Mr. Speaker, I am fortified by Orders 93 and 67 FF, and to thank you for the opportunity to highlight a matter of growing importance in global public health, namely the human metapneumovirus HMPV, and how Ghana can strengthen its surveillance and preparedness efforts in response to this virus. HMPV is a respiratory virus known to cause symptoms often to the common cold, including a stuffy nose, cough, shortness of breath, sore throat, fever, and occasionally rash. While HMPV typically presents with mild illness, it can be more severe in young children, adults over 65 years, and individuals with weakened immune systems, which can result in mortality. It mirrors some of the symptoms we observe with COVID-19, underscoring why testing and proper diagnosis are essential. HMPV spreads primarily through respiratory droplets, via coughing, sneezing, and close physical contacts such as shaking hands, hugging, or kissing. It can also be transmitted by touching objects or surfaces contaminated by the virus, and then touching one's eyes, nose, or mouth. Recent data from the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention up to the 29th of December 2024 indicates notable increase in common acute respiratory infections, including those caused by seasonal influenza viruses, respiratory syncytial virus RSV, and human metapneumovirus HMPV. This trend serves as a warning sign for countries around the world to enhance surveillance and be ready to mount a timely response. Ghana must draw on the lessons we learned during COVID-19 to protect our population. We must draw on the experience of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's administration. These included the critical role of robust surveillance systems, widespread testing, clear public health communication, and the readiness of healthcare facilities to respond to spikes in respiratory infections. the Ghana Health Service and all relevant public health authorities should work in tandem to strengthen surveillance, enhance public awareness campaigns, promote preventive measures, and maintain readiness of healthcare facilities. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Ghana Health Service for coming out on this matter. I therefore draw government's attention to this and to further advise it to give these state institutions the needed support to be able to handle the situation. Mr. Speaker, our collective experience with COVID-19 underscores the critical importance of vigilance, preparedness, and swift response. HMPV's similar symptoms to other respiratory infections means that our surveillance efforts must be comprehensive and well coordinated. By investing in robust public health infrastructure, we can safeguard our citizens, preserve their health, and sustain productivity. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us to assure the Ghanaian public that we stand ready to address any emerging threats to our nation's health with appropriate planning, clear communication, and collaboration across sectors. We can effectively manage HMPV and any future respiratory viruses as we think globally and act locally. Our people deserve a health system that is resilient, proactive, and committed to protecting the well-being of all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Honourable members, I have another statement. I want us to take that one as well. Then I will invite members to contribute. You may decide to contribute to which one you are interested in. So let me invite Honourable Member for Medina to also read his statement on Ghana's leadership in ensuring the full implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement.
running the ring. Now, tank Muna Mujis Casamukoto, Takuna, Elikama hanging out. Ah, oh no, see. So wait, ne papa. Now, papa no put a leaky. Pacho Ebenyan's away. Oh! Ghana for what number one plumber new? A friend necklace, I want to tank the ones you have. So, Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX, Syntex tank. Hey, top, and leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer open, size beer open. Yeah, yama. Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, you must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank, hey, strong, hey, top.
Step into luxury this festive season with Eminence Courts, located in Temakomti 26, just behind Palace Mall. Eminence Courts offers you the perfect opportunity to start the new year in a dream home. Invest and rent fully furnished studio apartments starting from $35,000 in 1 to 4 bedroom homes with payment plans tailored to your preference. Enjoy premium amenities like a pool, gym, and 24/7 security. The keys to your new home could be yours in 3 to 12 months delivery period. Call the numbers below to book a tour or visit our website at www.nestus.com.gh for more offers. Reward your hustle with Eminence Courts.
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castanet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Makers Awards is the most reliable and authentic award.
I have become a role model to a lot of young people in the Upper East.
This exposure also offered me another opportunity to win the 2024 edition of the Humanitarian Awards Global as an outstanding philanthropist.
What I was doing in the dark, it has come to light, and looking at the smiles on the kids, I am so excited.
I was on JoyNews for a year plus. People got to know about what we were doing. Sponsors came in, resourceful people came in.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Joy News channel. Well, we just told you
there is a so-called upsurge in political violence in the country. They also created a misleading impression that the unfortunate demise of the miners is as a result of political violence. The NDC Majority Caucus in Parliament condemns the desperate attempt by the MPP Minority Caucus to politicize the unfortunate development in Obuasi. Instead of sympathizing with the bereaved families and applauding government proactiveness, the NPP minority is dabbling in cheap politics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that MPP is yet to recover from the shock of its monumental defeat, and as such, they are engaging in cheap politicking. We urge them to come to terms with the resounding defeat that they suffered in the last election and allow the 2 weeks old government to steer the affairs of state in line with the mandate of the people of Ghana. Finally, we wish to assure the people of Ghana that pursuant to the directive of His Excellency the President, impartial, timely, and efficient investigation would be carried out in due course in the matter that has just happened at Obuasi. And the NDC does not subscribe to violence. We want to assure the people of Ghana once again that the NDC Majority Caucus stand ready to work with the MPP if they so desire to work with us, in ensuring that whatever we do, we will together help the people of Ghana recover from the massive economic shackles that they've left behind. Thank you very much.
I heard the minority leader on the floor saying that at least you should have incorporated the ongoing tackling and the killing of illegal miners at once in a business committee deliberations. But I hear you now that they are politicizing the whole incident. But what I felt was he was urging you to call for a bipartisan committee to look into the matter. Because you as representative of the people, you are the best placed to consider the whole incident to come up with recommendations.
Thank you very much. First, His Excellency the President has ordered a full-scale investigation into the matter. Second, the minority leader himself was not at the business committee for him to make that suggestion. I'm only the chair of the business committee, of which he is the ranking member. And so at any point in time, he can recommend a business for us to discuss. You have to ask yourself, why did he absent himself from the business committee? One. You also have to ask yourself once again that even though he sent a representative, why is it that the representative did not table before us to discuss the matter if he so desires that is so critical? So clearly you can deduce from his conduct that he just wants to politicize the matter. The matter before us is a matter of homicide. The police, the military, and all others concerned will have to come together and investigate it. His Excellency the President has already ordered for that. So I don't think there is the need for us to open another investigation in Parliament. This will mean duplication of government function. And government, remember, is made up of both the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. So all of us come together as the three organs of government to manage the country. And the fact that one has started an investigation, there's no need for us to open another investigation. But be it as it may, I was open for discussion, yet he failed to discuss it at the business committee. We programmed the business committee for this week with the input of the MPP Minority Caucus. So why is it that he's trying to ambush all of us by introducing something that was not discussed at the business committee? Obviously, he just wants to politicize the matter. But you see, people's life and people's life matters. And so you cannot hide behind politics to remind people of their loss. Let's be very sensitive and allow the bereaved family to actually go through their pain. It's most unfortunate to see or hear the majority leader go through this line. I think it's most unfortunate. They don't have to politicize the matter. Let us come together as a country, find out what actually resulted into these killings, and ensure that in future this does not happen again. And most importantly, bring those that actually, per the outcome of the report, will be found culprit into a proper book of proper accountability. Thank you.
Leader, how do you feel when you hear a colleague on the other side say that what happened was inspired by your party's troubles, your government troubles of raising and recover all, and after John Darko of Swap say this, what happened there was inspired by the oral committee, the oral.
Thank you. I mean, it's most unfair. Clearly, the illegal small-scale miners or the small-scale miners did not go there to recover a loot. They went out there to mine a disused mining concession. That is not a loot. So you can see clearly their desperation and indeed what they intend to do. It's nothing but politics. They are so wounded, worried, but I can assure you that we in the NDC, we are not phased. We'll do what the people want, and we'll do just that to make everybody happy. Any comment? Thank you very much.
Just gone by, you heard the finance minister speak to some of these things. And we are live. I'll speak to Honorable Ampem Nyakon pretty shortly. We are live on JoyNews. Honorable Ampem Nyakon, the House has today approved Dr. Kessela Tuforsen and the likes to go into the respective ministry to serve. Are you confident about the ability of Dr. Kessela Tuforsen to turn the fortune of the country around in terms of the finances, given the precarious state of our finances now?
Of course, I am. And if you heard all of us on the floor, everybody is confident about his ability. This is a man who worked at the ministry as a deputy minister. For 6 years, he was the ranking member on finance before he was elevated to become the leader of the minority in the House. And so throughout, for over a decade, he's been working in relation with finances of this country. And he has demonstrated that he is prepared, his knowledge, his experience and everything. In fact, I was privileged to work under him on the finance committee when he was ranking member of the committee. And anytime the Ministry of Finance or their agencies appeared before the committee, his inputs, line of questioning and everything clearly showed and demonstrated that he is prepared to lead the ministry.
I heard on the floor today the minority leader saying that you perhaps will be going to the finance ministry to deputize Dr. Kessela Tuforsen. Is there something like that?
I didn't hear that.
Right, thank you very much and all the best. And so that is the news conference that has just been addressed by the majority leader, Dr. Kessela Tuforsen, raising a number of issues having to do with the Obuasi mine clash and the issues we've seen thereof. They are saying that John Dramani Mahama's commitment to investigate that must be trusted, that investigation must happen, and that the minorities should not politicize that. And that is the news conference that has just concluded, addressed by Dr. Kessela Tuforsen. But also for those of you just joining our coverage, just gone by on the floor of Parliament, the 3 ministerial nominees, the first batch that were nominated by John Dramani Mahama, have all now been approved by Parliament. Dr. Kessela Tuforsen, who just spoke, has been approved as the Minister for Finance designate. Dr. Dominic Ayeni has been approved as the Attorney General and Minister for Justice designate. And then John Jinapo has also been approved as the Minister for Energy. And so these 3 designates, the expectation now is that the President of the Republic will, in line with the Constitution, formally appoint them and swear them in either today or tomorrow, and then get them to start at their respective ministries. Also this morning, Ahmed Ibrahim, MP for Banda, has been vetted for the role of Minister for Local Government, Religious Affairs and Chieftaincy, and we expect that 2 other persons will be vetted today by the appointment committee, and any moment from now, the appointment committee will be convening to continue with the vetting. The first is Agnes Namumulati, the Minister designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and then the nominee for Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, Elizabeth Ofusojare. That vetting will start any moment from now when the chairman, Patrick Bernard Ahiafo, actually goes in there and get it underway. So for Sina, that is the situation in Parliament with so many things happening at the same time on a lot of legs.
Much for providing us with that update. Now, if you just tuned in, we just want you to know that the 3 ministers initially vetted by the Appointments Committee has been approved. Dr. Kasiel Atuforsin is the Finance Minister, John Jinapor, the Energy Minister, and then Dominic Ayeni, the Attorney General and Minister for Finance. Now, just gone by is a press conference there by the majority in Parliament, being headed by Dr. Kasiel Atuforsin, and he condemns what he says is a desperate attempt by the minority to politicize the debt of some miners at Obuasi. So we're keeping our tabs on that. We know that just earlier today, Ahmed Ibrahim was vetted by the Appointments Committee. We're expecting 2 other individuals to pass through. Agnes Namumulate, she is MP and Minister Designate for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. We're expecting that to come up shortly. Also, Elizabeth Ofusojare, MP and Minister Designate for the Ministry of Trades and Industry. So we're looking forward to that 2 vetting that is yet to happen, and we'll be taking you there once it starts. But let's spend some time on the Appointment Committee and some of the concerns they've been raising, because the Minister Designate for Education, Haruna Idrisu, he revealed that government's free admission for tertiary students is expected to cost Ghana almost 350 million Ghana cedis a year. Now, this is in reaction to raging concerns over the position of the NDC government on the promise, especially as admission have already closed for tertiary institutions and school have already resumed, with most students paying their fees. Well, yesterday, during his vetting at the Appointments Committee, the Education Minister Designate, Haruna Idrisu, provided some clarity on the policy. Here's a report put together by the news team, just to give us a wrap of some of the key things he said he will tackle in the educational sector.
Held the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to account for some 3.5 billion Ghana cedis arrests from 2018, 2019, 2020, and up to 2022. So it was that money, arrest, that was supposed to be given to the administrator to procure the machines. Mr. Chairman, you and I will agree with me that when the machines were about to be procured, the Ministry for Local Government was not involved. They were procured at the office of the President. And as I speak to you, not all the money has been paid. The contract, when given the nod, everything will be made clear and the House will be well informed about the position of the DRIP. Do I think that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister responsible for local government? And I answered in the affirmative. But the question was not in reference to the position of law. If it comes to the position of the law, Mr. Chairman, this is the Local Governance Act 2016. It was Parliament previously, the Local Governance Act 455, made the administrator for this Assembly Common Fund to report to the minister responsible for local government. In 2016, Parliament changed the law and made it that Section 129, that the minister, the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator, should report to Parliament and the office of the President. And that is what brought a turf war between the two. And since then, Mr. Chairman, there have been practical implementation challenges. And if a law was passed in 2016 and you've encountered practical implementation challenges, I think the law must be revisited, the defect must be corrected, and it was in that background that when the issue came, I stood with the law. And I told the minister responsible for local governance at that time, you brought the law and amended it. If you now think that the law is giving practical or implementation challenges, let's go back to Parliament and amend the law. So the answer I gave was in connection of how the cure can be given. Because one, during Honorable, the law was passed in 2016. Honorable Hajia Alima.
Well, let's take you now back to Parliament because the chairman of the Appointments Committee, Bernard Nkafo, has laid before the House the report for the vetting they had yesterday. If you recall, yesterday the Appointments Committee vetted 3 different ministers designate Haruna Iddrisu for the Education Minister, as well as Gov't Kwame Agboja and then Eric Opoku. So they're laying that before the House. The House is supposed to debate on that. Let's take you there live.
Explanation or short explanation. But I think the reports are self-explanatory. Yes, Chairman, what do you want to say?
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is for a stated reason that I said I'm rising on Order 97-2. Mr. Speaker, Order 97-2 that I have read to the House means that the person presenting the report, if he so desires, can give a short explanation to the report being presented. Mr. Speaker, that is what exactly I have done. Mr. Speaker, let me use the opportunity to say that fresh members of Parliament should hasten slowly. Mr. Speaker, it is in the absence of the member giving a short explanation to the report and the reference that 3 can be invoked. Mr. Speaker, once the member has given the explanation based on the member's own desire, then 97.3 is no longer applicable, because 97.3 states that a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation. In this case, by my own volition, I have offered under 97.2 to give that particular explanation. So it shouldn't be the case that 97.3 should again apply, because once I've exercised my discretion to voluntarily give a short explanation, then 97.3 can no longer
state that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it accords with common sense and reason that it is only that procedure that will have to be exercised in doing so. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that I have been in this House for some time, and I was a member of the Standing Orders Committee, and we drafted the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Menchia South.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, this is a matter that accords with interpretation of the rules. I once upon a time went to a lecturer of mine, an English lecturer, and I sought his interpretation of a poem that he had written. Mr. Speaker, his simple response was that when a poem is written, it is not for the author to interpret the poem, but it is for the world to interpret the poem. It is so with statutes, Mr. Speaker. When a statute is written, it doesn't matter who was part in the authoring of the statute. It is for the people to interpret the statute, very respectfully. So the position taken by the learned First Deputy Speaker, very respectfully, is clearly misconceived. Mr. Speaker, on the true and proper interpretation of Order 97-3, on the true and proper interpretation of Order 97-3, only three circumstances arise. Only under three circumstances that an explanatory statement may be made. Mr. Speaker, one is where the person very respectfully presenting the paper so desires. In the absence of that, a member may make a request and the House may also make a request. Otherwise, 97.3 would have said, 97.2 would have said, 97.3 would have said, subject to, in the absence of the use of the word or the phrase subject to. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, 97.3 is not subservient to 97.2. Yeah. They are independent provisions of the standing orders. And so even in the absence of your personal desire, very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, the personal desire of a member may require that you give that explanatory statement. The desire of the House may also require that you give that explanatory statement. Very respectfully. So the statement by the first Deputy Speaker is clearly misconceived, Mr. Speaker. And it doesn't matter whether or not a person is a first termer.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it is trite learning that when interpreting a provision, the provision must be read as a whole. Mr. Speaker, reading Order 97 as a whole, there is an option for the presenter of the paper to give a short explanation. There is also an option that in the absence of a voluntary explanation, short explanation, the House or a member may request the presenter to give a short explanation. That is what Order 97, 2, and 3 is talking about. And Mr. Speaker, in this case, on my own volition, I have decided to give a short explanation after presenting my report. Having done that, it doesn't also presenting my paper. Having done that, it doesn't lie in the ambit of the House to call on me to give a short explanation that I have already given on my own volition. Mr. Speaker, this is the meaning that we can place on Standing Order 97. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say that my friend should take his time and study the standing orders. To say that I am misconceived the clear explanation of the standing order that I am giving is misconceived. Mr. Speaker, the least said about it, the better. Mr. Speaker, I will resist the temptation of descending into certain arenas. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House for a long time, and I think I should put up a conduct that is worthy and deserve to be emulated, particularly by the fresh members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable First Deputy Speaker, I think you've given the explanation, only that the tail end of it was a bit. You have already given a short explanation, as you said. He was also coming from the point of view that a member so desire can request for explanation if you refuse to do that. But like you said, you've already done that. My only problem with where it was the last aspect of it. You've been here, we all came to meet you. But it doesn't matter that a first timer may also have his view. So I think we can move on. You have already given explanation to the statement. But please, I'm speaking. Yes, I'm speaking. So what I'm saying is, with respect to Order 97, the first deputy speaker has already crossed that hurdle. He gave short explanation to it. So I think that one is so let me, Honorable Dafiamepo, let me hear you briefly and then I come to it and you move.
Speaker, very, very grateful. Speaker, this is a house of records, of procedure and rules. Indeed, my brother, upon the submission by the chair of the appointments committee and the first deputy speaker, insisted that he appropriately invoked 97(3). And the issue is that I was hoping he would have submitted forcefully that there's no evidence of that brief explanatory memorandum being given. I was hoping that he would have insisted that there's no such evidence before the House. But the chairman of the committee insisted that in invoking 97(2), he elected to give that short explanatory, explanation in respect of the memorandum. So I think the issue is about what will constitute that brief explanation or short explanation. It's up to this House to decide. But whatever it is, once he submits that as part of his presentation, the short explanation has been given, then my brother should accede that then 97(2) has been satisfied. So there will be no need to now invoke 97(3). It is when 2 has not been complied with that you invoke 3. With all due respect to him. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have followed the discussions on the floor. I respected Senior at the bar, the first deputy speaker, he's done 23 years or more at the bar. His law is solid. His courtroom practice comes with excellence. I respect his views. I believe that sometimes when we are young, our approach may not be the way the elderly would want to approach things. So I can understand how he feels. And I would say that when we meet at the coffee area, I'm sure my respected colleague and junior at the bar and junior in the House would find space to further engage you, and I'll facilitate that. But that notwithstanding, colleagues, this is an opportunity for us to manage ourselves. Best practices will require that where you hold a different view, you make a forceful submission and use the word or the phrase, I disagree, with respect. So you never say somebody is wrong when it comes to a debate. But Mr. Speaker, this matter was brought to the fore by our respected colleague, Kojo Oponkroma, this morning, which is good. It's been a good teaser, and I'm happy it's being explored. I always tell people that the best way to develop our standing orders will be to tease it out and encourage a healthy debate on sale. So it's good that today, or the 97 has come to the fore. In fact, the respected Honorable Ayariga, who sooner than later will assume the black seat, actually took us through some intellectual debate. And I nicely chickened out when I realized that my arguments were very weak, and I found a way to invoke jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker. You know how we survive when things are difficult. So I was going around and all. But anyway, that's the beauty of democracy. So I'm sure Honorable Ahiafo, our respected colleague, Bafo, has taken a cue. Please, it's good you didn't take the matter too serious, but I'm sure in future he would find a better way of disagreeing with you and take it as it is. Forgive and forget. Is that okay? Yes. So you take it that it's misconceived, it's withdrawn. And in its place, the appropriate phrase is that he disagrees with you. Mr. Speaker, I shall...
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I hope the reports have been distributed. Have the reports been distributed? Very well. If the reports are yet to be distributed, honorable members, honorable member, you need to catch my eye. Honorable member, you need to catch my eye, please.
Speaker, reports have been generally distributed. The leader just walked in. If he hasn't
so fine. So that's why I just wanted to find out whether the reports have been distributed. Honorable members, may you take your seats?
Why?
Leadership, please take your seats first. Please, leadership, you help the chair to manage the House. Honorable members, new leaders who are here to take the right side of leadership. It's you, together with the minority, that will help the chair to manage the House. So please, let's bear in mind that we are here to do government business and to work for Ghana. So let's help each other so that once we come here, you'll be able to progress whatever is ahead of us. But before I will invite any member to speak, kindly allow me to turn you to page 2 of today's order paper, item listed 4. Honorable members, page 2, item listed 4. Message from the President. We have received a message from the Presidency, of which message I'm going to read to the House. Nomination of ministers for parliamentary approval. In accordance with Article 78(1) and 2561 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I submit through you, Mr. Speaker, to Parliament for your prior approval the names of persons attached hereto I intend to appoint as ministers. The nominees' credentials and records of service demonstrate their competence to support the government's agenda and serve the people of Ghana effectively. Attached are their curriculum vitae and supporting documents for vetting. I trust that Parliament will expedite the approval process in accordance with constitutional requirements. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurance of my highest consideration. Signed, John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And it was addressed to the Speaker of Parliament and The names are regional ministers: Pozin Charles Ruanga for Upper West Region, Joseph Ade Akwabua for Bono Region, Francis Owusu Enkwi for Bono East Region. For the ministers of states, we have Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama for Ministry of Defense, Honorable Samuel Nati George, MP, for Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kufibua, MP, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Kofi Idie Adams, MP, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Honorable Abdul Rashid H. Pelpo, MP, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, MP, Ministry of Health. Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad, MP, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Honorable Joseph Bukali Nipe, MP, Ministry of Transport. Honorable Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak, MP, Ministry of Interior. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Abrakwa, MP, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. A.J. Kenneth Gilbert, Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources. Honorable Emmanuel Kojo Ajekum, MP, Minister of State in charge of Special Initiatives. Honorable Ferris Kwache Ofusu, MP, Minister of State, Government Communications. And finally, Mr. Isifu Seidu, Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability. The list is accordingly referred to the Appointment Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the step taken by you to bring to the attention of the House this communication from His Excellency the President, particularly so when same was signed by him. We note that quite a number of the appointees, the nominees, are from Parliament, and we therefore appreciate the work of this chamber. On our side, we want to signal the government that we will treat the nominees on case-by-case basis. For those who disrespect rule of law and encourage violence, we will have to make a case for them to know that violence cannot be used to enjoy democracy. Mr. Speaker, We also disappointed in the choice of the president. There are a lot of women on his side. We've had over 30 women being elected to parliament from the NDC majority side. In view of the affirmative action posture of the country, we have passed the affirmative action law, and of all these hard-working women, only a few of them have so far been given substantive ministerial appointments. Is it the case that they are matching them for deputy ministerial appointments? That is not right. Our women cannot be second-class appointees. Mr. President must demonstrate his belief in the capacity, the capability, and the competences of our women. And he must demonstrate that. The Nana Akufo-Addo government demonstrated that women have equal capacity as men, and he demonstrated that. He did that in all his appointments, and the records are out there for all to see. Mr. Speaker, this is Greater Accra. This is Greater Accra. A government should have a representation of all shades of opinion. All stakeholders must find space in a government. In this government, we are not seeing indigenous guns in this government. Yes, we are not seeing. We are not seeing sufficient indigenous gun adangways in this government.
Leader.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaker.
Yes.
Arise on a point of order that the minority leader, I'm an authority on the rules of parliament.
Okay, Honorable Dafiamabo.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamabo. If you are the authority, then give us the order.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
I was just overlooking
with all due respect
what this side was saying. But if you say
Mr.
you
Speaker,
are
arise on a point of order in terms of misinformation.
No, the point
Mr.
is,
Speaker,
the point is,
Mr. Speaker,
Nelson.
On the matter
Nelson.
On the matter, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter that the minority leader is taking, it's a very dangerous one.
Honorable leader,
you rise and you speak about tribalism.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Dafiamabo, please. I said earlier on, Honorable Dafiamabo, I said earlier on that it is the leadership that will help the chair to manage the House. So if you are speaking and I want you to hold on and you didn't listen to me, then I find it a bit problematic. Because minority leader was speaking, you rose up. I just saw you. I asked him to stop. So So if you're also speaking, and for whatever reason I'm asking you to hold on, you should also respect the chair. Anyway, so you conclude.
Speaker, with all due respect to the minority leader, the tangent that he's taking is very dangerous. The minority leader, the tangent he's taking is very dangerous for the cohesion of this nation. The president has not exhausted his appointment. The president has the executive authority to make over 7,000 appointments. Over 7,000 appointments. We run an executive president in this country, and guns will continue to occupy a very important and enviable position in this government. So the claim that is made on this floor, this hallowed floor, he must withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. Number one, he will withdraw. He will withdraw because there's no basis for putting out such an information. Mr. Speaker, you must urge it upon the minority leader to withdraw that comment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, second, Mr. Speaker, the business before us. Before you decided to invoke item number 1 on the order paper to ask it where read the communication from the presidency to the House was for us to conclude the debate on the motion that has been ably moved by the chairperson of the appointments committee, the first deputy speaker, and seconded. We have agreed on the number of persons who will contribute towards the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, may I urge you that we conclude that business. If I speak, that business is in abeyance. Let's conclude that business. Then the minority leader can have his say and whatever it is on this matter. Then we can bring finality. But may I urge you, may I plead with you that we conclude the business in respect of the motion that is presently pending before the House. I humbly submit. Thank you very much.
Well. Yes. Honorable Majority Leader, Minority Leader, I still keep on. No, I want Honorable Afenyo to be on his feet. I want him to conclude what he was saying so that we. No, Honorable Afenyo, honorable members, the House is run procedurally. He was speaking, somebody came.
And besides the point, Speaker, is he available leader or is the whip? I don't know which is which. Is he the available leader or is the majority whip? You should rather take a cue and communicate same to His Excellency the President. Honorable, what is the Madina? Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. He's obviously seeking attention for His Excellency the President to see you. You have lost out on the selection. What do you want to say? You have lost out. Sit down. You have lost out. The names are out. The guys have lost out. The airways have lost out. You should be communicating this with His Excellency the President, not defending it. What are you going to say? Stop defending it. It's wrong.
Honorable members, we can take things lightly. At times, if you are not careful, we can also instigate certain actions. I think it is the prerogative of the president to nominate ASA. And I know the Constitution also enjoins him to at least be guided with the regional balance. I believe he might be doing that. I have personally not checked with the names, but if minority leader sees, you have checked. So, honorable member, let me finish so that we can go to the substantive matter. Because these are all, let's minority leader finishes so that we can go to the substantive matter of the second appointment committee's report. Please, minority leader, please finish it up for us.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I shall refer my colleagues to Article 35, 5B. (6B) of the Constitution, 35 6B. Quote, towards the achievement of the objectives stated in Clause 5 of this article, the state shall take appropriate measures to achieve reasonable regional and gender balance in recruitment and appointment of public officers. The state and its government is headed by the president, who alone has executive powers of state. If you read Article 58 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 58 of the Constitution provides, the executive authority of Ghana shall vest in the president and shall be exercised in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. So I agree with you that Mr. President has the prerogative, but that prerogative, as you again said, must be exercised within the ambit of the Constitution, and that is provided for by Article 35, 6B. Mr. Speaker, my observation is well-founded. So far, we have had chief executive appointments. These chief executive appointments to state-owned institutions have no regional balance. These appointments have no regional balance. The appointment to ministerial office thus far cannot be said to have a fair representation. I've already argued the gender imbalance. I've already made that argument. I will not go there. We have Western region. We have Central region.
We have Greater Accra, which is predominantly made up of Gans and Adangwes. We have Volta region, generally made up of Evers and Loss. How many of them are being appointed into this government? We have Oti region. How many from Oti are getting the opportunity? Mr. Speaker, if you go to Upper West, Northeast, Mr. Speaker, in the Northeast, they are predominantly Mamprushis. Yes, it's a fact. Yes, it's a fact. Are we seeing a representation of them? This is a constitutional requirement. It is in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, all we are saying is, Mr. President, check the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, maybe I should walk my colleagues through memory lane. When President Kufuor, listen, please, colleagues, we are not just talking. When President Kufuor was in office, I recall, was it his first term or second term? Mr. Speaker, in his first term, it got to a point during the appointment, somebody asked President Kufuor about this same matter, and he said, oh, he's made an appointment to Upper East regional minister. He said, no, in your cabinet, at least there should be a representation from all corners of the country. Upper West, very well, thank you. Mr. President, at the time, therefore, make sure that somebody was appointed to fill a Minister of State.
Kasim Kasanga.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor Kasim Kasanga, therefore, came in to fill the Lands Ministry. Our friends should listen. You have come into government. Any useful comment you oppose, you are behaving as though you are in opposition. Please listen to us. At least when you first made that first mistake of letting a secretary to president write to us, and we corrected. Now today, Mr. President himself is writing. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with my colleagues that when we make comments, they should convey to the presidency. Honorable Defiameko is now telling us that Mr. President has up to 7,000 appointees to appoint. He says Mr. President has 7,000. Really? So it is no more 60 appointees. Now you are telling us that 7,000. So you are going to appoint 7,000
Honorable leader.
Soldiers.
Thank you. Let me conclude. He
is now saying that we should wait. Early days here, the president is going to appoint 7,000 people. So that we are going to have 7,000 appointees. That is what you are telling us. Mr. Speaker, if that is true, then we'll wait. We'll wait for the 7,000 appointees to come, and then we'll now assess them on whether or not there is a true balance. Because I am looking forward to seeing Ewes, Adangwes. I am looking forward to seeing more Kusasis and Mampushis, Konjes, Dagombes in this government. I want to see more of them. We don't want one-way appointments.
Thank you, leader.
It should be constitutional. Thank you so much, sir.
Well. Let me give it to Comfort. Do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have government business to do, but I will respond to this gender and Gadangme issue. Because when it comes to gender, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the best that you can craft for. Because when he was starting, he started with a woman as his vice president. And the woman is there to fight for women and hold the door for women to pass through. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promised 60 ministers, and he's supposed to take 50% of the ministers from this chamber.
More than 50%.
More than 50 from this chamber.
Yes.
And we have 16 regions. So if even one region is giving two, it will be 32. So if every region is giving 2, and he has given Greater Accra 2, he has not finished with his appointment yet. What is the big deal? Because Honorable Sam George is Dangbe. Honorable Namomo is a Ga. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama lives in a Ga land. And he gives that respect to the Gas and appreciates the vote he got in the Ga land. And he's going to do the needful. So please, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this story. When a woman is disappointed in his husband, you will see that he assumes talking, every day talking. What is not even necessary to argue about, the woman will be arguing. And this is exactly what is happening to the MPP.
Thank you.
Exactly what is happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Allow government business to flow.
Thank you.
We have the second batch of the nominees to appoint.
Thank you.
The motion has been moved. Mr. Speaker, move straight to the debate. 2 year, 2 year, one leader, making 3-3. Finish. So that President Mahama will get the right people to manage this economy for us. We are ready to reset Ghana. And we are in a hurry to save Ghana from the mess they created. So their plenty talk will not do us anything but sabotage the work of government business. We are pleading with them. They have already exhausted their time, and Ghanaians are not happy, and they voted for us to come and work. So they should allow us to work. Mr. Speaker, second issue. Any first deputy speaker, second deputy speaker, we carry them along in this chamber. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, who is Honorable Ahiafo, has been in this house for the past 12 years, has helped the MPP government with their laws, their bills, and he has done a lot to support them. And all this while, we have been carrying all their first deputy, second deputy speakers along. If he has been well trained and respects each and everyone in this chamber, doesn't mean we should take his respectful for granted. Mr. Speaker, they should respect his leadership. They should respect his leadership. Today, I'm not happy at all because ever since he became the first deputy speaker, all their plans is they will take advantage of his respectfulness, and then yes, that's exactly what they are doing. If he has been well trained, doesn't mean they should take advantage of that and disrespect him. That's what I think. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I think the first deputy speaker is fortified enough to go through this. It's part
Mr.
of the
Speaker,
game.
they should stop harassing him. They always want to harass him. They should stop it.
The harassment
they should stop it.
is for all of us.
Will not take it.
So,
they should stop it because it will tend to another thing. They should stop it. The man is very, very respectful person in this chamber.
Honorable Comfort, do you? Like I'm saying, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, he has what it takes to go through this. So, I mean, he's fortified enough to, so, I mean, let's take this as part of the game. Yes, Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, accept that I rise to ask from the chair for direction. Mr. Speaker, I know there was communication from the president, and the leader got up to make a comment on that. So, Speaker, I'm realizing that we are doing a debate on this, and I'll be very grateful if the chair will direct where we are. This should not generate into a heated debate, and I think the comment that was made should not be, and in my view, should not be a harmful comment, and it wasn't harmful indeed, and it has generated into a debate which should not be. So, Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we curtail this and move on. There are other things that we have to do, and I'll be grateful if we can proceed and end this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, I think Honorable Anyime Dukulu has said the right thing. So we are moving on. Let's turn to page 3, item 12. Item 12. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to move the item numbered 12 at page 3 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provision of our own standing order 1041, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the second report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be now moved. Mr. Speaker, I so moved.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, motion 12 has been moved. Any seconder? Yes, the minority leader.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, motion 12 is procedural, so I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 12 be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Now let's take the substantive motion 13.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 13 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this House adopt the second report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Right, Honorable Speaker, the President's nomination of Honorable Gov't Kwame Agboja as a Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister responsible for Education, Honorable Eric Opoku was referred to the committee responsible for appointment. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after due deliberations and vetting of the respective minister designates, present this particular report to the House for consideration. And Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the report after further urging the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read by me. Mr. Speaker, I then proceed to look at paragraph 7.0 of the report, that is the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, in accordance of the provisions of Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, deliberated on the 3 ministerial nominations made by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. The nominees exhibited competence, extensive knowledge, and exceptional skills in addressing matters relevant to their respective ministries. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus, Mr. Speaker, consensus, unanimity, the adoption of its report and the approval of Honorable Kwame Gov't Agboja as the minister responsible for roads and highways. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Gov't Agboja currently is the majority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, we further recommend for adoption by the House Honorable Haruna Idrisu as minister responsible for education. He was the former minority leader. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we recommend that the House approve Honorable Eric Opoku, who has been a long-standing ranking member on food and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it's now for secondment. Yes. Honorable Member for Futu and the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, on this rising, I am to second the motion, and I'm doing so. I want to make some few observations. First, to commend the chair of the committee for his industry in seeing to it that we conduct this exercise. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee is a 7-paragraph report with unnumbered pages. I shall start first with Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, an experienced member of the House, distinguished himself during the vetting process, but outside of the House, had some issues regarding some key policy commitments of the NDC in its manifesto. Mr. Speaker, The NDC in its manifesto made a commitment to Ghanaians that it was going to ensure free first-year tuition for our children going to the tertiary. So in other words, parents, upon hearing this, voted for them, thinking that if the NDC should assume office, the first year fees will be paid. Is this NDC government telling Ghanaians that there is a voice for taking votes and another voice for governing? That when they campaign, they say one thing, and when they govern, they say another? Mr. Speaker, what I was expecting the respected Honorable Harry Nedrisu to tell us was that the government was going to call for the total enrollment and order the universities not to levy the students or waive it, and government was going to reimburse the universities. What are we hearing? What are we hearing? That the parent should go and look for money and pay and apply for refund. Let it be heard here and now. We don't trust your government to do refund. This was the answer given to us during the hearing. The Honorable Harry Nedrisu said that students will receive refund when they apply. Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
Oh, is that the path we are going to go?
I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, is that the path? He has moved. I'm seconding. Is that the path we are going to go? Mr. Speaker, if you entertain these things will degenerate. Mr. Speaker, he has moved his motion. Mr. Speaker, he has moved his motion. He has an opportunity to wind up. All right.
Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
You move the motion. Please, let's indulge him so that, because we have to move. So, leader, move on.
They so think they are in opposition, where everything they will get up and react. Please, Gojidi, patience. Mr. Speaker, we expected this government to have issued a directive to the universities that don't charge fees. Parents, poor parents, have gone for loans to pay school fees. Poor parents are struggling. Some people have their admission letters. There is no money. They cannot go. And you are telling them that you should pay, so we refund. What of those who will not get the means to go? What you are saying is that if they don't go, you won't pay. Mr. Speaker, is this another form of matricle policy? Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. If the NDC government means business, that it is committed to a social intervention program, such as providing free tuition for first-year students, it should do so. And now, Mr. Speaker, the records of Hazard will testify that when the Akufo-Addo government came into office, free SHS policy was not deferred. Indeed, it was implemented there and now, the very academic year. Mr. Speaker, the very academic year. Mr. Speaker, the government of Akufo-Addo did not defer the implementation of free SHS. In spite of the doubts on the policy, the government implemented free SHS in the first academic year that the NPP assumed office. Clearly, the MDC has no such commitment. It is obvious that they misled the people of Ghana into believing that they would enjoy free tuition at the tertiary level for the first year. Mr. Speaker, what is happening is shameful. Parents are in pain. Parents are suffering. Parents feel misled. The university, Mr. Speaker, the university academic year started in January. If you don't know, I'm telling you, there's a university in my constituency. In January, the SSC results, the WASI results, came out in December. Students bought admission forms, relying on your first year free tuition policy. They bought the forms. Mr. Speaker, I want this government to conduct a survey in all the universities, all the tertiary institutions. Mr. Speaker, very few students who got admission have so far made it. Very few, because parents cannot afford. Because parents cannot pay. And instead of just taking the records, all you need to do, Mr. Speaker, all that the government needs to do is to go to all the universities, all the tertiary institutions, take the records of all those who gain admission, and give a directive that allow them in, and we will reimburse you. Why do you tell them that the students should pay? And that you are going to refund. Mr. Speaker, what it means practically is that those who are unable to pay, they cannot attend the university. They will stay at home, so that they will add up to the unemployment burden, and then these same people eventually will have no hope, and they may get involved in some thuggery in the country. Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister of Education designate to take immediate steps upon assumption of office to issue a directive to all the tertiary institutions to forward the total enrollment to his office for reimbursement. That would be a true commitment that he is walking the talk. We will hold your feet to the fire. You think you just campaign, so you've gotten it on a silver platter. You will see. You say we are micro minority. You will see. You will see. With time, Ghanaians will see your true colors, and all of us will see your true colors. You will not have it free. We are going to ensure that we follow every single promise you made when you were on the campaign platform, promising. Today, you are in government. Mr. Speaker, the second point is feeding at our secondary schools. President John Dramani Mahama promised and said was scripted in their manifesto to the effect that they were now going to release money to the head teachers to buy the food items. We are looking forward to that. The nominee gave some answers. We don't want to see anything less. The president said the issue about buffer stock purchasing food items and distributing them to our schools, that policy was not helpful. So he would give the money directly so that they can buy the agbelema, they can buy the gari, they can buy the tuna and all. So, Honorable Education Minister nominee, if they swear you in tonight, tomorrow we expect you to be at the Ministry of Education. And we expect you again to implement this policy. No bend, no curve. You cannot move backwards on this matter. The head teachers are expectant. And then also, Mr. Speaker, the nominee promised that the many day schools will be converted into boarding facilities. He committed to that. We expect that you immediately take steps to address all of these. Mr. Speaker, that is that for the Education Minister. I shall now move on to my respected colleague, Kwame Agboja, Gov't. Mr. Speaker, Kwame Agboja told the whole country, and this morning I saw that graphic had captured him on a good front page about the indebtedness at the road sector. What Kwame failed to tell Ghanaians was that yes, there was indebtedness, but many more roads have been constructed. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that the Akufo-Addo government made sure that many roads, especially the Eastern Corridor Road, which was abandoned, today travel within the city of Accra, Greater Accra. All of us, we are here in this city. We know how it is to travel, to drive through Greater Accra. We know. La Beach Road was initiated by the Akufo-Addo government. It was initiated, Honorable Member for La, respectfully. Let me debate. If for some reason our administration could not complete, we expect Mr. Agboja to take immediate steps. We want the La Beach Road to be constructed, and we are waiting for it. Mr. Speaker, we expect them to find the money to pay the many road constructors who have done government work. We do not want excuses. We don't want them to bring great MPP contractors and NDC contractors. We don't want discrimination. We expect them to do what is right in the road sector. And we are waiting on them on this issue of road tolls. They say that they are going to do digitalization. We were of the opinion that they will lessen the burden on Ghanaians when it comes to levies and taxes, because they are committed to it. Now you are going to impose another levy. So, Mr. Speaker, when they remove the e-levy, they are going to look for the money on road tolls. So the value is the same. They claim that they are going to repeal the e-levy law and introduce road toll and even charge more. That is the conflict you are interested in. You are not committed to relieving the Ghanaians of the burden you claim was on the ordinary Ghanaian. I want you, if you indeed committed to the ordinary Ghanaian, don't introduce any road toll. Don't. Kwame Agboja told us that they are going to introduce road toll. They are going to introduce more levies. They are going to levy the ordinary Ghanaian more. So You take one out, introduce 2 more. You take one out, introduce 10 more. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. For Honorable Eric Opoku, and Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude on him. He has said so many things about the agro sector. It is one thing being outside, and another thing when you have control. We are looking forward to he implementing all the policies in the agro sector. His records are there. All that he said during the vetting, Hansard has captured. From time to time, he will be asked questions. The commitment he made to the vegetable farmers, the commitment he made to the farmers, poultry farmers, the land tenure system that he says, oh, he's going to introduce something new. We are waiting. We wish him well. We really wish him well. But he should walk the talk. Mr. Speaker, this said, and without more, I shall rest my case and second this motion to enable this House debate and approve these nominees who, by the report, we have already agreed that it be taken by consensus. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. The motion has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. But honourable members, irrespective of the time the mover and especially the seconder has taken, I want to regulate the rest of the
if we do that, it helps all of us. We agreed 5-5 in conclave. Let's go by it. Nothing will change.
Well. Please, don't worry. Don't worry. I will take it. 5-5. But nobody should speak more than 5 minutes. Please indulge me. Because I understand the appointment committee, you have a nominee to even. So please, 5-5. 5 minutes. So let me have the list so that I will start from Honourable Member for Boko Central. Please, 5 minutes. Help me so that we all work around this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of adopting the report of the committee in respect of the nomination by Honourable Kwame Gov't Sabuja for the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Honourable Haruna Idrisu for Ministry of Education, and Honourable Eric Opoku, Ministry of Roads and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we're all aware that these are all colleagues who have been with us in this Parliament and by the constitutional provisions are definitely qualified for the nomination to the various posts to which they have been designated. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the nominees. And in seconding the motion, the Honourable Minority Leader, who appears to have studied the manifesto of the NDC inside out, and who appears to have fallen in love with the manifesto and the promises of the NDC. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to him, I'm wondering whether he didn't vote for the NDC. Mr. Speaker, he shows so much love for the promises that we made. And every day he commits himself and promises that he's going to ensure that the promises we made to the people are implemented.
If he doesn't believe in those promises, I don't see why he is that committed to the implementation of those promises. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to observe that the minority leader has fallen in love with the promises made by the NDC. Let me assure him that we have started implementing the promises. I can tell him on authority that the President, John Dramani Mahama, has already transferred over 101 million cedis to the secondary schools to deal with the purchases that he's talking about. I can show you evidence of the transfer. I can show you evidence of the transfer. That His Excellency the President is dealing with the issues in secondary schools. He has directed that food that we had purchased to deal with some other problem, but because of the emergency involving secondary education, he has directed that the rice and the maize be distributed to them. So the schools don't have a problem with food. They have enough food. And then in addition to distributing the food to the secondary schools, he has made direct transfers to secondary schools so that they can purchase ingredients that they need to provide food for the students. So we have started implementing the promises because we are people who keep to our promises. Just as we promise a lean government, and we are clearly implementing a lean government. We are promising equity in the distribution of appointments, and we are implementing equity in the distribution of appointments.
Thank you. Begin to wind up for me.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are not reneging on any of our promises. The Minister Designate for Education is needed at post to deal with the problem of the payment of fees by first-year tertiary education students. So if you approve him and he gets to office, he will definitely deal with this particular issue, which is clearly a commitment that we have made in our manifesto. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge colleagues to adopt the report so that we can give approval to the President to swear in these ministers so that they can hurriedly address the question of the payment of first.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, beginning with the Minister for Agric, a distinguished member of this House, I want to wish him well as he proceeds to solve the various challenges that he has outlined and the promise to the cocoa farmers, the vegetable farmers, and all the other farmers. As my deputy the minority leader has said, we are waiting and we are watching. Mr. Speaker, Rose, our minister designate, Honorable Abuja is a distinguished member of this House. From the veteran, there are many things that he brought out that he was going to do, and I think it's a question of monitoring to make sure the promises made will be promises kept. Mr. Speaker, moving on to education, the minister designate said many things. Of course, outlined his party's manifesto and pledging that the manifesto commitments will be delivered. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the fees for tertiary students, I think we've heard a lot about it. Look forward to a situation where universities will at least be encouraged to allow those students who applied to them with a hope that they will not have to pay the fees for the first year. Allow them to come in and not sit at home. Because if they don't, they're going to lose their spot. And I think if this commitment is there, it's much, much easier on the parents if the government was to speak to the universities, asking them to give them grace and allow them to enter, and that their fees will be paid. I think it's a better option than closing admissions shutting the door in the faces of those who thought it was going to be free and therefore applied, and telling them that go and look for money, and if you can look for money to pay, then we'll reimburse you and reimburse your parent. Mr. Speaker, in many, reading the manifesto of the NDC, private schools participation in free secondary education, I'm waiting to see the fine details. Waiting to see the fine details as to how you abolish double track and keep pre-sec going. Abolish double track right now. All first-year students of pre-sec will have to be sent back home. First-year students of Pokua will have to go back home. So I'm looking forward to the details of the proposal. But Mr. Speaker, having said all that, I have confidence in the expertise and the policy grasp of the minister designate, and I hope they will be able to implement all the policies that ensure that we continue to march forward in the area of education. So much has been done, and I would hate to see us take a step back instead of taking a step forward. So I look forward and expect that public school transformation will continue, that the middle class of Ghana, who are working so hard to find money to pay the fees of their children in private schools, that burden will be eased by creating quality public schools. We began a journey, and I hope that journey will be continued for the benefit of Ghanaians, to ensure that in our villages, leaking roofs will be replaced, and that will be able to create better learning environment for all children. We need to have a Ghana where both from deprived means and advantaged means,
Honorable Member, you should begin
get the opportunity for quality education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So let's turn to Honorable Eric Edemabana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the second report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency President's nominations of the 3 senior members of this House for the various ministerial positions. I would want to respectfully begin with the Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. The Honorable Kwame Gov't Agboja, at the vetting yesterday, discharged himself excellently and displayed mastery over the sector. We are confident that given the opportunity as Minister responsible for roads and highways, Ghana's roads infrastructure will see some massive improvement. However, Mr. Speaker, it was quite alarming yesterday to learn that the previous government that boasted of constructing about 11,000 kilometers of roads in 8 years, all of that was nothing. Mr. Speaker, it is important.
Honorable Eric Edem, I have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would humbly plead with the minority leader to kindly allow me to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government made several claims about road infrastructure and the road networks that they constructed. But at the vetting yesterday, it was revealed that less than 700 kilometers of roads were actually constructed. And I think it is important for us to place these matters on record. I am confident that the Honorable Minister Designate, who was a very active ranking member on the sector in the previous parliament, will be able to discharge his duties very well and ensure that all the road infrastructure that we promised the good people of Ghana, President Mohammed's government will see to these roads being constructed, especially the road from Denu to Ho, which also passes through my constituency and also passes through the constituency of the minister designate. I would want to plead with him to make that road a top priority in his ambitions for the sector. The second nominee happens to be the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who has been a mentor and a big brother since his days as a student leader. He was National Youth Organizer of the NDC, and since his coming into this August House, we can all bear testimony to the fact that he is an excellent legislator, and all the time that he has held ministerial positions, we have seen how he discharges duties effectively. I am confident that under his leadership as Minister for Education, the sector will see some real growth and improvement. Mr. Speaker, currently, the education sector is one of the most challenged in this country. As we speak today, one of the things that is of great concern to me as a young person and as an MP for a constituency that can be described as a rural constituency is the fact that there exists a huge gap between rural education and education in the urban centers. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a day where children schooling in Begbekope Junior High School can make the same grades as children schooling in public schools here in Accra. I look forward to Honorable Haruna Idrisu leading the ministry to bridge that gap, especially, Mr. Speaker, learning that since 1992, he is the first Minister for Education from the northern sector. I believe that should serve as a motivation for us to do our best to bridge that gap. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in my concluding remarks, with regards to the Minister Designate for Agriculture, we all know the Honorable Eric Opoku. He has become not only an authority, but an institution on issues of agriculture. And he displayed that yesterday before the Appointments Committee. I believe that the agriculture sector will see some steady growth under his leadership. Mr. Speaker, the three nominees, I believe, constitutes what we can properly describe as a solid team to move this country forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let him now turn to Honorable Reverend Intim Fojo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House adopts the second report of the Appointments Committee, and in so doing to congratulate all the nominees. I have every confidence in their ability to deliver, and they can rest assured on our support. In respect of the nominee for the Agric Ministry, it is our expectation that he will keep true to his commitment, that all the brilliant initiatives that he enumerated to the committee will actually translate to the reduction in food inflation. We are also expecting to see how he is going to not renege on his advocacy when he was very vociferous on the other side of the aisle when he was the ranking for Agric Committee
on the promise that if they were in power, they would have offered the cocoa farmer 6,000 cedis per bag instead of the 3,100 cedis per bag that our previous government offered our farmers. I wish him well in his endeavors. In respect of Honorable Kwame Abuja, he articulated a lot of competence and demonstrated his knowledge and experience in the built environment, and we're hopeful that he will translate those experiences into the new portfolio that he's been appointed to. However, his commitment that even though their government is going to initiate new projects, they will remain true to the continuation of the massive road infrastructure and the road construction projects initiated by President Akufo-Addo. We are going to watch closely to see that we are not going to see a cancellation of projects, we are not going to see suspension of road projects, and that those massive routes, which all of us across the length and breadth of this country pass on, will be continued to improve our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in respect of Honorable Haruna Idrisu, it is my expectation that he will leverage on his expertise and the mark that he made when he previously served as Minister for Communications, even at age 39, subsequently also to the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Employment and Labor Relations, to navigate around the complexities of Education Ministry. I have every confidence in his ability to succeed. But on page 20 of the report, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we see the nominee acknowledging the monumental policy and the vision of President Akufo-Addo, and noting that free SHS is one of the boldest steps in transforming education. Mr. Speaker, and I read, the nominee acknowledged that free SHS remains one of the boldest steps in transforming education in this country. I'm very excited that we have come to a point where free SHS that is touted as a visionary policy that ensures that a child of a watchman in a big corporation gets the opportunity to sit in the same classroom with a daughter of the CEO, and both having opportunity for a brighter way of contributing to socio-economic pursuits. But on page 21, when the nominee was asked about his position on curriculum and pedagogy reform, he assured that at all levels of our education system, curriculum and pedagogy will be reformed to meet aspirations of this country. But Mr. Speaker, let me be quick to draw the attention of the table office to correct an error on page 21, paragraph 5.4. The spelling of pedagogy is not as has been captured. It actually ends with Y, not UE. Pedagogy does not end with UE, it ends with Y. And having noted that correction, we hope to see how Honorable Haruna Idrisu will come to sustain the gains we have made in education outcomes, to continue the sterling legacies left by Honorable Dr. Yauser Duchum and Honorable Matthew Poku Prempeh, to ensure we do not go back to the era where in 2015 only 2% of our peoples in this country had the ability to read, but rather we will improve from the 38% as of 2022, the outcome of the National Standardized Test, to a point where minimum 90% of our learners will be able to read. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you too. So it is now the turn of Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akanvaliba. But Lydia, hold on, give me 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for indulging me. Minority leadership, the front bench. Very well, Lydia. You may go on now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor that this House should approve the 3 nominees by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. First of all, we want to thank the President for giving us people with the needed capabilities to take care of the various ministries that they have been appointed to. Starting with my brother, Honorable Kwame Abuja. With his wide range of experience in project management, infrastructure development, I believe that he is good for the job that he has been appointed to do. My only challenge in that sector is the debt of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis awaiting him. But I know that with collaboration with the Minister for Finance, he will be able to scale through to make sure that our roads are worked on. I know that the road from Bolaga to Plumakom is under construction. It has been there for the past 8 years. We were told that they have to readjust the contract. The contract has been readjusted, but the road has not been worked on. Traveling from Bolaga to my constituency would have taken me just 1 hour, but today I need about 2 hours, even more, to get to Timpani constituency. He's going to do a good job and complete that road for us. It will be difficult for me to talk about my senior brother, Honorable Haruna Druso. It is normal for a woman to say that my mentor is a woman, but for me, my mentor is a man. He acts as a mentor. I like his humility, with the fact that yesterday he was able to mention that he started his education from Kulikuli School. Those from the north will understand what Kulikuli means. Kulikuli is a food made from granules. From that humble beginning, he has gotten to this level. It is just to tell us, especially the youth, that you can start from anywhere and even get to the place you want to be. Once you are determined, once you want to be where you want to be. The first time I met him was 2021 at Maros Hotel, when he told us on the 5th of January that a tortoise will ride an elephant. And we saw that happen. So I know that at the back of his mind, he can do things much more than we understand that he can do. And I believe that when we give him the nod this evening, he's going to move the educational ministry to a different level. He started politics not today, even from his school days. He became a news president, became the national youth organizer for the party. He has handled so many ministries with a wide range of experience, and that makes it no doubt that Honorable Haruna can do a good job, and this country will see an improvement in our educational infrastructure, the learning and teaching materials, even to a fact that he himself understands what education is. I know that by the end of the 4 years, Ghana Education Service or Ghana, the Minister of Education, will be a different matter as we speak today. Right Honorable Speaker, I can't end without mentioning Honorable Eriko Poku. Yesterday, I liked the way he answered the question, what is he going to do about marginal people in land acquisition? I believe that in the rural constituency like mine, women have challenges in getting land to farm. What they usually do is that when all the men, when they give the land to the men, a small place under the tree, then they'll say the woman should go and farm her onion, her pepper, or her tomatoes. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that the people that has been appointed to this ministry, the President has done a good job, and I urge this House to this evening approve them. Haruna Adrusu will say approve. We approve them.
Thank you very much, Teresa. It is now the turn of Honorable Fred Asamoah Chiri. Yes, Honorable. Doc.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope you are titled Doc, eh? Dr. Fred Asamoah Chiri.
Yes, please.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the second report for the appointment of the Minister Designate for Education, Roads and Highways, and the Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. Yes, I would like to start with the Minister for Roads and Highways. And I know the Honorable Minister Abuja is a respectable architect, and I enjoyed his interview. Honorable Minister Designate for Roads and Highways made a statement that it's cheaper to
but for the long-term cost, it's cheaper for us to construct the concrete roads because of its durability and longevity. So if the opportunity comes, I want to encourage that we do more of concrete roads since the long-term wise is going to be cheaper. Then also he also committed to completing ongoing routes projects, and I believe that the one in my constituency, Offensive North, specifically Afrancho, Akumadai, and Kinkenso, and Gobreso will be completed. Then, of course, I want to move to the Honorable Minister Designate for Education. I have no doubt the Honorable Haruna has the capacity and the ability to deliver under the Ministry of Education. But on page 23, since this house is a house of records, the report is not too clear, and I read, he attributed the previous government's inability to achieve the initiative to expand TVET to 20 or 30. These are nominal figures, and I don't know what kind of description one will give to these figures. But I want to put on record that since independence, the just outgone government is one that has increased infrastructure as far as TVET is concerned, and so much investment has been contributed to TVET in this country. And we have been able to quadruple enrollment in the TVET sector, and it has to be acknowledged as that. And we cannot attribute the fact that we were not able to achieve our initiative to expand TVET to just capping GET1. And of course, everybody knows that the workplace requires that you have about 80% of TVET skills. But if you look at the whole report for the Minister Designate for Education, not much has been attributed to technical and vocational education. And we all believe that one will have to put his money where its mouth is. And I would have expected that at least, if not half of the report under education is committed to TVET, at least a quarter should have done the job. So that should be noted. Notwithstanding, I believe the Honorable Minister Designate, Honorable Haruna, has the capacity to be able to do well under the Ministry of Education. And I also believe that he has a soft spot for technical and vocational education. And as such, more funds will be allocated for technical and vocational education, because that's the surest way one can provide and produce the jobs that our youthful nation needs. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Samoa. Let's now turn to Honorable Zuara Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion being considered on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at approving the Appointments Committee report on 3 nominees to 3 respectable ministries of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my first comment is in respect of the Honorable Kwame Agbodza, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Agbodza presented himself at the vetting yesterday. We all followed his performance, and Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that Mr. Agbodza acquitted himself very well on the portfolio that he's assuming. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying the fact that the road network in this country is one that we cannot write anything about. Everywhere, including in the inner and capital cities of Ghana, we find roads riddled with potholes, roads without lights, roads without shoulder facilities for transport vehicles to stop, roads without a lot of unnecessary speed ramps on highways. I think it's only in Ghana that we have highways with speed ramps. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Agbodza gave insights into how he's hoping to help His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to address the debilitating road situation of this country. We all identify with him, and we are praying by the grace of Allah, he will be able to discharge his mandate as he has so far promised to the people of this country. In saying this, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Honorable Kwame Agbodza, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways, that on 5th October 2024, I had the singular honor of traveling with now President John Dramani Mahama to some parts of my constituency in the Klo Abromasi area. His Excellency the President saw it for himself, and indeed he lamented and lamented the nature of the road. He made a promise to the chiefs and people of Klo that when he wins, and Mr. Speaker, he didn't say if he wins. He said, when I win and I become president of this country, my first priority is to see to working on these roads. I want to share this information with Mr. Gov't even before he sits in his office, that I'm going to come there. I'm going to come there and remind him about the promise the president made to the people of Klo. Spoke about the Bromasi Road, the Kulpi Road, Pandai, Salaga Pandai Road, Salaga Bimila Road, Tamale to Salaga Road, Makango Road, Bumkwa Road,
It's a very interesting development, and I thought I heard one of my colleagues allude to that. This phenomenon of new governments coming into power and either cancelling or frustrating existing road contracts must stop. And I say this with particular reference to my constituency, where the just outgone government stopped a road contract that President Mahama had awarded in 2016, and for political expediency terminated the contract on 20th August 2020. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the contract is at the same stage where it was terminated in 2020. That behavior is not acceptable. And we know that Honorable Kwame Agbodza, a very enlightened politician, is not going to go on that route. Mr. Speaker, the second nominee,
and it should begin to wind up,
the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Honorable Leader, annexing the education portfolio. He gave us assurances at his vetting yesterday that he was going to work very hard to use education to bridge the gap of poverty and vulnerability. All of us know the damage that poverty does to a nation, where people are exploited because they are vulnerable due to the lack of education. We are hopeful that, having experienced Honorable Haruna Idrisu's leadership, we feel very confident that he's going to be able to discharge in this portfolio. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down,
thank you.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu, I'm sure will take steps to feed us with the right information regarding his sector.
Thank you.
And correct the misinformation.
Thank you so much. It is now the turn of Honorable Yindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also congratulate the three nominees who has been given the opportunity to serve in this ministry. Honorable Kwame Agbodza, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister Designate for Education. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, these are colleagues that I have worked with, especially Honorable Haruna Idrisu, as the majority leader and the minority leader. I know him very well. I don't doubt his ability to perform. I know very well that he will come out with policies that will bring some kind of relief to our educational sector, if any. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you to paragraph 5.1 to 2. And it has to do with, Mr. Speaker,
a question posed to him about the licentiate exams. Mr. Speaker, teaching is a very noble profession. And it's not for nothing that the former government has introduced this policy to differentiate between a professional teacher and non-professional teacher. But when a question was asked about his position, he stated clearly that they were going to look at the system, but eventually they think that that policy should not be maintained. I have a different view, because in this country, almost all professions are practicing with licenses. So if you decide to abolish the teacher licentiate exams, what will differentiate a professional teacher from a quack teacher? It is so important, Mr. Speaker. We should not just say that because we've gone out there to promise the people that when we get opportunity, we are going to abolish the licentiate exams. Mr. Speaker, it's for a good reason. I'm not very sure that teachers will be happy that you just box them and there's no difference between a professional teacher and non-professional teacher. It's not a good thing. And I want to urge the minister to look at it very well. That policy is a very good policy. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about Honorable Kwame Agboja, the road minister. He also came out with some policies, especially where he said they are going to introduce the road tolls and they were going to employ the PWCs. Good idea. But Mr. Speaker, I will urge them that these PWCs that they are talking about, we will also follow closely to see the kind of employment they are going to give to these vulnerable individuals. It's a very important point. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my brother Eric Opoku. But there's one thing I have realized, that when the finance minister was questioned about a proposal they have made to the cocoa farmers, clearly on this floor, they promised them that if they get opportunity, they were going to increase from 3,100 to 6,000. When the Minister of Finance was asked, he invaded that question. The same way when my good friend Eric Opoku was also asked, he also invaded that question. I don't know if they can be bold enough to tell the cocoa farmers that they've deceived them. Because it was clear that you promised them that when you get opportunity, you were going to move from 3,100 to 6,000. What is it that is holding you? My brother Mama Ayerga just told us how you have started fulfilling your promises. We expect you to fulfill this particular promise. Else, just be bold enough and let the cocoa farmers know that unfortunately you have come for their votes, but unfortunately you are not able to give them what you have told them. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to approve these nominees and give them the opportunity to come out with their policies. We, from this side, like we rightly said, we are prepared to support you. Come out with the best and we'll support you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I am going to take my last batch of contributors, but there's no way I can overlook my own uncle.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the debate to approve or adopt the second report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency President Mahamad's nominations for appointment as ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have before us 3 of our colleagues who have been nominated by President Mahama.
And these colleagues, first and foremost, qualify to be ministers of state by virtue of the fact that they are members of parliament. That's what the Constitution requires of ministers of state. I'll begin with Honorable Abuja. This country is looking for very credible persons to lead ministries in order that they will perform for the benefit of Ghana. And Kwame Abuja, having observed him in this house as a backbencher, rising to become the minority chief whip, has distinguished himself creditably. And I believe it is as a result of his performance that he caught the admiration of President Mahama and therefore nominated him as the Minister for Roads and Highways. I have a very firm conviction that Kwame Abuja will perform in this sector. Under his administration, members will be happy. Members from both sides will see massive road improvement in your constituencies. This is a very hard-working member of the House, and he has Parliament at heart. And having worked as a whip, who was responsible for the welfare of members of Parliament, carrying this sentiment into the ministry, certainly members will benefit from his appointment. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished member of the House, affectionately called by some members Lido leader, and some approved. Is a very hard-working young man. Mr. Speaker, this young man walked to me in the year 2004 in my house when NDC had lost elections. Then a very young person came and disclosed to me his intentions to contest the Tamale South constituency to become a member of Parliament. I had a pickup, I remember, and he requested for my pickup to travel to Tamale to announce to his constituency his intention to contest the elections in 2004. I could see victory in his face, and he is full of wisdom, knowledge, and very hard working. So I supported him to go. I am happy today. I feel so fulfilled that today, at this age in Parliament, I have somebody that I supported to rise, becoming the Minister for Education. I have no doubt in my mind that Honorable Haruna Idrisu will perform. Under him, we will see improvement in quality, in the quality of education in Ghana, and also massive improvement in educational infrastructure in the country. I wish him well. For Honorable Eric Opoku, for those of you who don't know, I taught him in the secondary school. And I have my senior high school.
You taught him as people teacher?
As a teacher. And I have my secondary technical school then. And when they completed university, I was the chairman of the NDC in the Brown Half region. And he disclosed to me his intention to contest elections. I supported him to contest the Sunafo South constituency. And by the grace of Allah, he won that elections. came to Parliament, lived with me for 1 year in my house. And at the time, I used to go on radio for radio program, television programs, and he would carry my books, my references. He has learned. And today, if you watch Honorable Erikopoku, if you listen to Honorable Erikopoku espousing on agriculture, you will fall in love with this young man. He's a very good debater. He has debated very well on this floor to the admiration of many people, including Honorable Afenyo Markins, who describes him as a very knowledgeable person and very meticulous when it comes to facts. I'm happy you have said it is true. I have no doubt in my mind that those of us who are cocoa farmers, in addition to our political career, will benefit a lot from his knowledge and his performance. I wish to call on all members to support the adoption of this report in order that these young men will start work today. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now we will take Honorable Asenso Boache. Comfort. I'll give you 2 minutes, but let me listen to Honorable Asenso Boache, immediate past Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, Honorable,
Thank you very much.
But you work around 5 minutes for us.
Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the approval of the 3 nominees before us, most especially the Honorable nominee, Ministerial nominee for Roads and Highways, Honorable Kwame Abuja. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Abuja and I have known each other for many years. In fact, we were contemporaries at the University of Science and Technology. While he studied architecture, I studied urban planning and development at the same faculty of architecture and planning. And we also stayed in the same hall of residence, Independence Hall of KNUST. In fact, when he was the vice chair of the JCR of Independence Hall, I was also the faculty student president of the Faculty of Planning and Architecture. So I've known him quite well. And since he took the leadership position in politics, he has been a foremost spokesperson for the then opposition in the infrastructure space. I believe that he's competent for the job, first of all, because he's a development professional and he brings a lot of expertise to his work. He's also been involved in construction management, which means that he has an experience in construction, which is the major aspect of road development in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I was not in the country, so I didn't have the chance to participate in his vetting. But he made some important points that I agreed with him. First of all, regarding the uncapping of the road fund. It's important that the funds that we get for road funds is ring-fenced to be given to the Ministry of Roads and Highways to especially undertake the primary assignment it's supposed to do, that is road maintenance. So I agree with him on that. He also said that he will continue with ongoing projects. That is very important, and I commend him for that. And I think it's important that you put on record that the MPP administration also continued all ongoing road projects when it assumed office. He said that he will make sure that he will only implement projects that are budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, that is ideal.
That's what's supposed to be done. And I wish him well on that. In fact, I wish him good luck on that. But he is coming into the space as an opposition MP, not that experienced enough in terms of ministerial responsibility, unlike the case of Honorable Haruna Idrisu and Honorable Eric Opoku. And he will realize that when you're on the seat, it's a completely different ballgame. So I wish him well, but if he's able to do that, it will help. He also talked about electronic tolling. It's one area that I want to talk about in the next phase. That's the areas that I do not agree with Honorable Kwame Abuja during his vetting hearing. One, Honorable Abuja engaged himself in what I will call political optimism, misrepresentation of facts regarding the number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration constructed during its 8 years of service. In fact, Honorable Abuja is someone who has been passionate about criticizing the past administration regarding the number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration constructed. Let me put on record, Honorable Speaker, that as at the end of December, per what is stated in the transition report, the Akufo-Addo government had constructed 13,624 kilometers of road, as against 4,630 kilometers of road by the previous government in 8 years. But during the vetting, Honorable Abuja just picked one component of the road construction, which is the construction of new roads, which is 673 kilometers construction of new roads to represent the total number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration had constructed. And I thought this is misleading representation of facts, and it did not help in having accurate and good debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, out of the 13,624 roads constructed under the Akufo-Addo administration, asphalt overlay alone is 1,955 kilometers. You can all bear witness to asphalt overlay projects that went on in the country, in Accra, in Kumasi, in Sunyani, in Takrade. Those are not new roads. Those are already existing roads that we put asphalt overlay to improve riding quality. We also constructed 35 bridges across the country. It's also part of the Akufo-Addo record of 13,624. Graveling and regraveling alone was about over 6,000 kilometers. Many of us are MPs from rural communities, and we know the importance of graveling in connecting people and bringing people together in these rural communities. So those are very important part of the road construction projects that were done under Nana Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, reconstruction and upgrading of roads constituted 1,665 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, today, if you are reporting on construction of new roads, you will not talk about reconstruction and upgrading. Let me give you one example. Currently, the past government initiated the construction of Fanko in Sawam Road. That's about over 20 kilometers of road. That is an existing road, but it will not be, it's classified under upgrading and rehabilitation. So it will not be counted under new roads, but it's a major construction project with major funding. Today, there's Tema motorway reconstruction and upgrading. That is going to provide a facelift regarding the transportation network between the harbor city and the capital city. This will not be classified under new rules, but it's a major construction project that we know. And Honorable Abuja is somebody who is very experienced in this, a technical person, and he knows this. So I was very disappointed when he used just new rules to represent the total number of roads constructed under
Honorable Minister, I think you will have the opportunity to give us a lot of information regarding to the ministry. So, but for now, I think you've given us enough.
Yeah, so but it was important that I put that.
No, that is why I've indulged him. I mean, all of the people who have contributed, I gave them 5 minutes, but because I was interested in the formation.
But Honorable Speaker, this notwithstanding, I believe that Honorable Abuja is competent and has the capacity to manage the very important Ministry of Roads and Highways. And I recommend that he's approved so that he can go and deliver and produce results. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hassan Sopoache. I'll give you 2 minutes. Honorable Comfordoyo, 2 minutes. Honorable Comfordoyo, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion moved by the Appointment Committee Chairman, the First Deputy Speaker, to Mr. Speaker, to approve the nominees appointed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Honorable Kwame Agboja, that's my immediate boss, he has done all that he needed in this chamber, and that qualifies him more than what we are thinking to occupy that position. When it comes to Haruna Idrisu, that one there is very marvelous. And I know he's going to deliver to the satisfaction of Ghanaians. And when it comes to Eric Opoku, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the lineup, then you will realize that we really have the men. If you look at the lineup, the first lineup of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, then you can know where the research is going to start from, because these are the men that have been in this chamber for years. And being in this chamber for just 1 year is even more than enough. Because this is where from archaeology to zoology passes through. And they have learned a lot from here, apart from what they were taught in school. And that qualifies them to go and work in those ministries. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not in a hurry. He is not in a hurry at all to crash this nation. Because 21st February 2017, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo came to this chamber and told us how he's in a hurry. And he ended up crashing the whole nation. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo didn't start his free SHS immediately. Mr. Speaker, we didn't interrupt anybody. We didn't interrupt anybody when they were speaking.
Honorable, I'll give you the opportunity, so let me finish.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency former President Nana Akufo-Addo didn't start the free SHS in January. He started the free SHS in September 2017. So therefore, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in January cannot give any approval whilst his ministers have not been approved, because budget is yet to be presented in this chamber and ministers are yet to take position. Mr. Speaker, if His Excellency John Dramani Mahama cannot refer a letter to a cabinet session of his Flagstaff House, how can he refer to students who are yet to even resume? Some of them are yet to resume, and he has not even taken full charge. He's yet to take full charge. How can we say he should go and then speak about those who are now entering the university? He has promised and he fulfilled the promise. With Haruna Idrisu in the seat, we know he is going to deliver when it comes to education. They are going to restructure the free SHS and make it attractive for every Ghanaian student to attend. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Korizada said, he mentored him. I love people who mentored people. And today he has reached where he is. His first constituency was Gupegu Sabonjida. He did everything he could as a young man and he has reached this level. Mr. Speaker, I know he is going to deliver. Honorable Kwame Agboja is going to fulfill the promise of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Contracts that were abrogated during 2017, all contractors will be moved to site to go and complete those jobs that were left for the good 8 years. From Kase to Adam for good 8 years. Contractor was being investigated, so now it's still the same. And nobody has touched that road. Mr. Speaker, we have not seen a bitumen for the old 8 years in Adan, and the cocoa rows that were abrogated that affected the farmers, and they couldn't bring their farm product from the farms to the market, and that has escalated the prices of the farm products. My brother Agboja is going to work on them, and we will see the massive improvement in this government. Mr. Speaker, please let me speak about Eric Opoku, because he is going to perform the magic when it comes to agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the men, and they are going to deliver, and they are going to make sure we move Ghana to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable, do you say something?
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the language that was used by my sister, that Nana Akufo-Addo had crushed the nation, was too high. And I didn't want him to continue on that tangent. Let us be decorous and use a decent language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Member. Yes.
Speaker, I rise certainly to speak in support of the motion. And let me start off by saying that all three nominees performed fairly well. I listened to them in detail. Honorable Kwame Agboja, my good friend. And Speaker, let me not belabor the point. The former sector minister has dealt with a number of inaccuracies that were put out. And so I wouldn't spend too much time on that. Speaker, the three of them sounded very ambitious, which is very good. We on this side of the House will be watching. We will be watching. If indeed a review of the free SHS is not cancellation, time will prove. If a review of the free SHS is not cancellation, time will tell. There is a huge expectation out there. And you have said that all the good works of the new patriotic party led by His Excellency Akufo-Addo will crush the nation. We hear you. We are just wishing you well. Speaker, in broader context, Kwame Agboja, who has displayed a lot of professional competence in the area of architecture, tried to answer most of the questions. However, a matter on the 10 billion infrastructure fund, a fund that you are promising $10 billion to support infrastructure. And mind you, infrastructure goes beyond roads, all manner of infrastructure. And you are the same people who are saying that you are going to reduce taxes. And you are the same people who are going to say that cost of living is going to go down. And you are the same people saying that the cost of KK is going to go down. And the size of KK will increase. So last week, I was at Osu, a very popular joint where they sell good KK. I went there to ask for the price of KK. What time do you want me to ask it? Speaker, and the price of KK is actually going up. The ex-pump price of petrol and diesel is also going up. Well, we'll give you time. We'll give you time to form your government, and I know time will reveal your true colors. Time, it will reveal your true colors. Indeed, what you should be doing, the Honorable Agboja, what the Honorable Agboja should be doing is how he will get the balancing right. You have access to $10 billion. And you are saying that all the roads we started, you are going to complete them. And you are even going to add more to the roads we constructed. Is that not the case? We will be watching. Now, you know that in this fourth Republican Constitution, under this fourth Republican Constitution, it is only the MPP, the new Patriotic Party government, that has implemented the free SHS successfully. MPP. Under the fourth Republican Constitution, it is the new Patriotic Party that has successfully implemented the free SHS. True or false? True or false? We know your review certainly means cancellation. Your review certainly means cancellation. We will just be watching. If indeed so if there is any group of people in this country who you need to take a cue from, it is Dr. Educhum and the MPP. Dr. Educhum and the MPP. I will rather advise you that you should humble yourself, seek understanding how we did it, and I'm sure that if you do that, you will be able to chalk some success. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku, usual of him, also showed dexterity and understanding of the industry, and that you cannot take away from the Honorable Eric Opoku. But, Speaker, they are talking big. Our colleagues are talking very big. The Honorable Opoku says he is going to ensure that agribusiness takes a good height. He's going to ensure that cocoa farmers are paid well. He's going to ensure that they are not just going to be paid well, we are also going to increase productivity. And he's also going to ensure that they stop the cocoa smuggling. It is possible. Well, the current global narrative when it comes to agriculture, three things very critical: smart agriculture, sustainability, and storage. I have scanned through your manifesto. Conspicuously missing is something on storage. There is no mention of storage. So how are you going to increase productivity and also ensure bumper harvest and availability of food? Not too long ago, the former Minister for Agric, he worked so hard that we have bumper harvest and we had a lot of food stuff in Agric. We had a lot of food stuff in Accra. There were a lot of... Speaker, during the bumper harvest, I traveled from Insawam to Accra to get some plantain for domestic use. Then I saw a number of my colleagues on this side with their cars parked, waiting to buy plantain and other food stuff. And today they are saying that they will not recognize the good work of their new patriotic party. I only pray and wish you well. I'm only praying and wishing you well. The Honorable Kwame Agboja, who is promising to do all the roads, I hope our approach will not be partisan. It is not going to be partisan. We are going to put on the cap of patriotism, look at the real needs of our country, especially in the hinter areas where foodstuffs are produced. We want to see more asphalt roads, not just in Accra, in other parts of the country where roads are linking production centers for agriculture. Speaker, the linkage between roads and food supply and reduction in the cost of food is so clear. It's so clear. And we are only bidding our time. Climate change, which has become a very topical matter, is haunting us. Dr. Eric Opoku, with all his knowledge, could not situate the concerns about climate change and what solutions the NDC is going to profess in dealing with this matter, reducing the sustainability of food productivity, and also ensure that there is abundance of food. If for nothing at all, at the agri sector, under the new patriotic party, we had a lot of food. A lot of them were made available at the ministry. And people were traveling all over the country to come to the ministry and buy food. They traveled from all over the place, came to the ministry to buy food stuff. Please. I'm speaking in support of the motion. But these are important lessons that we want to nudge and draw our colleagues' attention to. Please, you have 4 years to perform. You have just 4 years to perform. I'm praying that Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Honorable Eric Opoku will live up to the billing. When they succeed, the country succeeds. We pray that they will live up to the billing, they will deliver on the deliverables, and very soon the price of kenke will indeed come down. And also the size of kenke will increase. With these words, I want to support the motion and to support the adoption of the report. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
Mr. Speaker, I have seen my respected colleague, the first Deputy Speaker in chair of the Appointment Committee. I would hold on to what I would want to say. I will plead with you to hold on a moment. I would want to engage him privately, as is always the practice. Then, soon thereafter, if I have some comment, I would make on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I would want you to indulge us. I want to engage.
Leader, can you keep your discussion outside whilst we go on? Other than the house will be kept in abeyance.
Mr. Speaker, my humble suggestion is that looking at the numbers in the chamber, we do not have what it takes to carry the motion. That is why I wanted to have some engagement. But we've closed the debate. We are done with the debate. We would have to perhaps do some further engagement and know the direction we are going. But as it is, if you look at the numbers in the chamber, we don't have. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear on what it takes to take decision. And I would want to strongly make the appeal to you that looking at the numbers in the chamber, we don't have what it takes to take a decision on the three nominees. So we now would have to put the issue of putting a question on ice so that we see to it that things are done right. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, I will engage the first Deputy Speaker in chair outside of the chamber so that we come back to have further discussion. Well, if you say no, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I have pointed out the law to you. If my colleagues in the majority are of the view that in this chamber now it is right to put the question, you can go ahead. But at least I've told Mr. Speaker what it is.
Leader, well noted. If you want to raise the column, then come appropriately. Then we move it from there.
Mr. Speaker, there are ways to solve a problem. I have spoken enough and I've drawn attention to this matter. There are ways to solve a problem. So I've drawn the attention.
So Yes, Honorable Buama.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you look around, we don't want a situation where a decision is taken and is challenged. It will not be in the interest of the House. Let a chair of the Appointments Committee who moved the motion and the ranking member confer. The rules permit you to even suspend the House so that the majority can do the needful. I beg of you, that is another way. Otherwise, there are decisions and constitutional provisions as to the number that can take a decision. And we know.
Honorable Member, I share your view, but what I'm saying is, then you invoke the right constitutional provision. If we have to ring the bell and see whether members are in their rooms, they can come. Other than that, then we go ahead and adjourn the House.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm begging of you to at least suspend the House for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. I'm sure we'll find a way around it.
Yes, Honorable Susu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of practice, I believe that when debates are over, what is required by our standing orders is that you put the question. When someone seeks to challenge the voice vote after you put the question, the person may call for division, the bell is rung, and we give ourselves time to have our members in here. Mr. Speaker, I think this practice of asking the House to suspend just because someone has done an observation and is of the view that we don't have the number, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is borne out of the procedure of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully pray that you put the question so we move forward.
Honorable members. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to suspend the House for 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the mood of the House, Mr. Speaker, is that the question be put. That's the mood of the House. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamapo, hold on. I was about to put the question, but I get the inclination that we didn't have the numbers. And honorable members, will you listen to me? I got the inclination that we didn't have the numbers. And honorable yes. Honorable member, hold on. We will.
Mr. Speaker, our duty
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
It's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has adopted His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Kwame Gov't Abuja as Minister Designate for Ministry of Roads and Highways. Honorable Helena Idrisu as Minister Designate for Ministry of Education. And Honorable Eric Opoku as Minister Designate for Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend a word of congratulations to our colleagues. I think the three nominees or minister designates are all members of the House. We believe they will make us proud in their ministry that they are going to head. Leadership. Leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands because we have exhausted the day and we need to go and rest for tomorrow.
Yes. Honorable members, before we bring the curtains down, kindly allow me some space to express a word of gratitude to the leadership and to you, honorable members of the House, for unanimously and graciously accepting and endorsing my nomination to serve this honorable House once again as the second Deputy Speaker. I'm very thankful and very appreciative of the honor you have done me. Honorable members, let me pledge to this House and by extension the whole nation that I will be diligent, I will be unbiased, I will be impartial, I will be fair, and most especially, I will go by the rules of the House. For which rules we know are underpinned by the 1992 Constitution and our own standing orders. And I will do that in all my engagement as Deputy Speaker, most especially when I am presiding over the House. I thank you and I thank the good people of Omena who brought me here. And I thank my family who have supported me throughout my political journey. And I want to mention my wife's name, Mrs. Grace Osi Asensiama. For supporting me throughout my political journey. Honorable members, on that note, I would like to thank you once again for the honor you have done me. And now the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Sports Writers Association of Ghana.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana.
This is Joy News. Just gone by, you watched the approval of more ministers for the government, including the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu. Earlier, the appointment of 3 ministerial nominees, that for the Finance, Dr. Kaysalatu Forson, Energy, John Jinapo, and the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dr. Dominic Ayine, were approved earlier. And then the second batch, which included the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, have all been approved. We will go back to Parliament to bring you the vetting as the committee is preparing to bring you the second vetting of the day, and we will be there to bring you all that will be transparent. But in the meantime, the MPP minority in Parliament is staring into President John Dramani Mahame's government for appointing what they describe as a handful of women into some positions. According to them, Parliament passed the Affirmative Action Law, which mandates a minimum of 30% representation for women in government appointment, a critical step toward addressing systemic gender inequality in leadership and decision-making, something the president needed to obey. But his appointment so far goes contrary to that, and the minority did not take kindly to that.
We also disappointed in the choice of the president. There are a lot of women on his side. We've had over 30 women being elected to Parliament from the NDC majority side. In view of the affirmative action posture of the country, we have passed the Affirmative Action Law, and of all these hard-working women, only a few of them have so far been given substantive ministerial appointments. Is it the case that they are matching them for deputy ministerial appointments? That is not right. Our women cannot be second-class appointees.
Well, the NDC majority fought back strongly. Comfort Doyo Kujo is MP for that constituency, and speaking on behalf of the majority, he said the president needs to be applauded for being the first president to have a female as his vice.
We have government business to do, but I will respond to this gender and Gadangme issue, because when it comes to gender, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the best that you can clap for, because when he was starting, he started with a woman as his vice president, and the woman is there to fight for women and hold the door for women to pass through. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promised 60 ministers, and he's supposed to take 50% of the ministers from this chamber.
More than 50%.
More than 50 from this chamber.
Yes.
And we have 16 regions. So if even one region is giving two, it will be 32. So if every region is giving 2, and he has given Greater Accra 2, he has not finished with his appointment yet. What is the big deal? Because Honorable Sam George is Dangbe. Honorable Namomo is a Gan.
Well, Afeo Marking also accused the president of not achieving regional balance with his appointment, but member of the majority, Roxanne Nelson Dafiapo, will have none of that.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
I was just overlooking
with all due respect.
what this side was saying. But you say
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order in terms of misinformation.
No, the point
Mr.
is,
Speaker,
the point is,
Mr. Speaker,
Nelson,
on the matter that
Nelson,
on the matter, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Nelson,
Mr. Speaker, on the matter that the minority leader is taking, it's a very dangerous one.
Honorable leader,
you rise and you speak about tribalism
Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Well, let's still stay in Parliament because local government ministerial nominee Ahmed Ibrahim has strongly criticized the handling of the District Roads Improvement Program DRIP, a key initiative introduced under former President Akufo-Addo's administration during his vetting before the appointment committee. Now, he described the program's centralization under the presidency as a misstep that sidelined metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs. Ahmed Ibrahim pledged to revamp the decentralized DRIP, ensuring that its implementation is more efficient and better aligned with the needs of local communities.
Local government ministry was not part of the procurement, and therefore there were challenges at birth. And he's asking, how am I going to pursue it? The chairman, every district chief executive watching me, workers in the Ministry of Local Government watching me, will testify that they have no records of any agreement of the DRIP project, and they have no program inventory of all the DRIP machines. This is a challenge because it was highly procured at the big house, that the office of the president. So that brought a problem. And therefore, one, there is no management contract. Two, there are no means of spare parts. Three, there are no committees established to take care of them. So if you go, it is fraught with a lot of challenges. And therefore, if given the nod, together with my brother who used to be in the ministry, and together with my team who will be the technocrat at the ministry, we will all work together to make sure that the DRIP program is materialized.
Ahmed Ibrahim also identified property rates as a pivotal solution for boosting revenue across MMDAs. Revenue generation, leakages, and efficient utilization of the Assembly Common Fund also dominated discussions with members seeking efficient ways to increase revenue at the assemblies. But Ahmed Ibrahim emphasized leveraging on property rates.
The current majority leader who is going also understands revenue generation very well, and the potential of property rate, what it can give to the MMDAs. Sir Chairman, this is one area that we are all going to work towards. And if all former ministers come on board, practitioners come on board, MPs come on board, together with chiefs, now that the various chiefs and traditional authorities are going to be members of the district, I don't think DCs, MPs, traditional authorities, and opinion leaders in their various districts will sit there and say central government should come to their place and come and collect property rate, and after that give something to them. So it is the quickest and the fastest way of generating revenue at the district level. So we will not centralize it, we will decentralize it, and it will help to enhance their capacity.
Now, he also promised to work on the timely releases of the District Assembly Common Fund, which has been a headache for many MMDCs.
You and I know that any government that plays with the timely release of District Assembly Common Fund to the MMDs pays the consequences. In 2014, the NDC couldn't pay the third quarter. I was a deputy whip. We spoke about it. We lost the 2016 elections. After that, it was paid. In 2024, the current government also delayed in paying the third and fourth quarter. He also paid the price. And after losing, he has paid. Whether you win or lose, you will pay it. So a government that is in power and you want to win your elections, you must pay for your DCEs to work. If they work, the electorate will be happy and they will vote for you. So I'm not going to keep my mouth shut because I'm the minister responsible for local governance. I will continue to work as I used to work when I was a whip and when I was a member of the local governance committee, and make sure there is timely releases of those funds.
Now, in the perceived turf war between MPs and MMDCs, this is how Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim sought to handle the situation.
As a minister responsible for local governance, when given the nod, having been a whip in Parliament for 12 years, Mr. Chairman, I will not, and I will repeat it, I will not allow any DCE to disrespect any member of Parliament. And there were instances where MPs were caged in Accra for over 9 months. They couldn't go to their constituencies in the name of doing parliamentary business. So if that understanding is not given to DCEs, while the MP is here doing national assignment, the DCE will be rapidly or radically destabilizing the member of parliament. When that one happens, it is not the MP you are fighting. You are fighting the very seat you are sitting on as DCEs. When these things are made clear to the DCEs and the MPs, I think there will be peace.
Now, let's do more on this. And Kwesi Baini is a former DC for Hunter West, and he joins us on the telephone line for some reactions. Grateful to you, sir, for joining. Now, you've heard the minister designate on a raft of measures. First, what do you make of his firm position not to allow any MMDC to undermine an MP like we used to hear?
Yeah. Good evening. I really don't understand what MP is saying by the end.
Ms. Bani, if you can reposition yourself, we seem to be losing you. Do we still have you? Well, Kwesi Baini is a former DC for the Hunter West district. He is well versed in the local governance of this country. We'll be speaking to him on the vetting of the local government and chieftaincy, as well as religious minister designate Ahmed Ibrahim, and what he said at the vetting, especially his take on how he would deal with the perceived turf war between MMDCEs and MPs, and his measures in increasing revenue at the local assemblies. Once he's been a DC before, would let him help us to grasp what actually the minister has been saying. Let's try again if we can have him. Mr. Baini, if you can hear me, I wanted to get your understanding of what you do make of his stance on how he wants to deal with MMDCs and their rifts with MPs. He says he will not allow any MMDC to undermine an MP. What do you make of it?
Well, good evening. I do not really understand what he means by he will not allow any MMDC to undermine any MP. I do not really understand that. The MP is elected by the people, yes. The DCE is also appointed by the president, part of his appointment granted by the Constitution. The difference is that the MP goes to Parliament and champions the cause of Wisconsin. The DC is supposed to do all the development projects within the constituency. I don't see how the DC want to undermine the MP. I do not, unless the honorable member explains further.
I'm told the right word he used there was disrespect. He will not allow any MMDC to disrespect MPs. And in his words, he said the MPs will be in Accra working, and some MMDCs will be, working against those MPs. Something he feels should not be happening. You've been a DC before, and I'm sure you know how these things come about. is it not right to say he will not allow MMDCs to disrespect MPs?
Well, I would not disrespect my MP. But if the MP also shows chance of getting the DCE out, then that is where the problem is.
Okay.
There are some districts where the MPs want the DCE removed. And you see, the truth is that when the DCE is doing so well within the district, because he's always with the people, he tends to win the sympathies of the people. I never wanted to do, I never contested my MP. I never did that. But the man was still afraid of me because of the kind of things that I was doing. And in that case, you cannot say I'm disrespecting him. He was rather undermining me.
So how can the minister deal with that effectively to ensure that there is no rift between MMDCs and their members of parliament?
Should there be any rift? There should not be any rift. There should not be any rift. The truth is that if there's any activity going on within the district, the DCE is the man in charge. He's the man in charge. But sometimes you call your MP, oh, come, let's go to this place for this thing to be commissioned. He may not have time. The MP is on the ground, is always with the people. How can you say he's disrespecting you? You cannot be disrespecting you. And we need the MPs to also respect the DCE. Because the fact is that all of them are party members, we all work together to ensure that the party comes to power. But at a point in time, the MPs disrespect the DCEs and not the opposite as he's claiming.
Okay. Well, he also spoke about using property rate as a way to increase revenue for the assembly. So is that the surest way to increase revenue at the assembly level? And how best can it be handled?
Using what?
A property rate. He feels that assemblies can rake a lot of revenue if they focus on collection of property rate. How best can assemblies do that?
No, that one he's right. That's why the MP, the honorable minister, is right. All the property is within the district. The law says you collect property rate. The problem is that sometimes the district assemblies do not have the resources to revalue the property.
Okay.
So if it has been revalued the last 10 years, that is what the property owners have been paying. So if the property owners, if the assembly continues to even collect the old property rate, they will get a lot of money to revolve the area. So he is right to ensure that, yes, the DCEs generate enough revenue within the district assembly. But let's also not forget that district assemblies that have their own common fund that should come. If those money will also not come, that's also a problem for this assembly.
Okay, all right. He says he will use national service personnel to help collect a lot of these property rates. The best option?
That's also okay. That's also okay, because when the national service people are in the district and they have actually nothing serious to do for the district, these are the things that you can use them to do.
Okay.
Well, the national service, when they come to the district, you don't have specific things for them to do. They move about, do this, do that. But if they have to be used to collect the revenues, that will be okay for the assembly.
Okay. All right.
That would be very okay for the assembly.
Thank you very much. Kwesi Baini there is a former DC for the Ahanta West, the then Ahanta West District, now Ahanta West Municipal Assembly. President John Mahama has released his final ministerial nominations, staying true to his commitment to complete all ministerial appointments within 14 days of his administration. While not constitutionally required to set a timeline for ministerial nominations, President Mahama has successfully finalized the selection of his ministers and cabinet ministers as he promised during his campaign. Before breaking down the numbers and comparing them with the president's promise, let's examine Article 76 of the 1992 Constitution to understand its provisions regarding the cabinet. Let's share with you what actually we've done. Now, if you look at the cabinet. Article 76 says, there shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the president, the vice president, and not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state. Now, so this is what the Constitution says. Again, if you look at 76(2), the cabinet shall the cabinet shall assist the president in the determination of general policy of the government. That is the definition or the function given the cabinet. 3 says there shall be a secretary to the cabinet who shall be appointed by the president, and the president really has appointed the secretary to the cabinet. And again, as we told you earlier, he's been able to form his entire government as he promised. So this is what the Constitution really says about what the Article 76, 1, 2, and 3 mean. 76, 1. Okay, so now let's go through the full list of ministerial nominees. We have Dr. Keselato Forson. He has been approved, so he is currently Ghana's Minister of Finance. John Abdullahi Jinapo has also been approved, so he's currently Ghana's Minister of Energy and Green Transition. That's how the Mahama government put it. And Dr. Dominic Akurutinga Ayine has also been approved as the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. So these ones have been approved. Let's go through more of the list and take you through the other ones. Today, just in the evening, the Parliament approved the next batch of nominees. Okay, so we have Kwame Gov't Agboja, Minister of Roads and Highways. He has also been approved, so he is the current Minister of Roads and Highways. Eric Opoku is Ghana's Minister of Food and Agriculture. We have Agnes Na Momo Lati. She will be vetted, and her vetting is expected anytime, so we'll be bringing that to you. Ablaji Fagomashi is Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Emilia Arthur is MP, and she is Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Designate. She is yet to be vetted. George Opare Ado Esquire is Minister of Youth, Development and Empowerment Designate. He is yet to be vetted, so we will see what happens. Now, Haruna Idrisu is Ghana's Minister of Education because his nomination has been approved by Parliament. Ahmed Ibrahim, we watched a few of his vetting there. He is the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Designate. He's just been vetted. We're waiting for his approval by Parliament. Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare has been appointed or nominated as Minister Designate for Trade and Agribusiness and Industry. So agribusiness has been added to her portfolio. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama has been nominated as Ghana's Minister of Defense. He is yet to be vetted. We'll see how that goes. Samuel Nate George has been nominated as Minister Designate for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. Emmanuel Amakofibwa is MP for Elembele, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources Designate. There, he is yet to be vetted, so currently he is the Deputy Majority Leader. Kofi Idie Adams has been nominated as Minister for Sports and Recreation. Many expected it to go somewhere, but he has been nominated. Abdul Rashid Pelpo has been nominated as Minister of Labor, Jobs and Employment Designate. He's also yet to be vetted. And the man on my immediate right, Kwabena Minta Akando, he has been nominated as the Minister of Health. His vetting is yet to be done. He was the ranking on health in the 8th Parliament. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed has been nominated as the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. He's yet to be vetted. Joseph Bukari Nikwe, Minister of Transport Designate. And this man, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, has been nominated as the Minister of Interior. He is also yet to be vetted. Samuel Okujoto Ablakwa was ranking on the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament. He he has been nominated as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's yet to be vetted. J. Kenneth Gilbert is nominated for the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources. Emmanuel Kwadwo Ajekum has been nominated as Minister of State in charge of special initiatives. You know that during the campaign, the president spoke about a lot of the things he intends to do. That man will be in charge of getting it done. Well, he needs no introduction because already he's doing the work. Felix Ofosu-Kwakye is Minister of State, Government Communications. That is what he's been nominated for. He will be vetted by Parliament. Isifo Seidu has been nominated for Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability. Climate change has become a topical issue in the last few decades, and in fact, countries are now exploring, carbon credit, and so Ghana wants to get a lot of credit from that. Then, of course, you need someone to take charge of it, and that's why this man has been nominated for that position. We'll be following that, and we'll be bringing you all of the vetting here on this channel, Joy News. Now, with the final announcement done, let's bring you a breakdown of where we are so far. In terms of all of the nominations and where we are in terms of the government machinery. Now, President Mahama promised that he will appoint 60 ministers, all things being equal. That was the promise that he gave. Now, what do we know so far? Ministerial appointments so far, we have 42. Remaining, all things being equal, 18. That is what is remaining to happen. But you know that there will be deputy ministerial as well. So we'll see how this goes. Again, if you break down the 42 appointments done so far, we have 16 regional ministers. All the 16 regions have had their nominees done. So that is done. In terms of sector, we have 26 ministers of state. That is what makes up the 42. Now, away from that, at least 31 ministers are expected to come from Parliament. That's what the law says. The current law as we operate on says, about 30% of the appointment, or 50% of the appointment into ministers must come from Parliament. So we expect that at least 31 of the 60 ministers must come from there. Okay. Now, if you look at it in terms of the ministerial so far, we have 24 out of 42 appointments made. 24 ministerial appointments have been made out of the 42 that we do know so far. Now, at least 7 are yet to be appointed. 7 are yet to be appointed. If you look at the constitution that we operate with, Article 78 says, ministers of state shall be appointed by the president with the prior approval of Parliament from among members of Parliament or persons qualified to be elected as members of Parliament, except that, and this is where the caveat is, majority of ministers of state shall be appointed from among members of Parliament. So over 50% of the 60 must come from them. That's why when you do the breakdown of the 60, you need to have 31% of those appointments coming from Parliament. Now, if you look at the gender balance, 42 appointments done so far, 7 are females, representing 16.67%. And the women groupings have started speaking that, well, that's not what we expected, but we'll keep our eye on the remaining appointments that are yet to be done. We have 35 male ministers so far, representing 83.33%. The question is, will the deputy ministerial appointment see a lot of females to make up the 30% that the affirmative action law prescribes? We'll see how that particular one goes. But it's interesting. We've been talking to, women groupings, and they say that, well, we are not happy with the development, but we are keeping our eye on the ball because we have deputy minister appointment to be made. We have key positions in the entire government machinery to be made, boards, commissions, and what have you. Again, they have an appointment to the presidency itself, which of course we have women there. So we'll see how this also goes. But still on appointment, Felix Kwakye Ofosu, the acting spokesperson to the president, has described President John Mahama's appointment as a demonstration of his maturity and commitment to embracing diverse perspectives in leadership. Speaking on the Super Morning Show earlier today on Joy FM, Kwakye Ofosu noted that the president's decision to include some of his critics in his government reflect his openness to constructive dialogue and diversity in leadership.
People should be free to express their views. President Mahama is committed to same, and that's why you find that even people who have criticized him severely in the past have been appointed to play some role in this government. Indeed, I read Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh's post yesterday in recognition of his appointment to chair the Constitution Review Committee, and he made a point that he was quite a critic. I must say that he's a mild critic, but he was a critic nonetheless. There are others in there, Dr. Esi Ansah, who, by the way, is the daughter of PAV Ansah.
Yes, true.
Perhaps the fiercest critic of the PNDC NDC. I don't know anybody who was more critical of PNDC NDC than him. Dr. Esi Ansah was part of Occupy Ghana. She was fiercely critical. Indeed, she was the one, if I'm not mistaken, who held aloft that placard that said that the king was naked during the Occupy Ghana protest. Subsequently, she took part in some public forum symposia and her views. I can bet you that President Akufo-Addo will never give a position of any form to somebody like that in his government. But President Mahama did not have a difficulty. In fact, all the people
that's also a way of winning people over.
No, it's not necessarily a way of winning. It simply means that we are going for
it's another way.
No, we are going for the best and brightest. We do not anticipate that Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh will suddenly become a sympathizer of the NDC simply because of this. He has gravitas. He's seen it all in life. He doesn't need this to be lured to follow the. I don't think that Dr. Esi Ansah will be tempted to join the NDC because of this.
But Felix,
the point, the fundamental, very clear red lines are crossed. Nobody is going to suffer retribution for airing their views, whether pleasant or unpleasant.
This is the Joy News Prime here on the Joy News channel. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more. Please do stay.
If you're running the ring, now tank muna mujiji skasa mukoto. Tank no na eliki ama henyi oh no see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no put eliki. Pacho emergency way. Ghana for. What number one plumber new? If you nekwe sa water tank the wonsu agumwa. So Syntex tank, mitra SINTEX. Syntex tank. Eye top eliki etimi wode bia Syntex tank kale bia wo pe size bia wo pe ye yema wo Syntex tank the whole Ghana ye must 7 years warranty Syntex tank eye strong eye top.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
Good class. Good morning. Down. Have you heard about Obuasi baby diapers? Yeah! What are the qualities of the Obuasi baby diapers? Okay.
It can absorb water.
Somewhere. Who can try?
It is very soft and convenient to use.
Come for him here. Okay. Yes, Nana?
It's affordable.
Come for him. Can you say something?
It is good to use.
It is good to use.
Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa, diapers papa near, diapers papa near, diapers papa near, diapers papa near.
Use Obuasi baby diaper for the love of your child.
Slam. Set your style anywhere in the world by breaking all the rules. Shout with all your soul and sparkle with 1,000 blaze. Pick a color what suits you best and launch the slam movement, yeah. Be someone who lets up as his felt, who dares to get a hold of the here and now with no fears and make our way to tomorrow. Join me, let's do this with the slam. Peace and quiet.
Now, families, welcome back from the break, and families of the deceased miners in the military shootout in Obuasi in the Ashanti region are demanding justice and thorough investigations to ascertain circumstances leading to their deaths. There are dozens of the families gathered at the Obuasi Government Hospital in the Ashanti region to solemnly pay their last respects to relatives killed during the clash with the military. 7 of the illegal miners gunned down during the violent clash at an abandoned concession were released to the families for Islamic burial. This follows the conclusion of pathologist investigations into the cause of death.
Dozens of grieving families gathered at the Obuasi Government Hospital in the Ashanti region to bid a solemn farewell to their beloved ones who lost their lives in the sadly clash with the military. The bodies of 7 illegal miners were shot during a violent confrontation at an abandoned mining concession were handed over to their families for Islamic burial. Amidst the sorrow, the families of the deceased are demanding justice, calling for a thorough investigation into the events leading to the tragic deaths. Emmanuel Bright Kweku was at the burial service and visited the homes of some of the bereaved families. Family members expressed their frustrations and concerns.
Emitomi kwechima mikunuti aseno ono sokoba paopa misumiko paopa ni akikabu ne ahwe nkwala no na ene be mani ni ho no boafo nyina ne nyame de nyame ne hwe nipa esusenko no so wo ho a de be bia ne kitu bi odema me na eden eso mani tisi oni wo ese di a me ma de se di a me de to aben so onkasa omboa yen na omutimi hwe yen a ye kunu mu aka nyina no omboa ne ntimi hwe yen ma we eye setting omakum ye kunufo ne kwa abromu wi ahwe omfa ahwe omanchi se gold bi kuta wo mo ana omako kuma obi soja ni bie no so omukun no ho ompese ye ne ebra na omutimi mabre we meto ye so se ye ne fight you e wo so musu ye bibi
afirati cause de odie jame no nya de am betumi ahwe na se de soja foisi ye kura enye se nimpa ekope na no aduane wo ma koto epa o chaw epa mo chaw kuto pa mo chaw ti wo kura na mo kona se nimpa no opegya ni sa obe shutu no awu ma pegya mo sa mo pa mo chaw se mo ma wo mo kope kakra mbidi ti se government bebe no aka ho asama on ve no aka ho asama yimaye na minim se enye kwa bibium so be you call no because call high no call no aw because mon fire on se bibi free baby na aba so ti sani pa no call na eye no sani pa no do call ye no wo se aban enini di no kire ni pa kra o man kwan se wo ma wo mon fire no ni
7 out of the 9 bodies have been buried, but what is the state of the 2 remaining bodies? Here is the medical superintendent.
We took a lot of notes, and he also gave
some of the, at least bits of the notes to the police. But you have to sit down and write a very comprehensive report that the forensic people can deduce something from. So it will not be in the next few days. Yeah. It will be part of the comprehensive report that will be submitted to the security agencies as requested by the presidency.
Now, from that, the National Security Coordinator, DCOP Osman Abdul Razak, visited Nkwanta to assess the situation and engage with traditional leaders from the feuding factions. You remember that Nkwanta has been going through some turmoil in the past few weeks because of some communal clashes there. Now, speaking on the ongoing effort, the OT Regional Police Commander, DCOP Alex Aqua, revealed that the renewed conflict has so far claimed 6 lives, injured 10 others, and led to the destruction of 12 houses and a shop.
As at yesterday, we had no gunshots, but we realized that one person was also shot in his room during the 16th. So bringing the total number to 6 persons killed, 10 persons injured, 12 houses and 1 shop set ablaze. On 18th January, the military and police conducted cordon and search in selected houses based on intelligence from the NIB. In all, 10 suspects were arrested with 2 pump-action guns, 2 single-barrel guns, and 131 cartridges were retrieved. On 20th January 2025, 7 of the suspects were remanded into prison custody by the Dambai Circuit Court. 3 of the suspects are on admission at the hospital with various ailments. One has a collarbone injury, the other one is in intensive care unit, and another one is also receiving treatment. When they recover, they will also be put before court. Just this morning, the military and the police again went to Shiari based on intelligence, and they've arrested quite a number of people, about 50 of them. We are yet to screen them and prefer the appropriate charges against them, those found culpable. So as at now, security-wise, the town is calm. The surrounding villages are also calm. But we are still maintaining our presence because it is an uneasy calm. It can degenerate at any time. But the operation to Shari today, I am happy because it has sent the right signal to them that nobody can escape the full force of the security services. So that wherever you are and you think we cannot get you, we can come after you. So this morning's exercise has sent the right signal to those who are bent on fomenting trouble. And we are grateful to the National Security Coordinator and his team for bringing men to assist us in the region. That is all I have for you right now. Thank you very much.
Well, the National Security Coordinator, DCOP Osman Abdul Razak, expressed concern over the persistent chieftaincy and land disputes in the country, emphasizing the need for enhanced collaboration among security agencies to address these challenges.
I want to say that just in these couple of weeks, chieftaincy and land issues have given us a lot of troubles. And the security on individual basis will not be able to control it. And so for this particular era, we are looking for some specialized form of cooperation between the various security agencies. We must work and not discriminate in every respect of our work. Because if you want to do that, we will not be able to go anywhere. Now, I am looking more to see proactiveness in the way in which we fight this sort of disputes. I wouldn't call this one dispute because it is outright crime. Shooting into security vehicles and shooting into private vehicles or even going to the houses of people to kill them, this is absolute crime. And this one, we must deal with it, and we must deal with it ruthlessly. I want to sound a caution. If there are chieftaincy disputes, they need to take the correct channels to resolve them. and we will support peacefully. But if there is a recourse to violence that seems to harm the individual or the ordinary citizen, we will not sit aloof. And as a coordinator, believe me, I'll be in the trenches with you. I will not say go and fight the battle and then sit in Accra. You would find me with you. I'm also looking forward to you dealing with those you've arrested in connection with some evidence relating to crimes having been committed, really prosecuted. In fact, the investigation must be crisp so that we get it right. And that will serve as a deterrent to others.
All right, let's take you to Parliament now for the second vetting of the day, which is currently underway.
Sitting of the committee and come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with his elders so that we can expeditiously consider and vet his daughter for the ministry that she has been nominated to. We will also be engaging the chiefs from Bono region who are here to support the vetting of Honorable Elizabeth Ajari. So we are very grateful to Your Majesty King Odefio for giving us that opportunity to consider the nominee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I want to assure you that we are hoping that tomorrow we can consider them, be able to write a report on them, lay the report in the House, and God willing, I believe that the House will approve them tomorrow. That we are also promising to give in exchange for the inconvenience that they have been subjected to today. So this is the message that the chairman has asked me to deliver to the nominees and then their family members and chiefs who we invited for consideration today but have been unable to do so.
Thank you very much. I proceed to adjourn the vetting meeting to tomorrow at 9.
All right, so that was Parliament House there. The the appointment committee has adjourned sitting to tomorrow 9 a.m. And we will be there to bring you that particular vetting, so you won't lose anything. This is the Joy News. We'll take a break here. There's more to come your way. Do stay.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Islam. Set your style anywhere in the world by breaking all the rules. Shout with all your soul and sparkle with 1,000 blaze. Pick a color what suits you best and launch the Islam movement, yeah. Be someone who lets the presence felt. He dares to get a hold of the here and now with no fears and make our way till tomorrow. Join me, let's do this with the Islam. Peace and quiet.
Here's Kwame and Yao after this.
Class.
Good morning.
Down. Have you heard about Obuasi baby diapers?
Yeah!
What are the qualities of the Obuasi baby diapers? Only one, okay.
It can absorb water.
Go ahead. Who can try?
It is very soft and convenient to use.
Come for him here. Okay, yes, Nana?
It's affordable.
Come for him. Can you say something?
It is good to use.
It is good to use.
Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa
Use Obuasi baby diaper for the love of your child.
In a fast-paced daily life, we all need to breathe a little. Day by Day Women's Skincare enhances your skin with long-lasting effects thanks to their active cosmetic ingredients. It is time for yourself. Discover the new Day by Day Women Body Lotion.
Money. Alex Lotu anankasa no e ade a manage ho metawtwa pa the game pack buy no be hunu ye am so eno so na mehwe ano so payment no e good nti ma me stop we see no nketenkete na me de call game pack because I need the onya one see the kura on so onye ska be nti me de call eno so one 3 times a day one 9 o'clock one 12 o'clock one 6 o'clock onya one see the kura ukita 54 yet to tax na about 48 kura bonya be ahyo half the game pack there a good pa the mommy who say marine no mama ni gie pa say me target ya say kemenya bet say 1 billion kra na me dey man
enye dem kra dial *946# for chop be din kunim fa game pack agree so na benya mula bebre eneya ko gamepackgames.com na nya nchechemu game pack agree enele mrata chiri show ho so enye ma woni endi fie du
one upgrade is nice but a double upgrade is amazing and that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
That's so cool.
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV. GoTV. Love it.
We pass the tape and declaring plastic. And what? And then can you not with them? The idea you. Factor. Yes, I can introduce you DBS Lifestyle Gauge Trusses. Emma. They say, baby, I say, Yama minimum time. The day. And you know you dance. And no crow. No, send a new benina and your papa. So, DBS Lifestyle Gauge Trusses. You're the computer not generated. Into and I didn't go straight. And if you say, I am not guilty, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer. I feel finito. More musicians so done. More music factories, and as a dark is a piano. Me recommend DBS Trusses. DBS Trusses. Finito.
Are you a small or medium-sized business owner or an entrepreneur planning to channel your passion into a side hustle? Then listen up. The Joy Business Advisory Series is all you need. For 10 days, experts take turns to offer insightful nuggets on best practices for financial management and business growth. Topics include building the right customer experience, effective budgeting and financial planning, leveraging technology, mastering the sales process, and other essential business issues. The series starts on Monday, the 13th of January to Friday, the 24th of January. Catch us daily at 1 p.m. on the Marketplace on the Joy News channel. Follow the conversation and further details on all Joy Business socials via LinkedIn and Facebook. Joy Business Advisory Series, empowering individuals, transforming businesses.
Originally planned to be a safe haven for the poor, disabled and aged, but that's a facade now as the facility seems synonymous with despair and death. Ghana's only central destitute infirmary lacks quality infrastructure coupled with insufficient funding, forcing inmates to live in the shadows of a failing system. Some of these inmates have been raped under dire circumstances, dilapidating and disability-unfriendly environment.
You get some people in the night around 1, 2 o'clock in the midnight coming to have sexual intercourse with them. Since our place is not fenced,
where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitutes brings to light the saddening contrast of hope and reality, where the poor, disabled, and the aged are gasping for life and sustenance in a wrecking facility.
1 week be 2 months, but me ba hanu me ko bi da say omunika omuni bibia was.
Clinton Yabua uncovers the devastating human rights and health crisis within Ghana's social welfare and health system. Where hope fails, Ghana's decaying home for the destitute coming soon.
Impact Makers Awards is the most reliable and authentic award.
I've become a role model to a lot of young people in the Upper East.
This exposure also offered me another opportunity to win the 2024 edition of the Humanitarian Awards Global as an outstanding philanthropist.
What I was doing in the dark, it has come to light, and looking at the smiles on the kids, I am so excited.
I was enjoying this for a year plus. People got to know about what we were doing. Sponsors came in, resourceful people came in.
Hello and welcome to Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. President John Dramani Mahama has appointed Sports Administrator Dr. Randy Abbey as Chief Executive of Gov't. There is more in this report. Dr. Randy Abbey, until his appointment, was the General Manager of Metro TV and host of popular current affairs show on that network, Good Morning Ghana. He is also the Chairman of the Black Stars Management Committee. He also holds an MBA in General Management from the Australian Institute of Business, Australia, a certificate in HR Management and Public Administration from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, as well as Advanced Certificate in Public Relations, Advertising and Marketing from the Ghana Institute of Journalism. For many, Dr. Randy Abbey's job is cut out for him at Gov't. What can he do, together with the Greek Minister, to improve yields, as well as work to improve the fortunes of cocoa farmers at the time that the bean has crossed more than $11,000 per ton? And in a separate development, senior country partner for the auditing and services firm KPMG Ghana, Anthony Kwesi Sapong, has been appointed as Acting Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
His core responsibility is to support improving government revenue mobilization, and the appointment falls in line with President John Mahama's resolve to promote efficiency where there is to cancel some tax handles, including the electronic transaction levy, e-levy, and bet-in levy. Now, Anthony Sapong has played significant roles in domestic tax mobilization for the Ministry of Finance, adding his vast experience in tax and risk management in previous administrations in Ghana and other West African countries. Talking about the Ghana Revenue Authority, the outgoing Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority is asking government to strictly implement International Monetary Fund structural reforms for the sector. This was contained in a resignation letter to President John Mahama. George Yafe has more.
The outgoing Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, in a letter to the President through the Minister of Finance designate, noted that she is stepping down after more than 5 years of service with the Ghana Revenue Authority. Madam Siam, in the letter, highlighted the contribution of the staff of the Ghana Revenue Authority in revenue mobilization and how their hard work has been able to help them to consistently meet the revenue target on a monthly basis in recent times. On revenue mobilization going forward, the outgoing commissioner noted that whoever takes over should try and stick to the IMF proposals on how to effectively mobilize revenue going forward. She added that this should include the Integrated Tax Administration System, as well as the Taxpayer Data Cleaning Initiative. Madam Siam also disclosed that a detailed report on the way forward when it comes to effective mobilization of revenue will be submitted to the Finance Minister to deal with these challenges going forward. Madam Siam disclosed that a detailed report would also be submitted to the Minister of Finance on the way forward and how the country can raise the required revenue to finance its expenditure.
More on revenue. The Kumasi office of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority has surpassed its revenue target for the 2024 fiscal year, amassing over 450 million cedis in the Ashanti region. There is more in this report.
Revenue mobilization at the Customs Division of the Kumasi Collection has from 2022 been dwindling, impacting revenue targets of the unit. However, in 2024, the collection managed to post more revenue, accruing 450
revenue target of 399.43 million Ghana cedis to be collected by the end of December 2024. As at 31st December 2024, we collected 454.69 million Ghana cedis. This means we did not only meet the target, but also exceeded it by 13.7% increase. This is a feat that had eluded the Kumasi collection for the past 3 consecutive years.
This achievement of the unit adds to the many successes attained under the leadership of AC Global. After 37 years of active service at the Customs Division, she is bowing out as the 3rd female commissioner at the Kumasi Collection. She was appointed the sector commander in 2023. Commissioner of the Customs Division, Brigadier Zibim Ayurugu, touted the achievements under the former sector commander's leadership.
The impact on the division has been profound, emphasizing policies and procedures that have strengthened the Customs Division's operation. On behalf of the Customs Division, I extend our deepest gratitude to you for your remarkable dedication to service.
AC Glover is handing over the command to Chief Revenue Officer Evans Tay Agbozo after successfully supervising the daily tasks of the command. The new sector commander is pledging commitment to the assiduous discharge to perpetuate the legacy of the unit.
I pledge to continue with your good works and to also build upon the foundations laid. I strongly believe that with the support of our able commissioner, top management, my senior sector commanders, the RECSEC of the Ashanti region, and the able staff of the Kumasi Collection that we will achieve our set goals as a collection.
For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Let's now go to the aviation industry, where McDan Aviation has announced the reopening of its fixed base operator services effective 20th January 2025, marking a significant milestone in its mission to provide exceptional private jet services. And I'd like to share with you excerpts of the statement released by McDan Group to that effect. And there you go on your screens. All right, so it reads, McDan Aviation announces the reopening of FBO operations, resuming top-quality private jet services. McDan Aviation is excited to announce the reopening of our fixed-base operator FBO services effective January 20. After a temporary closure, we are ready to resume our commitment providing exceptional private jet services to our valued clients. The reopening of our FBO comes after a successful resolution with the Ghana Airport Company Limited regarding outstanding financial matters. We appreciate the support and collaboration of the Ghana Airport Company Limited during this process, which has allowed us to address the necessary requirements and return to full operations. It goes on to say, our FBO is a cornerstone of McDan Aviation's dedication to excellence in private jet services. We are thrilled to reopen our doors and once again offer our clients the top-tier service they have come to expect. From personalized concierge services to state-of-the-art facilities, we are committed to ensuring a seamless and luxurious travel experience. Key features of our FBO services include: 1, luxury lounge access. Enjoy our comfortable and well-appointed lounge designed for relaxation and privacy. So it goes on to outline the services they intend offering, and we conclude by saying we invite our clients to experience the renewed excellence of McDan Aviation's FBO services. Our team is eager to assist with all your private aviation needs and to provide a seamless travel experience. Away from that, President John Mahama has revealed that his government's plans to offer fresh incentives to businesses to help them create more jobs in the country. The move is part of efforts to let the private sector lead in efforts to reduce unemployment in the country. Chief Executive or Chief of Staff Julius Debra disclosed this in a speech read on behalf of the President at the Thanksgiving service of the First Sky Group at the Accra International Conference Center.
First Sky Group is a Ghanaian holding entity comprising subsidiaries with interest in hospitality, construction, insurance, banking, commodities trading, and bitumen processing. Speaking at a 22nd Thanksgiving service, Chief of Staff Julius Debra said government is willing to support the private sector to grow.
Other conversation that the President wants us to intensify, because it's already started, is that if you consider the history of this country, you find out that most of us went into school with the mindset that when I leave school, where I will find job. But he wants us, as part of the resetting agenda, to begin to think that when I leave school, how many jobs can I create? And so this conversation is going to be intensified, holding consultations with people like Eric and his team, and many other people from the business community, that let us find a very practicable way of creating jobs. We will allow you certain concessions that will enable your work flourish so that more citizens will get jobs to do.
Executive Chairman of the group, Eric Utoche, said the group is set to construct a 200 megawatt of renewable power in the northern regions within the next 2 years.
The First Sky Group has taken a very bold step to raise the needed funds internally and externally to undertake construction of a solar PV project in Yendi, which sits on about 140 acres land filled with solar panel to harvest 50 megawatt of the renewable power. This is a collaboration between First Sky Limited and the Bui Power Authority. This project is about 65% complete, and we intend to complete it by the second quarter of 2025. And we also hope to construct within the next 2 years another 200 megawatts of a renewable power in Yape and Salaga to be onboarded onto the national grid. This project is intended to make electricity affordable in the near future, as reliance on the fossil fuel for power generation is globally unsustainable.
The 22nd Thanksgiving service was under the theme Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love.
Chairman of the energy sector at the Ghana Association of Industries, Kwame Jantua, has called on the government to prioritize the energy sector, highlighting its vital role in fostering industrial growth and job creation. Speaking to Joy Business at the launch of NuScale Energy Exploration Center in Ghana, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, Mr. Jantua praised the initiative as a significant step towards sustainable development. Rosila Calistego has more.
The NuScale full-scope simulator, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, serves as a center of excellence to train Ghanaian nuclear workforce and professionals from the sub-Saharan Africa region in small modular reactor operation. In an interview, Chairman of the Energy Sector at the Association of Ghana Industries, Kwame Jantua, stressed the importance of finding a balanced energy mix to support industries, create jobs, and develop technical expertise, while calling on the private sector to invest in the energy sector as the backbone of the economy.
The challenge is midway. Fresh like this is interesting. However, as it's moving, you see other things are coming. But I hope they can sustain it. And I hope they can prioritize some of these things. Because we need power. We can't do another Dumzo. That is not possible. They have to be able to find the kind of power mix that would help generate industry. Because as you generate industry, you are creating employment. As you are creating employment, you are creating technical people to run it. But the Ghanaian business sector too should be interested in some of these things and invest in some of these things. Our banks should be interested in some of these things and invest in it. Because without power, which is the backbone of everything we do in the world today, we have nothing.
U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Virginia Palmer, hailed the E2 Center as a milestone in Ghana's journey towards energy security and economic growth, emphasizing its role in training engineers and positioning Ghana as a regional hub for advanced nuclear technology.
The United States is proud, really proud, to support Ghana in its pursuit of energy independence and economic growth. The E2 Center represents a leap forward in our collaborative efforts to enhance energy security and sustainability in Ghana. This state-of-the-art facility will provide invaluable training and career development opportunities for Ghanaian engineers and technicians, equipping them with the skills and knowledge needed to operate and maintain advanced nuclear technologies.
Head of the International Relations and Public Affairs at the Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Sheila Victoria Bomita, emphasized the NuScale simulator's role in training inspectors and advancing nuclear regulations in Ghana.
For effective regulations, you are supposed to be competent. So this energy center, the simulator is going to help train the regulators or the inspectors as to how to effectively look out for what we want to see before we give authorization. Actually, you know, with Ghana, when it comes to passing regulations, you are supposed to work with the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice before a lot of things can go through. So that's where we are now, and then we hope that very soon we can place our regulations before Parliament to be passed.
The E2 Center forms part of the U.S. government's $1.75 million investment in Ghana's nuclear workforce development and represents a pivotal step in Ghana's energy advancement, offering training, growth, and sustainability opportunities. Rosila Calistego's report read to you.
Everybody, you're still watching Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We have more for you after this break.
Hi there, my name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution.
Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application.
To us trendsetters, to us fashion lovers, to us who flex with beautiful, unique and attractive fragrance, to us who sing of our magnificent life. Daring to feel different today means impacting a pleasant scent. For tomorrow's dawn, feel good, feel strong. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Friday, January 24th, 2025. Venue, the Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with the high life sensation, Famille.
And further details on all Joy Business socials via LinkedIn and Facebook. Joy Business Advisory Series, empowering individuals, transforming businesses.
Hello, welcome back to Prime Business. YouFresh Company Limited, manufacturers of YouFresh assorted drinks and Keep Fit water, has stated its resolve to drive socio-economic development through employment creation, social responsibilities, and more. Speaking at a ceremony to introduce actor James Gardner as its brand ambassador, Theresa Deng, general manager of the company, explained that YouFresh will continue to offer affordable products at premium quality prices. There's more in this report.
Unveiling of James Gardner as brand ambassador for YouFresh marks a new beginning for the beverage brand. The brand aims to expand its reach to become the preferred beverage choice in every Ghanaian household. It offers assorted products for various age groups, making it suitable for every event. Theresa Deng, the company's general manager, highlighted YouFresh Company Limited's resolve to offer affordable products while it contributes to the country's socio-economic development.
We provide quality product with very affordable price in the Ghana market, and at the same time try to do more social activity to help with the community, especially bring more job opportunity in Ghana here. We love Ghana, just like the way I always joke. I always joke that mini Chinese me Ghana ni. I'm Friday born. I love Ghana, and the YouFresh also love the Ghana, all the Ghana people. Everybody is very friendly and they like our product. So through this program, we hope that more people get to know our brand and then join us to buy all the products such as soya milk, such as the Keep Fit water, and then also the soft drink, the juice drink, even the kids' juice drink.
She explains why James Gardner was chosen as brand ambassador.
This is the first time for the YouFresh brand to do such a public, activity to let the people know that we are here in the market. YouFresh, actually, we have been here for such a long time, more than a decade. But now we are coming here with Mr. James Gardner. Through him, we hope that we can push for the sales. The thing is that we found that Mr. James Gardner, his image is very refreshing, very, very refreshing. So it really it's just like our image, our brand, YouFresh.
On his part, James Gardner expressed delight about the ambassadorial deal and pledged to leverage his influence to push the brand.
I like the fact that they put their hope and their trust and belief in me
that they can use me to sell the product. And I would do everything well within my power to make sure that I sell the brand very well. It's for everybody. You know, it doesn't target any class or audience in particular. The fact that it cuts across means that you're reaching a lot more people, and it goes both ways. It helps me, it helps them as well. So I couldn't be more excited.
The ceremony brought together distributors and partners of UFresh Company Limited.
The EU-Germany-Ghana Joint Action Project has been instrumental in promoting employment opportunities and discouraging irregular migration in Ghana. And as part of the project, 150 people have been trained in technical and vocational skills to create jobs for them. The following report has more.
The initiative aims to build the capacity of key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Employment and Labour Relations and its affiliated Labour Department, to serve as the cornerstone of employability and reintegration efforts. In the past 2 years, the project implemented the technical and vocational education and training known as the